We gon' separate live from jazz. You might understand me. Ain't always better than damn. Oatmeal better than oatmeal. Trap. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my trap shit. NBA, I'm the number one trap. 357, nigga gon' lay his ass down quick. Nigga came at me about a fucking bitch. 357, I laid his ass down quick. Fly, boom. Yeah, all that shit. Niggas talking shit. Wrong with all that shit. 20s, 50s, 100 shit, I want it all. First round draft pick, that's how I ball. Big bitch, she bad, but I put that hoe on pause. Trap. I'm on my trap shit. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. NBA baller, I'm that trap pick. He 57, lay his ass down quick. Body found in the bag, laying in the ditch. I'm on my trap shit. First 48 a bitch. Nigga playing with this G shit. Simo, you know I'm with the shit. I'm ballin', girl, paid him back in 96. Don't give a fuck about what I do, cause that don't make you shit. 93 gang bag, they trap beat. I don't know nothing about shit, I'm on some trap shit. Hold the fuck up. I don't think these niggas believe in you, man. They sleeping on you. Free your mind. I thought you the number one trap pick. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my trap shit. NBA, I'm the number one trap pick. Don't turn off the phone. It's time for this beat. Had to grind for the shot, that's the only way on me. I'm on some trap shit, you niggas somewhere out there sleeping. Trap like a drive-thru, they know I keep growing mad, cause I keep on firing up that reefer. I told them fest, got it, hold it down for my people. Ballin' like a motherfucking trap pick. D57, nigga gon' lay his ass down quick. These scared sandwich bags, all a nigga need in my trap house. NOCs. NBA drop pick, that's how I ball. 20, 50, 100 shit, I want it all. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my trap shit. NBA, I'm the number one drop pick.
No, I ain't seen you on.
Nigga know my body, they know what's up. I don't give no fucks, nigga. Fresh out of jail, ain't still gon' spin. Put a rental right up. I'm a gangsta ass nigga from the streets to the pen. Nigga know I'm thug. Pressure in the streets won't break a bend. Nigga know what's up. Just got to drop in and feeling real cocky. Nigga, that's a brand new body. Put on my jacket, I ain't tripping, I rock it. Nigga better know how I'm rocking. Play with my paper, I'ma put you on Fox. Nigga ain't playing my pipe. Swap a nigga out, be playing my blood. Pussy ass nigga, what's poppin'? Spoke up in the city, we got heat up and we squeezed. I got blood up in my eyes, going blind. I can't see niggas. Draco get the bite, that bitch sticking like some teeth venom. Let them rub me wrong, I put that paper on it. These niggas be slipping, we come with mops. No caution sign, catch him at work, we punching that clock. No overtime, free my dog, he fighting the hat. I'm about to send him a die. Bad little bitch, you gon' send me to drop. These niggas be shooters and telling these niggas be robo-cops. Player get popped, nigga try to run, get stopped. Nigga run down, he shot. He better rush to the dock. Touching on 2 on pop. Nigga better stay in their place. Nigga better stay in their lane. Real dick killers, no game. Niggas won't smoke with me, he don't get no sleep. TDIE.
What's good? What it is. It's your boy, H Money, Mr. The Zone. We in the motherfucking building. Let's get it. Yo, shout out to my boy Pounds. What's good? Shout out to my boy Just Blaze One. CCD in the motherfucking building. Shout out to my boy Hot Rod. Rodney Evans. What it is. What's good, man? It was a great week of boxing. No doubt about it. You know what I mean? Shout out to the Dom, the boxing historian in the building. TBH, what's good?
What's happening?
Man, I'm excited, bro. I mean, what a fucking week of boxing, bro. Sebastian Fundora, for me, is a fucking beast. He's a freaking monster, bro.
Yeah,
what did you think about his performance, bro? I'm on it, bro. That dude is a beast.
Man, motherfucker. That dude is a serious threat at 154, bro. And that division stacked, but he presents a unique, I'm being very high. I'm being very, real when I say this. He brings a very unique problem to that division. Just the fact that he's that big, he's heavy. What can you do with that? And this motherfucker hasn't even learned how to really truly box yet like that, and he could just pound you in the inside like that. And he has a crazy motor and a high work rate. I mean, that's going to be tough to beat. He's a threat to the undisputed champion between Charlo and Castaño. Definitely.
Hell yeah, man. I heard, Lubin got a broken jaw. He broke Lubin's jaw. They said he got a broken nose and a separated shoulder. What do you think about some of those injuries that he got in that fight with Fundora? Said he breaking jaws out here.
Man, I would say that Lubin did not fight intelligently in the fight. Now, hats off to him for even getting up in there and doing what he did or try to do, because he did drop him, but you just knew the end was near regardless of that knockdown. I think it was more indicative of Lubin not using the proper game plan. He should have sticked and move on him, made Fundora chase him around the ring, and try to land some shots to the body, try to frustrate him, with his ability to move and use slickness. I don't know why he stood in the pocket to bang with the bigger guy. It just didn't make no sense, but credit to Fundora.
Yeah, man, it was like the pressure of Fundora was too much for Lubin. I thought Lubin should go in this fight and box. I thought his game plan should be, make him miss, make him pay, and be a slick boxer. And pot shot his ass, but he did not. He wanted to go toe to toe and go to war with this dude, and it backfired on him.
I don't understand what the game plan was. And Kevin Cunningham, very intelligent coach. I don't know what was going on. I don't know if it was just him.
It was good, bro.
It was good, Brother Boxing.
Good, Brother Boxing. He was talking, Brother Boxing. Let him finish what he was saying. Bro. Go ahead, historian.
Yeah, I think that he should have. I think that they should have used that same type of game plan he was talking about, H. But I don't know why they did that, but hey, you want us to go toe to toe with a big guy? That's what happens.
Yo, bro. That Lubin fight brought me back so many memories, bro. That fight reminded me of so much of like Nigel Benn versus Chris McCollum, man. That's what fight came out.
Oh, Gerald McClellan And Nigel Benn fight.
That shit. Yeah, when's the last time? Yeah, that is a good point.
That
thinking,
brought me back so many fucking times. Like, damn, he took so much punishment, man.
Nah, when the motherfucker just stood in the pocket in that, in that way, bro, where motherfuckers just high guard,
dude,
just
bro,
uppercut. That shit was crazy, man. I was
like,
man,
do you think Coach Cunningham did a wrong job?
Yeah. I wonder if it was more of because that couldn't have been Cunningham's plan, bro. I think that might have just been
I thought it was Lubin, man. I think it was Lubin that wanted to go toe to toe with this dude and go to war with him. Because I talked to Kevin Cunningham, but let me talk real quick. I talked to Kevin Cunningham before the fight, and I told him, Lubin is too quick and too slick, make him miss, make him pay, and he liked my comment. And I thought that was gonna be the game plan, but Lubin came out there and he was being flat-footed, man.
Do you think that Lubin should retire? Because if you
man, hell no, don't retire, bro. Fuck that.
Not necessarily, but his career is going to be. He's not retired, but I think his career is going to be altered. Bro,
I've never seen, but his face look worse than Wilder's face, bro. He looked worse than Wilder, bro.
Nah, well.
I don't know if he could take punishment though, man. I don't know if he could take power shots. We seen him get knocked out by Charlo. You seen how he looked after he got knocked out. His body was stiff as fuck. You know what I mean? And then we seen his face. You know what I mean? Look at his face. I don't think his body could take that type of punishment.
Yeah, but I think
he got skills though, bro. But I don't think he could take that type of punishment.
I think Coach Cunningham should really have a real sit-down conversation with him about his career, because you don't want to see your fighter take so much punishment and damage like that. Because then it kind of gets like, man, I think they stopped it too late, man. Because he gonna have a lot of surgeries on his face, man. He got beat the fuck up. Face all swole, lips swole like a motherfucker, man. Shit, like he had plastic surgery on the motherfuckers.
Here's what I don't like, though. I don't like how guys are, and we're not gonna name names or anything, but I really don't like how these guys are shitting on this man's victory over.
Fundora, go ahead. You talking about Fred? Fred, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at this shit right now.
Yeah, he's funny as hell. Fred is crazy as fuck.
Man, Fred,
he's saying Fundora was taking steroids. It was no drug test, and he had loaded gloves.
Yeah, and he wasn't the only one. Them fucking LDBC crack babies.
For real, the rest of them did that too,
bro.
Who else did it?
Blue Buds, some of them other guys from the LDBC. I was looking at this shit, man, because some people were sending me this shit. I was like, what? Wait a second. You trying to accuse this man of using steroids and loading his gloves? And he didn't take no drug testing. Well, motherfucker,
that's Lubin's fault, bro.
That motherfucker Lubin didn't take a drug test. What are you talking about?
What
the fuck are you talking about? This shit is goofy, man.
I mean, I just talked to Blue Blood about it, and I told Blue Blood, like, Fundora is a beast. He's a freak of nature, and he's the next superstar boxer from Mexico. And he agreed with me. He's like, yo, he's a beast. He didn't say anything about cheating.
Somebody did. I think somebody from the LDBC did.
Well, Fred is pushing it. Fred is pushing that shit.
Oh, Fred's right now. It says Fundora had no drug testing and didn't take glove off.
Bro, Lubin is his boy. Fred is close with Kevin Cunningham. Fred was promoting Lubin.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, Lubin is his boy. He's close with Lubin.
Wow.
Yeah, Lubin's his nigga. They bro, like I'm saying, I don't think Lubin should fight right now, bro. He should at least take about 2 years off, bro. He gonna have to need a long layoff. Because he probably should.
He should probably take the rest of the year off, because those injuries don't fucking just heal up overnight, man.
Look, do you think? Okay, let's just say this, right? If it was no drug testing, no loaded gloves, I don't know how his face got beat the fuck up like that. I ain't gonna hold you. That nigga got whooped. Bro. But he also dropped Fundora in the fight. It was like this probably like one of the fights of the year, though. Being honest, it was a back and forth fight. But
it's up there. It's not gonna beat that fight with that fight over there in England. That was the fight of the year.
Yeah.
But this one's up
there. That fight happened in 2022, right?
It happened last month.
Oh, I forgot. Damn, I thought that fight.
This dude got you can't beat that. But that was definitely It's top 5 consideration for sure.
Yeah.
And hats off to both of them because they didn't, they got your money's worth.
Yeah, man. That shit is crazy, bro. Shit. He got his ass whooped. How you feel about Ryan though, man? How y'all feel about Ryan, man?
Man, Ryan has talent. But
I feel like
it was I'm gonna say this just because he let Tago. He won the fight and he won convincingly. Don't get it twisted, and he knocked him down. But when you have somebody there to finish, and you can finish him, and you've been talking shit as much as you have the last couple of weeks, man. Like, bro, you gotta fucking close the show.
My issue with Ryan is he fighting so aggressively now,
Well, that's what he needed to do. Those first couple of rounds where he was fighting aggressive, he should have stayed on that. He would have got the guy out of there, but he just laid back.
But do you think Togo just came in to survive?
I thought Togo realized what he was up against, that he was overmatched, and he and whatever he wanted to do, he got into survival mode.
Hey, back to this Fundora fight real quick, man. Bro, Fundora is a fuck.
Back, man. Yeah. I don't know, man, about Ryan Garcia. I feel like Togo, they obviously wanted to get an opponent in there for him because he was coming off a long layoff. But do you think he'll beat the elite guys at 135?
We gotta see more of it, man, because there's a lot of flaws.
Boxing historian Fundora is the new boogeyman at 154, and guess what? Yeah. He's Mexican. He's Mexican, and guess what? He's Cuban. Mexican, half Cuban, yes.
On whose side?
All right, see, that's what I gotta find out. And he got a sister that boxes too, bro. His sister is a boxer, undefeated.
Don't tell me his sister is fucking 5'11".
I heard she's tall for a woman. I heard she's real tall for a woman.
Yeah, she probably.
I was just
5'11".
I bet his sister's a beast too. I can guarantee you, his sister is a beast too. I'm a fan of Sebastian Fundora. He earned my respect. He was in a dogfight with Erickson Lubin. You know what I mean? That was a war, historian, and he came out on top. He was the last man standing. They had to stop the fight. Respected trainer, Coach Kevin Cunningham from St. Louis, one of the best trainers in boxing. He had to stop the fight for Erickson Lubin. He didn't want to see Lubin die in the ring. He didn't want to see it. What you thought about that stoppage, historian?
Man, they should have stopped it probably a round or two before that, man. The way his face was looking, I'm like, wow, man. I don't care about that.
Bro, he took so much punishment, though, bro. He took.
What about the knockdown? When he knocked down Lubin with an uppercut, historian. What you thought about the knockdown when he dropped Lubin?
Yeah.
That was a nice ass uppercut, wasn't it?
It was a great uppercut.
Are you a fan of Sebastian Fundora?
Yeah, I like him, man.
I'm a big fan of this dude. Yeah, I'm on the train, historian. I've been on the train. I've been on the train with Sebastian Fundora.
This dude has the height and size of a heavyweight, but he's
he has the potential to be the future of Mexican boxing and the future of Cuban boxing, all in one. Half Mexican, half Cuban.
Wait, does he rep reps Mexico?
Mexico.
Though,
I heard he reps both.
Does he?
Yeah, but he always comes out with
Mexico. Hold on, wait a minute though. Hold up.
Yeah, I heard he rep Cuba.
Do you guys think?
I heard he rep Mexico too. Both. Why he can't represent both?
Well,
yeah. But you gotta fight
with that.
No, I'm saying does he? You know what I'm saying? Because
I'm cool. Get all the fans, Cuban fans, Mexico fans, everybody.
So you think prime time? You think everybody should support this kid? the Mexicans
Oh, yeah.
from Mexico and Cuba, both.
Oh hell yeah, yeah, everybody, man. Even
Everybody,
yeah, everybody. Yeah.
I support him. I'm a black man. I support Fundora. He's one of my favorite fighters.
He's a beast, bro. I like what did Boots say that he has a cheat code.
Man, this kid Sebastian Fundora, he's a freak of nature. This guy is a monster. He almost killed Erickson Lubin. They had to stop the fight historian. It got ugly in there, boxing historian.
Of course. They had to stop that motherfucker man probably have.
You know what though? Shout out to Lubin though, because Lubin definitely went out in his shield. I mean, he knocked Fundora down.
He's a warrior. Yes,
he's a warrior. He's a warrior.
Yo, Prime, how you feel about Ryan Garcia though? I was just trying to ask you that, bro.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. When Ryan Garcia was calling out Tank, it was he was getting everybody riled up. But as I watched him more and his layoff, and then yesterday he did good. I mean, he beat the guy all 12 rounds. I don't know. I mean, everybody was.
Is that Donita Donner's wife in the chat, bro? Oh man,
yes,
that is, yeah.
Oh,
shout out to Rachel Donner. How you doing? Nonito Donner, future Hall of Famer, pound for pound, one of the best fighters in the world, bro. He's one of the best, and we ready for the fight with Inoue. Nonito Donner, he will knock out Inoue. He's gonna knock Inoue out. He's gonna knock his ass out.
Damn, H, I like Inoue too, man.
Inoue, bro.
Yeah, he gonna knock him out. You gonna be sad when he gets knocked out this time because let me say this. Listen, Nonito Donner, he's going for the knockout this time. Yeah, because in the first fight was a war. Nonito, he almost knocked him out. He broke his orbital bone. He broke his face.
He did.
Yeah, we should get on the panel though, bro. We gotta get Nonito on the panel one of these days, man.
I mean, whenever he wants to, whenever she wants to get on, they can do that.
Please, man. Shit, we need some talking, man.
Well, man, look,
shit,
man, I love
They was on Young Billy's channel. They on Young Billy's channel all the time. She been here before. You know what I mean? Shout out to Nonito Donner. He coming out of Oakland, California, like Andre Ward. He from the hood. He from the streets. Nonito Donner from the Philippines. Let's go. He's a true champion inside and outside the ring.
But I hope
wait, I'm not done. I'm not done yet. What a great ambassador for the sport Nonito Donner is. Please stop cutting me off. Boxing historian. What a great ambassador for the sport Nonito Donner is for the young generation.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna tell you something, right? In the modern day boxing realm, it wasn't just Pacquiao that really brought in, because I'm gonna tell you something, H. I'm just saying from what I've seen personally. There wasn't a lot of Filipinos were getting into boxing because off of Pacquiao, but there were a lot of Nonito Donner fans as well. And he was a big part of that influx of next generation of Filipino boxers in America coming into boxing, man. You know what I'm saying? That, and it wouldn't just it was sometimes it can get overshadowed by Manny Pacquiao, but also too, Nonito Donner is definitely helped in that as well, and he was definitely one of those guys that really brought that influx, man.
He did though. I feel like he very underrated though as a fighter.
And what's crazy is that he said Manny Pacquiao brings a big shadow, but to have your name still mentioned with the Pacquiao as Nonito Donner that's a good shadow to be in shit regardless. I mean, and
because Pacquiao is he's like the Michael Jordan of the Philippines.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So even if you're Pippen, you're still fucking amazing. I mean.
Well, but you know what? But as far as Nonito Donner's legacy, from 118 to 118, 122, he's definitely one of the best.
And he beat a young champion in O'Bali.
He's definitely one of the best bantamweights ever because he had a dominant reign.
But I'm sorry, I swear to God, bro. Nonito Donner become like the body snatcher now, nigga. That's his new nickname, the body snatcher. But I got Inoue though. I'm sorry, but I gotta take Inoue's. I feel like he's really good. Man.
Well, let's bet then. Let's bet. It's the rematch. Nonito gonna knock his ass out, and we could bet he gonna knock him out. This ain't gonna be no pretty fight this time. In the first fight, Nonito Donner, he broke his face. Yeah,
He brought it.
We gonna make it a dirty fight. We gonna make it an ugly fight this time. We gonna take it to the streets of Oakland this time, bro. You think Inoue ready? He a Japanese warrior. Nonito from the Philippines. He's a warrior too.
Yeah.
We ready for the smoke. Nonito Donaire. He's a trendsetter. He's a trendsetter, bro. What's up?
I just think Donaire.
I want you to keep the same energy when Nonito knock his ass out. And Nonito talking shit. Nonito talking plenty of shit.
Yeah.
Is he?
Hell yeah. Oh, he was on Young Billy Boxing.
Who?
Yeah.
In a way?
Nonito. Yeah.
Nonito. He said he gonna punish him this time. It's personal this time. It's bad
no,
blood.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't know what is the black blood for, man.
Y'all, because y'all keep disrespecting Nonito Donaire, bro. And I'm sick of it. Nah, remember when Nonito Donaire, he shocked the world and he knocked out Vic Darcinian? Remember that with the left hook?
He did, though. Because I had him. I knew Donaire was going to knock out Darcinian, though. But Darcinian was a monster, though. Let's don't forget. He was a monster, bro. And Donaire did do that shit, bro. Yeah. I was surprised myself when he knocked out Vic Darcinian, bro.
Some good shit going on.
But I will.
We gonna make it a dirty fight this time with Inoue. Yeah, we gonna rough his ass up on the inside. Yeah. You think Inoue can handle it?
They gonna fight y'all.
Yeah.
Y'all gonna fight my nigga. Y'all gonna fight my nigga.
Can he handle it?
Antonio Russell though. They gonna fight.
Nah, don't be crying to the referee because we gonna fight on the inside. Don't be looking for the referee. Nah, let him fight. Let him fight on the inside, bro.
Y'all not talking about a young star in the 118-pound division, though. Y'all not talking about him. Y'all don't want to talk about him, though.
You said who?
Y'all want to talk about Gary.
We talk about everybody. It's free smoke. Who?
Y'all want to talk about Gary Antonio Russell. They don't want no problem.
Gary Antonio Russell, he's a good fighter. I like him.
They don't want no problem with him at 118, bro.
Wait. So there's three brothers of Gary. So there's Gary.
Yeah, I'm not confused.
He's a good fighter. I like him. He's a very good fighter. Do you think he's ready?
Fuck yeah.
Can he take the power? Can he take the power?
Shit, he'll fuck up.
Because we gonna test that chin.
We gonna test the chin. Fuck up Donaire. He gonna fuck up.
I like him though. I like him, but I think he's ranked very high in the WBA. But Nonito Donaire, listen, Nonito Donaire, he's about to fight Inoue, and I think he might become the mandatory.
That's my young fighter, H Money. That's my young nigga, man.
Who?
Gary Antonio Russell.
He's a good fighter. I told you he's a good fighter, bro.
Yeah, they be y'all, man. He's one of the most slept-on prospects, man.
Who is?
But all the Russells are really good, though, bro.
Yeah. They're all good. I think Gary Antoine Russell from that fights at 140 is gonna be the guy, though. He's gonna be the best of all of them.
Boxing historian Rachel Donaire, she said, "What about Montiel, Fernando Montiel, when Nonito Donaire knocked him out?" And Fernando Montiel, he was a 4-division champion from Mexico. He was a pound-for-pound fighter, one of the best. Nonito Donaire knocked him out, and he knocked out Jorge Arce from Mexico, another great fighter.
I remember that. Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Arce was good, too.
He was in wars, bro. Nonito from a different generation. He came up back in the days, bro. You know what I mean?
I remember, man, on HBO, man. I was like, oh, the Filipino Flash, man. Like, like in his prime, bro. He had the height, the reach, the hand speed,
Jumbo,
the explosive power, the left hook. I mean, it's like he and sometimes he'd be the headliner, sometimes he'd be the co-main eventer. But he was exciting to watch, man. Back in the day, he was the best at that division. Nobody could fuck with him.
What weight is he at right now?
At 118.
118.
Man, oh yeah, 118 kind of hot, bro. That's one of the most underrated divisions though in boxing. Because it's a small. It's a
who's the other guy up in there? Casamayor.
The smaller guys, bro. But I kind of like start.
You're talking about Casemiro.
Oh yeah, Casemiro get fucked up.
Yeah, I thought, to be honest,
after what he did, after his bullshit, after what his team did to Dornaire's team, that's bullshit, bro. Hope Dornaire fuck his bitch ass up, bro.
Yeah, I thought Rigondeaux beat him. I thought Rigondeaux beat Casemiro.
I thought Rigondeaux beat his ass too.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Did you go
He
wrestling?
was outboxing him. He was making him
Regan
making a miss the whole night.
Yeah, but Rigondeaux barely threw a punch, bro.
But he barely outlanded Rigondeaux by a few punches. Now they said it was a boring fight, but of course Rigondeaux was like Bernard Hopkins. He's an old fighter. He dictated the pace of the fight.
But
He made Casemiro fight his fight. He made Casemiro look bad.
He did make Casemiro look bad, but when you can't win a fight though. Just
hey, boxing is called ring generalship. Now judges they scored the fight based off ring generalship too. You know what I mean? So he was using the ring generalship.
But that's still bullshit. What they did.
It don't matter, bro. Floyd Mayweather did it. Anthony Joshua did it in his rematch with Andy Ruiz and everybody.
He was catching though.
Isn't that what Lomachenko does? That's what Lomachenko does and Usyk does.
Yes,
they do.
Lomachenko.
Yes, they do. They use their footwork.
No, he used
Rigondeaux, one of the best fighters in the world, bro. Boxing is the sweet science. Hit and not be hit. And that's what Rigondeaux did. Rigondeaux made him look bad. Rigondeaux controlled the fight.
Bro, Rigondeaux is one of the most underrated defensive fighters that ever lived, though.
Exactly. They always hate on the Cuban fighters.
Bro,
you know
that Rigo fucking beat. He beat Dornaire.
Hate on Ugas and all of those guys. And David Morrell, bro.
He beat so many fucking good dudes, man.
They already hated on Sebastian Fundora. He's Cuban, saying he cheated and all of that.
That nigga had to go
you know what it is, bro? People keep saying,
hey, hold on, brother, boxing man. Hold on, go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, bro. I was saying like people keep saying, there wasn't much action, but my thing is this though. That doesn't matter. What you have to do is you have to score the quality punches landed. Rigondeaux's big left hand was the only real punch that landed in the fight.
But Casemiro was chasing them around the ring though. When they fought, Casemiro was chasing them around the ring.
You don't score fights on chasing someone around the ring though.
Well, you know what's crazy though?
But he wasn't really cutting off the ring though. When I watched it,
he wasn't. No, but see, here's the thing though. See, here's what I saw.
Hey, don't forget about Rigondeaux, bro. You know what I mean? Don't worry about Rigondeaux. But because he's retired, the man, we know he had an accident. Yeah. He's blind now. So man, shout out to Rigondeaux, bro. He's a great fighter.
I think Rigondeaux is one of the best Cuban fighters to ever live, bro.
Yeah, Rigondeaux is a great fighter, and so is Nonito Donaire. Like when Nonito Donaire, when he lost to Rigondeaux was in his prime.
He came back.
But look, stop cutting me off, brother. Now, when Rigondeaux, when he beat Nonito Donaire, Rigondeaux was in his prime, right? Nonito Donaire is a true champion. You know why, historian? Because he took a loss and he came back plenty of times. Like a true champion. You know what I mean?
Which guy? My bad.
No, Nonito Donaire.
Yeah. He's having a career resurgence.
Listen to me.
Yeah.
He took a loss and he came back like a true champion. That's what it's all about. You see a guy like Tio, he took a loss. He don't know how to act. Nonito didn't. He didn't do that. Nonito got back in the gym. He came back and became a champion.
Well,
that's what it's all about.
Well, here's my thing though. That's indicative of the two different eras of boxing that Teal boxes in versus Nonito Donaire when he came up boxing. He probably don't have that same mentality. He's like, you know what? I lost to Nicholas Walters, and he got stopped in that fight and he lost the other fight. But you know what? I'm gonna come
back again.
And I'm gonna be the better. He
came back historian after he got knocked out by Nicholas Walters and became a champion again, bro.
Yep.
He's a whole guy. Realize something though. You got
a lot of the old school fighters. A lot of the old school fighters. They didn't used to do that, like Muhammad Ali, Sugar Leonard, and this generation got Nonito Donaire, Lomachenko, Pacquiao, all these great fighters. Like that's the test of a true champion, to overcome adversity. A lot of these young guys, when they lose mentally, they fall apart.
But a lot of these young guys, they fight for money. They don't fight for legacy. They don't fight for crap.
Yeah, that, bro. And then it's just how people are raised now, bro. It's getting watered down, bro. I mean, you know what I'm saying? And that's what's happening, bro. Back in the day, you had to fight, bro.
Yeah, you're right,
bro. Look at Canelo.
Hey, think of Roberto Duran, right?
The Canelo's
if you gave somebody in this era, they'd be like, oh, he got 5, 6, and 7 losses. Well, but they talk about how great Duran was, right? Well, guess what? Duran lost 16 bouts, but he won 113. And look at the great record, and look at the great,
because Duran was fighting like fucking in jail.
That's not. No, listen to my point though.
fanboys have ruined the sport of boxing.
Oh, here come that man. What's going on? I know long time.
You know,
guys can't lose today, and fans encourage them to get back in the ring. And you got fanboys who don't know anything about boxing.
But hold up. But don't the fans?
I heard you the first time. So let me finish what I'm saying. When people just like destroy fighters, and you hear them say all the time, they can't lose without going online on their own pages and guys just saying crazy stuff. You see it on panels. You know what I mean? Mosley had 4 losses, went up there and beat the brakes off Gabriel Rosado. You see what I'm saying? Erickson Levy lost to Jamel, went on the win streak, went up there, lost again to Fundora. And I can't wait to see him get back in the ring. It was probably one of the fights of the year. And then it's just that's why these young guys, again, Fundora is 24, Levy is 26. Shit, if Fundora loses next fight, people are going to write Fundora off. And right now, you got people writing Lubin off. Instead of saying, shit, heal up Lubin and get back in the ring, go be a champion. This is the world we live in. You know what I'm saying? It's not just boxers, it's the fan bullies and the people that don't know shit about boxing.
That's part of it, though. I mean,
but bro, you shouldn't be able.
Just saying it was errors, but we just saying.
But why the UFC is so much different than boxing, though? What is the difference?
In a way better fashion.
Some of their champions have got like 9 losses.
Yeah, but you know what?
Jose Masvidal. That dude's got like, 12 losses? And
he got about 16.
I don't know Jimmy, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. When you look at boxing, like the mentality of boxing today compared to like of yesterday, right? You know, the way, like the reason why people that watch MMA, they like people don't really take the volume of wins and losses. They don't really care about that. They care about the quality.
You can't compare MMA and boxing.
No, bro.
What are you talking about? It's hand-to-hand combat sport, bro.
It's not the same sport. No, one of them you don't grab nobody.
Let me make my point, bro.
Don't
do this shit,
man.
This is what the fuck he does, bro. This is what he
does.
In Muhammad Ali's day, they had that mentality.
Y'all on the boxing panel talking about MMA, 2 different sports, bro.
No, but method
break your arm by bending your arm.
You're not hearing it, bro.
Stop comparing.
Someone who's intelligent would listen to the
analogy, let the man speak. Let them speak, bro.
Y'all miseducating boxing fans by even comparing.
I'm not going to cut nobody off.
You got to leave MMA where MMA is at. Leave boxing with boxing. You don't grab nobody in boxing.
All right, one at a time, man. One at a time. Let Method finish what he's saying. Yeah, let Method finish what he's saying. Then historian.
I'm saying stop diminishing boxing and the essence of boxing by comparing it to fucking MMA, where guys are doing headlocks and submission moves. God could be legitly beating the guy up and he just grab his leg and he's gone from a fight. That's why there's 2 different sports. Boxing is only hands, bro. So stop trying to compare the two and diminish boxing. If you like MMA, you like MMA, but stop conflating the 2 sports. It's 2 different arts. One is mixed martial arts, one is just boxing, bro. Stop. You don't know nothing about boxing. You don't speak. I don't give a damn what you feel about it. I don't really care.
Go ahead, historian. Go ahead.
So I just want to make this clear. I'm not. Nobody's diminishing nothing. We were. It was.
I don't care what you're saying. I said what I said.
Let him talk.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead, historian.
Worry about what I said. If you disagree, you disagree, nigga. Keep going.
All right, go ahead, historian.
All right, so point being, it was an analogy. The point of the analogy was, all right, if you can think, just think for a second.
You cannot compare the 2 sports. Leave it alone.
Okay. Oh my God.
Yes, you can. They're combat sports.
You cannot compare MMA.
Bro,
look at Duran, bro.
Y'all literally just said, listen, I heard what y'all said.
Just let him finish his point. Just let him finish his point, Memphis. And then we move on to the next topic. Yeah, just let him finish that point and we move on to the next topic. Go ahead.
Yeah, so here's the issue. All right. Now, like I said, it was an analogy. All right. At the end of the day, we're talking about wins and losses. Back in the day, nobody cares about wins and loss. Nobody cared about the volume of wins and volume of losses. It was about the quality of opponents. When you look at a lot of those guys, the fans didn't care. The promoters didn't care about that. They knew who the best guys were, and they knew who was a hype job. They knew who was just a guy that had a nice. The record looked nice, but he isn't as nice as the record. In today's time, we look at people look at. And this is just a cultural thing in America and just in the world in general. People don't want to take the hard road. They don't want to take that loss. They don't want to go through the hard times. That's why a lot of people look at the Money Mayweather. They don't want to look at Pretty Boy Floyd Mayweather. They don't want to look at the greatness that he put up to be where he's at today. You understand? And that's why you see in comparison, what we were just talking about a second ago. All right, about the difference between Teofimo Lopez versus Nonito Donaire. Two different generations of fighters. All right, one guy, lost, and he picked himself back up and became a champion at 38, and he's 39 right now, approaching 40, still at a high level.
All right, what about Lomachenko?
And you got
what about Lomachenko? What about
Teofimo Lopez? Let me just finish this last part. Let me just finish this last part.
I'm just trying to see if guys that lost became champion again.
But go ahead, man.
It's boxing, bro. It's a lot of guys today that's lost and became champion again. Jamel Charlo lost and became champion again.
You're missing the point, bro.
I'm not missing anything. I'm just trying to diminish boxing. Boxing's in a great place.
Nobody's diminishing boxing right now. We're just making a comparison.
Why y'all complaining?
I don't understand
what the fuck is going on.
You lack critical thinking, my guy.
Bro.
He does. Thank you, BH.
Y'all complaining.
That's all I've ever said. He lacks critical thinking. That's it.
No, I don't know you like that.
All the time. How many times you go fight?
I don't even know the fuck you is. Just keep my name out your mouth.
Hey, but in the history of boxing, though, like fighters always made excuses, though, right? Like even when George Foreman, when he lost to fucking Muhammad Ali, he made a ton of excuses,
bro.
You know what I'm saying?
Five niggas in one night.
And even like a fighter like President Nassim Hamed, when he lost to Marco Antonio Barrera, man, he couldn't handle that loss. So Tio's like one of those type of guys. You seen Wilder make excuses or whatever. You know what I mean? But
Manny Pacquiao never owned up to a loss. Not ever.
God damn, bro. What's I'm saying? It's like y'all just pick and choose.
He's not saying that, bro. You're switching. No, you're switching the whole narrative. What they're saying, bro.
Loma had a whole photo out after his loss.
Yo, I just
y'all complaining like women.
Hold on. Hold on. I just want to know why
y'all tried to shut me up and y'all lying on this bitch.
No, you're lying.
Okay, this is what I want to know, bro.
Making no point, man.
This is what I know. This is what I want to know, bro.
And then you make an insult.
No, hold up, bro. Let me go. Damn.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
What I'm saying is, why is when black fighters make excuses, everybody got to clown the black fighter?
Man, it is what it is.
I think it's a particular group of people, the racists. Yeah, I agree with. I mean, there is that element there. Brother Boxing is right, racist, but I mean, it's it works the other way as well.
Bro,
I'm listening, man.
Lomachenko and Canelo, they get a lot of hate because they're white. So I mean, it's just one of them in it. Boxing has a problem with tribal fans.
No, you clown all excuse makers, man.
Hold up. When T.O. made the fucking.
So y'all not even talking about boxing no more. Y'all starting to talk about
ain't no name calling though, bro. Hey man, come on, man. It's cool to just let this shit be, man. You know what I'm saying?
You want to talk about black man to white man? Get back to the topic.
But that's part of boxing.
Yeah, don't call no. Come on, man. Ain't no need to call him racist or anything like that, Jimmy. He didn't say anything.
Say that.
No.
If
you just talking about
that's what I'm trying. All I was just trying to say is, but why does when the black fighters say that something happened in all the chief, but then when T.O. and Loma make excuses, nobody cries. Nobody.
No, I'm saying for the boxing that fans that do that only hate on black fighters.
No, it's not just the fan base. It's bigger than the fan base.
I wasn't calling anyone on the panel.
It's the narrative it's also the entire narrative.
Let smoke go, bro. Hold up.
It's not just the fan bases. It's also the media outlets. It's the message that is put out there. Like if you look at Devin Haney versus Linares, you would think that Linares beat the entire shit out of Devin Haney. Like the way that they've covered fighters is just not the same. But that's you can point it out, what
about the hate that Ryan Garcia's getting? What would you blame that on? The massive wave of hate Ryan's getting.
Right. What I would blame that on is the notoriety that he had going into the fight.
All right.
Didn't bring up anything about race.
No, it's like with me, I'll keep it consistent.
Yeah, the reason why I know, and you're looking for hypocrites wherever you can find them. I understand what your agenda
I know what I found.
Just like racism, everybody trying to find racism wherever you can find it. Same thing. Here's the difference.
But here's my point, though.
The difference is Linares is a world-class fighter, former champion. To go is a regional African fighter. So
at that point, Linares have been put in 3 body bags in the last 4 fights. You can't get knocked out in 3 of your last 5 fights and say,
Jimmy, Hey, listen, man. I'm about to put everybody on mute, man. We finna have Rachel Donaire about to join the panel, bro.
Okay, yeah.
Y'all better have some respect, or I'm gonna kick y'all off the panel, bro. Straight up.
Are we going to the top
Yeah,
boxing?
I just wanted to finish my point. The point is, all of these guys get a inordinate amount of hate after their fight. When Tank fought Gamboa, all you heard was Gamboa was old and washed up, and Tank didn't finish him fast enough. And we're talking about Gamboa, a guy who's a former gold medalist, former pound for pound, multi-weight like guy who's achieved a ton in sport. To go ain't that dude. So it's weird that when people start questioning, Ryan Garcia, all of a sudden it's hate. All of a sudden it's hate out of nowhere. This is what it is for every single fighter.
And that's why I said the fan bases. Even the machine picks up. They're a fan at the end of the day. Even fighters, they say they're fans at the end of the day. There are fan bases that pick sides, and the big diminish one. That's the name of the game, And so I think fanboys have ruined the sport today. They try to, and boxing is definitely hitting in a better position, in a better space.
Yeah, it's one thing we do have a special guest on here, everybody. Y'all.
Yeah, it's one thing when the fans do it, but it's a totally different thing when it's the entire apparatus. When you see Yahoo Sports or Ring Magazine or all these dudes, when you start seeing the machine, perpetuate this kind of double standard, then it becomes a different issue. Even when it comes to like a promoter, like of the stature of a Bob Arum. Yeah, it's in-house business, but his in-house business is so massive that he's actually part of the boxing machine, and so it becomes unfair, which is why we see the fighters the caliber of Bud and the competence of Bud suing this dude behind it.
Yeah, man, that is true.
Hi guys.
What's going on?
Good evening.
No, I was listening. And jumped on here late because I had to finish a project, but I was listening and then I started laughing because I thought I heard one of you guys say that Casemiro was in the 118 bantamweight division. You guys meant Casemiro, huh?
Yeah, pretty much though. But Darnell's gonna fuck his ass up anyway. We all know that, man.
Well, I mean, he still has to get through, Paul Butler, which is an interesting aspect in itself. I don't know how much you guys know about what's going on with all that mess, but I actually have been, in contact with their camp because I know a lot of the stuff that goes on in boxing, and there's unfortunately, like, I guess the news reporters in the Philippines, they don't. I feel like, okay, so our journalists here have some sense of verifying and validating stuff. The news reporters in the Philippines don't necessarily do that. And there was actually one they tried to rattle Casemiro because they said that there was a TGB letter out for revocation of his US visa. And then I called the USCIS and they told me, they're like, no, what are you talking about? His visa's fine. It's in good standing. It's valid. So, he's having to go through all this fun little stuff because, his best friend, Sean Gibbons, likes to mess with him. So,
man, it's kind of messed up.
Yeah. But we all know this. I mean, look at all the boxing, sorry if you can hear the boys, they're still up. You know how the boxer, whenever promoters get slighted or any relation, trainers, stablemates, freaking managers, promoters, all alike, fighters, if something doesn't go according to their narrative, or if you're kind of outing them, right, they're gonna do everything to discredit you, everything they can. So I mean, it doesn't surprise me at all.
Y'all, anybody got questions? Anybody?
Yeah. Well, since you're talking about that, my question would be: have you seen this? Now, my question would be: does this go on just in America alone, or do you see that with international, with the international media? Just because, of course, in a way, and Donaire is going to fight in June. Do you see that with them at all, or is it just more America?
Okay, so I can tell you as far as the U.S. and the Philippine market, right? I can't really say much about the Japanese market because I don't know. Like I operate with Mr. Honda and his team, Tekken Promotions. They've all been amazing. But as far as the media, we only get what's translated. We don't know what's going on in the back, right?
Okay.
So as far as the Philippine media, of course, they're heavily reliant on the U.S. media. So whatever we put out here, they pretty much piggyback on. Like I said, unfortunately, sometimes they do things like that. When it comes to disputes in the Philippines, it's not as advertised at all. I think because of the fact that a lot of them, and I'll tell you, Casemiro, when we were trying to get that the December 11th fight back in August, September, he was up in the mountains. So a lot of these boxers, especially the ones that come from extremely humble beginnings, and choose to kind of stay around that environment, don't have internet, don't have access to internet, don't have access to cell service. And I feel like because of that kind of environment, they're not getting that mouthpiece to be able to speak up too much. There's also the language barrier. So Casemiro speaks Visayan, which is a dialect. Mainland is Tagalog. And so the main press that doesn't understand what Casemiro is even saying on his YouTube can't even pick up, oh, he's talking mess about his his promoter or his manager. They can't even do that. So there's a lot of different obstacles for these guys to really speak up if there is anything. But most of the time, the managers in the Philippines will just muscle you out of it altogether. There's not very many promotions that have events, so it's very slim. So you piss off someone in the industry there, most of them will band together and then just not give you fights, which makes them have to try to go outside of the country. But either way, the managers and the promoters there are going to block you, along with GAB, which is their boxing organization that oversees everything in the Philippines.
It's crazy. So, what time is the fight coming up between Dornier and Nui?
What time is it going to be aired here?
Yeah.
I don't know. Honestly, I haven't heard anything. Mr. Honda hasn't been really active with Richard lately because of the Triple G Murata fight. So everything's been hyper focused on that fight. So we haven't been getting a lot of information. I texted them 2 days ago, and I said, "Hey, Nonito's saying that Inoue has tickets. What the hell's going on?" And they texted me back. They're like, "It's not public. It's not for sale yet." And I was like, "Okay, well, just make sure that you give us the heads up, before tickets go on sale." But I mean, even as far as that, like I said, like they're just hitting back this week as far as getting back on the road of promoting the fight and giving us information. All I know is it's June 7th, at the same place that it was before, at Saitama Arena.
Oh man, yeah.
This is like a little bit off the wall question. This is Smoke, also from the Bay. I know about that Daly City fog. A quick question: is Nonito's brother still part of the camp? Is Glenn helping him out, preparing for the fights?
No. Glenn hasn't been a part of Nonito's life for a while now. They had a falling out. When was it? I believe right before the Montiel fight. Yeah, before the Montiel fight, they all had a falling out. When he decided to, get back together with his mom and dad, and his siblings, there were ones that just didn't want to get back together. For whatever reason, I don't know the reason. He always has that open door. He's talked to his mom. Of course, his mom wants the family to get together, but I mean, it has to be a two-way street. They both have to have a conversation. So I stay out of it. Like, I've always told him, I'm like, I would never stand in the way of you talking to your brother. And I know he reached out through his sister. He was like, I want to get the family back together. And he just said no. So, I mean, you have to respect it. I don't know his reasoning. But I mean, the door is always open on Onito's side. It is what it is.
Yeah, and also I have a question. Is it going to be on Showtime? Because the Nunez kind of been fighting on Showtime now.
He has been fighting on Showtime, but that's one of the things I'm trying to get clarified. Of course, it's Tekken and Probellum, but then we also know that Tekken is in association with Top Rank when Inoue fights in the U.S. So I'm not sure if Tekken just, since they're hosting the fight, if they gave, like, I guess first right of refusal to air him before Probellum, if that makes sense.
So likely this fight will be like kind of like on ESPN, basically.
I would think so, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Honestly, I think it kind of sucks because I love Showtime. I love Steven Espinoza.
Yeah, I
think
love
they're
Showtime
great.
also.
Yeah, so I'm like, oh, okay, we're gonna be on ESPN. Like I said, that's not part of one of those is that's a little bit above my pay grade. So just on this side, TV networks are a little bit above my pay grade.
Isn't ESPN a bigger platform though in America?
As far as the general population, yeah, I think ESPN does have like a bigger platform, but I think Showtime has had such a big impact, especially when they were going head to head with HBO. They've been here, promoting boxing hugely for a long time.
For 30 plus
so
years.
I feel like they have a better footing.
So Nonito and Monster are two real classy guys in the sport. And sometimes lacks class. What does Nonito like feel like? How does he appreciate the fact that that Monster gave him that trophy after that fight that they had, their last fight, and does he use that also as motivation for getting the W this time?
Yeah, I think it takes a lot of humility, a lot of sportsmanship, and being a gentleman and grown up about this. That he didn't have to. Richard, I know for the best of him, had told him, he's like, no, you don't have to do that. He goes, no, I promised my boys. And we all went there to Inoue's dressing room, and it wasn't like there was side eyes or like any disrespect. But I think that what happened the next morning and his our eldest crying, I think added motivation to him to prove that he can. I know the trophy's not on the line anymore, but it's so much bigger than that now. This is about legacy, and it'd be funny if we asked for the trophy to be on the line, but yeah, no, I totally think I think it's different when when we didn't have kids, and when you don't win, you disappoint yourself and your fans, but there's really, that's it, right? When you have kids and you see them hurt by something you could have controlled and you feel like you could control in the future, I think that's kind of that little push, that push to that show me you can, you know what I mean?
I also have a question. So after this fight with Inoue, does Donaire retire? Like, what else he has left, for the sport?
No, we still have to go again. We have to find Casimiro. We talked to Casimiro in San Diego when he first came here to the U.S. And we sat down dinner with him. They talked about some stuff, and his I don't know what you call, his cutman straight up asked Nonito. He's like, so but Casimiro beats Butler and you guys beat Inoue, are you gonna give Inoue the rematch immediately? Are you gonna fight John Riel? And Nonito said, no, I'm coming for John Riel. So
undisputed, he'd be undisputed at 118. That'd be beautiful, man.
So he wants the undisputed, and then he wants to go down to 115.
So does Nonito, like, is this, when you say it's a legacy, does he understand? Is he cognizant of his place already? Like, does he think that he's already like a first ballot Hall of Famer and this is just more adding to it before he leaves? Or is this like motivation to become that first ballot Hall of Famer? Like, where does he think he is in terms of his legacy?
I don't think he ever thinks about where he is right now, presently. I think He is grateful for all the opportunities that he's been given, and he believes that everything that he did was through a lot of trials, a lot of tribulations, and a lot of adversity. And fortunately or unfortunately, the Hall of Fame is based on who they vote for, right? Like, this is not like here's the record, here's the bullet points, this is how many points you get for each of them. There isn't like anything like that. So all he could do is just show up and be the best that he can be every single time he steps in the ring. And where it's brought him is all those wins, all those times that he's ever been the underdog. It's just built every single time. I mean, even with the Montiel fight, he was an underdog. It was consistent underdog. The amount of money that people made off of Nonito telling him second round, I got him, and there were actually people that bet, and it was a 20-1 odd. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Yep.
So he's doing this not because of the money, and I think that's the difference now. It's when you're younger, and look at Teofimo, right? Like, he says he wasn't supposed to fight and all this stuff, but then he also said he only had 20 grand to his pocket.
Crazy.
There's a different motivation when you have to do it because of money.
Yeah, he's just doing it for the love of the sport of the game.
Yeah, he's excited. You guys have to understand, when I met him, I asked him, I was like, why do you box? Because I would go to the gym with him, and it was painstaking for him. You'd have to drag him out of bed. And I was like, why do you even box? And he's like, I don't know. And he's like, why do you fight? And I was like, because I like fighting. I was like, I would fight every day if I could. And he's like, well, I did it because of my dad. I did it for his approval. And I'm like, well, that's not going to last. And then it was just, for a while, it was just like a non-topic that we talked about until he found being in love with the gym. I think he had that issue with his dad. That father-son trainer, right? Like, where does it stop? So I think that made him hate it, that it never evolved from boxing. And I don't know how many of the other boxers do have that issue, right? When does having, Sunday church and brunch with my dad not become about boxing?
Yeah.
Like, going into the Super Series, did Nonito, was he was he very confident that he was going to win this thing, or was he just trying to resurrect his career? Like, what did he when he was getting up for those fights, the Steve Burns fights, was it like, yeah, I'm about to get this thing and I'm going home with the trophy kind of thing, like from the moment he signed, or was he just trying to stay busy, stay active, and keep his career on track?
It was the moment he signed. I mean, like, it wasn't clear cut that we were going to even be in it. I know if Bayano and Ubali, right? Ubali didn't enter the tournament.
Yeah, Ubali.
So if he had entered a tournament, we might have been kicked out. Then it would have been between us and Bayano who was going to stay, right? Because he was last pick to even be in it. They didn't. First of all, they didn't make the weight. They couldn't. They're like, there's no way Nonito could make the weight. And I told Richard Schaefer the night of the Frampton fight, after the fight, in the locker room, Richard pulled me aside. He goes, "Do you think Nonito can make 118?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Are you sure?" I was like, "I guarantee you I can make him get 118. I was like, "You just need to tell me when and give me enough time. I'll make him make 118. So I think that was part of their hesitation. I mean, who wouldn't be hesitant? A 126 pounder trying to drop down to 118.
That's crazy.
How long would he last? But he was super motivated. I think around that time I started going into teaching. Like, I started venturing out and teaching different classes at the different gyms. He saw how much I loved it. Then he started getting into teaching. He would go around and help people with kettlebell training and with battle ropes or sometimes boxing. Whenever I was teaching a boxing class, which was more for exercise, but still he always wants to teach like correctly. And then, like I said, like he was always excited to go especially in the WBSS. He knew, it was like he knew the plan. If you know the plan, wouldn't you be excited? It'd be different. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at all, I hear you guys complain all the time, like, dude's not as active, right? He only fights once a year. He only fights twice a year. We need to see him more, whatever. But if you already know the plan for WBSS is 2 years at most, and here's the bracket, you know what the plan is. You know the game plan. Once you win, who's going to be next?
That's why I love
and I think,
the blueprint's there. Yeah.
Yeah. Tournaments are amazing. And I think that's a, you know, it pushes them. It determines you because you know what the end game is at the end of this. Where if you fight someone and you don't know who the next person is, you don't know if you're going to get a title shot. It could just, what do they say? Oh, it's a tune-up.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think you should be more tournaments in boxing, though, being honest with you.
Yeah, but it's really hard to get the promoters to come in and play. That's the thing, is the promoters. Yeah, okay, so let me tell you how the WBSS is set up. The WBSS, every single boxer has a certain minimum, right?
Mm-hmm.
That minimum doubles the next fight. And you get a bonus if you win. So as far as the promoter or manager go, and if you're not the WBSS series and you're getting, let's just say 20% of the service agreement to allow your boxer to be in this promotion or to fight for this promotion, what's your motivation for him to go all the way up these ranks without being able to tack on a premium?
Exactly. Yep. And that's why I say it's always a business, right? And it's a sad thing that, you know, this is what it's come to. It's what it is. It's what it's always, you know, kind of always been. And that's, you know, what I try to convey. And, you know, like you're saying, to tack on the premium, right? So what's the motive, you know?
Yeah. Because like I said, most of it is like what, 20, I've seen 20%. I've also seen 30%. Part of
30?
If the fighter fights for another promotion, there's a service agreement, and or if there's a purse bid and their promoter loses to another promoter, they take that cut. Now, if the minimum, let's just say the minimum is 100,000, if the minimum is that and they're only making 20,000, is that worth it? For them, I'm saying.
And that's what I always try to convey. And 100%. Is that worth it? I mean, just be real, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's
and it also depends on the lineup. So you have to sign in, right? You have to sign this contract before you even get into the draft, the picks where they select who they want to fight. The top, 3 or 4 get to select who they want to fight. Mm-hmm. And so let's say your fighter is a champion and he selects another champion because he knows the other champion can't run anymore. Now we're going to unify. But let's say the minimum's 100,000 and he's only going to get this promoter who could have envisioned millions of dollars in making a unification bout. He's only going to get $20,000. He's not going to be that happy.
Exactly. And it's simple. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. And I respect you for speaking on this. And that's exactly what it is. It's like he's not going to be happy about that 20,000 as opposed to, in his mind, right, millions of dollars at a unification. And that's what I mean. And that's what it boils down to, right? I mean, because it's like I said, it's prize fighting, and and like you said, no need to want legacy, but that comes with time. And at the end of the day, it's about numbers, right?
Yeah, it's about what makes sense. For business wise, that's the thing, is that people forget boxing is a business. Nonito's the one that will literally, he'll fight for 20 grand. Like, I remember arguing with him before about after the Montiel fight because he wanted to get in the ring so bad. And I was like, we're not taking a damn pay cut.
You're like, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah, I was like, I guarantee you that you're going to get knocked out of the year this year. And it was only February. And I'm like, but you knocked out the guy who knocked out Hasegawa. I was on HBO. There's absolutely no way we're taking a pay cut. And he, you know,
the
after
revenue goes
3
up.
months,
The revenue goes
yeah,
up. Yeah.
yeah, and after 3 months, he was like, just please sign the contract. I'm like, we're not signing the stupid contract. I'm like, just take a vacation, you know.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. Like the realest fighters that love to fight will fight regardless. It's the people behind them that has to
Exactly.
protect them
From themselves sometimes.
exactly.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's a point that I think a lot of people like you know, true, you know, hardcore boxing fans, you know, like, oh, I want to see this guy fight this guy. But at the end of the day, it has to make sense, right? For you, for your family, and you know, in your fight career is typically short. It's not a long career, so you have to do the best investments because you're investing in yourself and your physicality and your boxing, right? So you can't be fighting, even though you're a fighter and you have that spirit, that's a warrior spirit Nonito has. So he wants to fight anybody, you know, for 20,000, just wants to fight. But like you, being a strong woman behind them, saying, "You know what? Let's think logical on this. Let's think, you know, what's gonna help us in the long run, right?"
Yeah. And the thing is that when you start seeing the Muhammad Ali Disclosure Acts and what,
Yeah.
TV networks paid and what sponsorship paid and what gate's supposed to be, et cetera, then you start going like, okay, so if this is how much I made on this fight, my opponent made this and the undercards and this and that, where'd the rest of the money go?
Yeah, exactly.
Why are most of the promoters driving around Bentleys and having huge offices and huge houses in the hills, and the fighters are still not making it? They're living fight to fight. It's
exactly
ridiculous.
my point. That's all it's ridiculous. And if, like you said, once you have somebody like a good team behind you and you guys could sit down and become business, because it's hard. Not everybody that's has money or trying to attain money could do business, right? So you said like, the promoters, that's what they do, or whoever's involved. Yeah, they're driving around in Bentley. They're driving and have big homes, big offices. Yeah, and they're not doing the hard work. They're just behind them, right? So yeah, you're 100% right.
Hey, salute to Miss Donaire, Rachel. Nice. Thank you for jumping on. I always appreciate having you on, man. I hear we talking contracts, and I just want to hear your thoughts on would you stopping Nonito from signing a certain contract because it wasn't favorable to you all. What do you think about the contract Devin Haney signed?
What specifically? Because the only thing I don't like is saying like, well, this and that about a contract that I haven't seen. I'll tell. Like I know he got a pay cut. Am I correct? Supposedly. Okay. He doesn't have the rights to the U.S. I'm guessing. What else am I missing? What are you concerned with, or what do you not like?
Well, the having to go, if you win a fight in Australia, then you're gonna fight again in Australia and be the B side. You know what I'm saying? Even though you will be the undisputed champ, I didn't think that was a smart thing to sign, but I understand why he did it, going for legacy. But just on that piece of it, what do you think about it?
I don't remember if I talked to YB on that, but I told him like, nope, that's not how it goes. It literally isn't. And I've heard other people say, well, maybe, Kambosos only sent that contract because he didn't think Haney was actually going to sign it. Because it is. I mean, if that's the case, no, that's not how it works. What happens is the one who wins, that's where the A side goes. Literally, that's where the belts are going.
Agree. It's pretty much unheard of that an undisputed champion is fighting on the B side of in any card. It's almost unheard of. I've never heard of it myself. But just I appreciate your input on that. I agree. But I understand why the young brother did it, going for his legacy. But it's a shit deal. So
yeah, and I hope in the rematch, there would be some type of clause that says, what his minimum is going to be. So, for example, if he's taking a huge cut on this one, I would hope that it says on the rematch, if he agrees to being in Australia, as his I guess his give up, right? His negotiation tactic. All right, I'll fight you for the rematch there, but I get this much amount of money.
I was just gonna say from what we're hearing, George Kambosos he'll get 10 million both fights, and Devin Haney's looking to get somewhere a little less than 3
for both fights. That's what we're hearing. I don't know how true it is. I hadn't seen the contract. That's just what's been reported, but I think it's extremely unfair. And but once again, I understand why it happened the way it did. He wasn't gonna get a fight any other way.
But I mean, okay. So let's be honest. Let's look at all the landscape, right? So he has Haney and he has Lomachenko. Lomachenko's not fighting. So who else does he have to fight? Who else would he be interested in fighting that could be made? I guess I should say.
That's a good. I have no idea. I didn't see anybody.
Well, a fight with Teofimo Lopez at 140 pounds. A possible fight with Tio or Lomachenko.
Kambosos fighting Tio at 140.
Oh, Kambosos.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so that would be Lomachenko. Maybe Tank Davis.
Maybe Tank Davis. But Tank got a dance partner already.
Yeah, Tank has a dance partner. So the only reason I'm asking you this is because when I look at opponents and when I look at possible fights and things like that, I look at who's ready to play and who can't play. And if Kambosos gets frozen out, so your 10 million goes away. It's great for you to make 10 million how much is 10 million of zero?
Exactly.
So I would have frozen his ass out, but that's just me. I know Nino probably would have been like, what the hell are you doing? But honestly, I would have been like, who's his dance partner? Like, he wants to make 10 mil right now in June. Well, so I'm just going to go and talk to somebody else right now, and I'll make a cool 1 to 3 million, fine, or 1 million, and fight in July in the US. You're not going to be able to fight anyone. The next time I'm going to be available is not till August, September, October. You just missed out on a payday. Now, if he's cool with that, because as far as I remember, he didn't make that much on his last fight, Kambosos.
Nah, he didn't. He wasn't. This is gonna be his biggest payday coming up.
So, I mean, I would have played I would have played a card that was like, all right, well, then you could sit out since you made so much on your last fight. Hopefully that will sustain you until your next, whenever that comes up.
That's a chess game.
But I'm
telling you, that's awesome.
I'm the bitch in boxing. I don't care. I'll call your bluff. I've done it. Like, I remember with the whole Casemiro stuff, like, I was pulling cards left and right. And it was like, you guys don't. I literally, like, even when Casemiro was like, oh, I'm fighting Inoue December 11th, I was like, no, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. And I was like, you're already I was like, watch, you're gonna have a mandatory.
Yep.
Because you have to remember what happened with Casemiro, how many people he's fought without the mandatory. I knew that mandatory card was coming. I was like, and I know Inoue wanted to fight Casemiro. I was like, he's not gonna fight. People asked me from Japan. They're like, well, what about? Do you think if Inoue, Donaire and Casemiro doesn't fight, Inoue will go for Casemiro for December? I was like, no, he's not. I was like, no, he's not. I was like, he's going to be blocked off. He's not going to have anything. He's going to have a mandatory because of the amount of fights he's had without a mandatory. They're going to impose it.
And I was thinking, especially when Kambosos was taking a minute, you know what I'm saying, going back and forth between Lomachenko and Dev, I was like, they're gonna send his ass a mandatory if he don't hurry up, and then the shit gonna go to purse bid because Bob Arum wasn't paying nothing like that for a mandatory. So I understand why it had to happen that way, but I appreciate your input on it. I see you playing chess out here, not checkers, and I respect it. I respect it.
Don't you always see my Twitter? On my Twitter, I was like, game, set, match. I moved my pawn. I'm always saying that because I know, like, the game's it's too readable for me. Like, especially when you know the players. Like, so when I was playing against Sean Gibbons, I knew his play. It was too easy. Every single move was too easy. It's still too easy. I'm running circles around him and his team in the Philippines. It's madness. Like, they thought that they were going to be able to say, oh, like, Casemiro's visa got pulled. Okay, watch this. It's so easy. Too easy.
They thought they were going to dictate you, and you're not letting that happen. You said, I know. I'm pulling the cards here.
Well, and I think, like, I mean, honestly, I think they think I'm stupid. But literally,
you're not.
I mean,
you're not. Far from.
I mean, there's a freaking, you guys, we live in the U.S. There's toll-free numbers you can call for almost every agency, and you can find out information. So it's it's not that difficult.
Hey man, it's good that Champ got somebody like you in his corner, man. It's a great thing to see.
Yeah, to a certain extent. I piss off a lot of people. I will tell you, I've had some people in the industry, if I walk into the room, they walk the opposite direction. And I'm like, cool, okay. I'm like, and I'll laugh when no need. I'm like, you see that? And he's like, yeah. I was like, why is he mad? I was like, we're not even under him anymore. So what's the problem?
Hey, look, if you're making everybody happy, you ain't doing something right. And clearly, if people hating on you doing what you're supposed to do, they don't like people who handle business. And sound like that's what you guys are doing, man. Glad Champ got somebody in his corner, like you.
Thanks.
It sounds like Nonito is the fighter, and you are the surveyor of the landscape. Like, he is the consummate fighter. He doesn't care how much he's getting paid. He just wants to stay active. Doesn't win, lose, or draw. He's looking for the next fight and the next chance to prove who he is, as a fighter. As a do you are you just aware of the politics and you only get involved when it comes to his career? Are you also behind the scenes making sure, as we were talking about earlier with the Hall of Fame, when it comes to the writers, that the writers are there, the correct, voters, like, understand like what his record is and what he means to the sport? Does that sort of job fall on you, or do you guys have like people for that kind of thing? To like,
no, all that falls on me. Everything falls on me. I mean, like, that's honestly why we haven't been YouTubing, is because I've been so busy with the Nui stuff, and then the camp setup. Vada popped up last week, then they showed up this Friday. And and then the press, like, people have been wanting him to drop by their podcast. There's a couple in Vegas. And then they want him to, to come up, do an interview and all that stuff. And I have to do it around his time, in addition to Jesse Vargas's camp and the other boxers that I'm doing strength and conditioning for. So, so yeah, I mean, I don't get involved in the politics, but it's funny to me because, they always say like women talk a lot. Literally the reason why I know is because most of the guys talk a lot.
Exactly.
So, hold on. So you just said that they popped up randomly. Vada popped up for a test with you guys. It's interesting you say that. And from reports we hear, and even in Fundora, they saying they didn't even get tested by Vada. So I find that very interesting if they popped up randomly on you guys.
They popped up last week. I can't remember the day. I remember last week they came, and it was one of those days where I had an extremely long day. I stayed up late to work, and then I woke up for the boys. So they came around like 5, and I just sat down on the couch with my plate of dinner. And the doorbell rang, and Nonito's like, "Can I help you?" And he's like, "Nonito," and he's like, "Vada," and he's like, "Oh, sorry." And I'm like peering through the through the hallway. And he's like, "Babe," he's like, I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Get up." I was like, 2 minutes. I literally just fucking
give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, I was like, and then Friday, Friday's a day like we really, it's long camp weeks, and we pick up the boys. We usually bring them to dinner and like kind of, spend time with them and stuff like that. So yeah, so we had gone out to dinner and we came home about 7:30, 8. And I drove up and I'm like, is there a homeless person outside of our door? Because there was like, because there's like a huge like cooler bag, right?
Okay.
And they're standing there, and then he's like, "No, I think that's Vada again." I was like, "You gotta be kidding me!" So I got out of the car. I'm like, "Hey," and I was on a business call, so I was like, "Crap, here we go again." And she's like, "We're here to take more samples." Because the first one they did urine, this one they took blood. So I guess the breath that they sent last time couldn't take it. So they had to take blood this time. But it was kind of the same thing. It was for me, like, it was more like I don't really care at this point. Like, so they walked. I was like, "Listen," I was like, "It's Friday, and it's laundry day."
Make it quick.
So Well, yeah.
It's over with.
Yeah, and the boys, like, they, as soon as they got out of the car, they went to their rooms, dragged out their laundry baskets. They're pulling it. I was like, I'm sorry, I'm not apologizing. Like, you came at this time, like, it is what it is, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. And
we live in life right now, so
yeah, and so I mean, they're always really nice and respectful, and they get it. Like, it's an inconvenience to not know, but I understand too why they do it, why they don't tell you.
Man, I just
no, definitely.
Oh, go ahead.
No, definitely. I mean, like, yeah, you can't tell, right? Because I do like a certain industry where we do drug testing, and it's just random, right? You pop up anytime, any place, you know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, so VADA, they're on a whole different level. So with athletes, so yeah, they're gonna pop up randomly, and do they also do hair follicle too, or just is it blood and urine?
Just blood and urine. As far as like them popping up, like the only thing I wouldn't want them to do is pop up at the gym or strength and conditioning, because it literally takes like 45 minutes.
It's
and
1 hour,
like,
yeah.
yeah. So when Nonito's in the gym, like, we have a set like private gym time. It's 2 hours. You pull out one of those, his whole training schedule's off, because right after him is Jesse's private gym time. So I mean, that's the only inconvenience, like I said.
Yeah, you guys are definitely on a schedule. I can imagine, with everything that's got going on. So I understand, like 30 minutes to an hour it's taken out from, you probably need more hours in the day, actually.
Well, I just think if it was a faster system, like, it'd be easy, right? But considering how long and drawn, there's so much paperwork. They're trying to change it into like it's like the hospital paperwork, right? It's like a white copy, pink copy, and a yellow
highlighted.
copy. Yeah, all handwritten. So it's like, okay,
Yeah,
I take this and I have to sign it too because I'm the witness or whatever. And then, you match up the barcodes. It's a process.
I have a question. Like, Nonito is now like, the elder statesman in boxing. He's up there with Triple G, but unlike Triple G, like, I give Donaire a really good shot at, winning this fight. Like, I don't think Triple G is going to beat Canelo, kind of thing. Full disclosure, one of my brother from another helped prepare Nonito for the Guillermo fight, and he didn't get the result in that fight. But from a person who's been in his corner, what do you think is like? How do you rate Nonito today versus Nonito back then, and what do you think his best attribute is like now?
Well, so let me go back to the Rigondeaux fight. The one thing that really kind of changed his mentality in the Rigondeaux fight was, I can't remember what date the fight was in April. It had to have been February. He had gotten a scan on his shoulder in Las Vegas. And they said that the guy who was going down, reading the interpretation of the scan, had said that he had gotten a tear, and that if he throws a punch the wrong way, it can be career ending. Nonito was still hard-headed then and refused to get a second opinion. And so he was like, I got to protect my shoulder. So I saw him changing in sparring, being more protective about how he threw. And so when he was fighting Rigondeaux, that was on his mind. Immediately after Rigondeaux, he got it corrected. But in the correction, that surgeon that was we actually went back to the Bay to do the surgery. That surgeon after had told him, he's like, who the hell told you that you would, end your career? And the guy said, and he's like, this guy in Vegas. And he's like, no, it wasn't going to affect your fight. It's a micro tear. And he's like, and we'll fix it. So immediately after the Rigondeaux, he had it fixed.
Rachel.
Sorry, what was the other question after that? There was another question.
Rachel, this is H Money. Debo wants to know, how did you meet Nonito?
I'm gonna tell you he was hitting on me. He's gonna tell you it was the other way around.
Yeah, we always do.
It was as fighters we don't get to see our friends very often. So I had a after party at Taste Ultra Lounge in San Jose, and Danity Kane was performing and everything. There was he couldn't get in. It was 11 o'clock. He was, I don't know if you guys remember, but there was a female boxer named by Anna Hulaton. She was a Filipina from the Bay too. She was from Oakland. Anyway, she couldn't make it. She was preparing for a fight, and she was training out of the same gym as Nonito. So she was like, "Oh, I was gonna go to my girlfriend's party tonight, but I can't go. You should go." And he was like, okay. So him and his friends, because I knew one of her friends that was going to, brought Nonito. And he walked in. Well, first he couldn't get in, so his friend was trying to call me. And then I told him to walk to the front. But Mario from Premier Round, it was a magazine then. I don't think it's a magazine anymore, but Mario's still in the industry. I see him all the time. He saw Nonito, walked him to the front, past me. And I stood there. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. And my friend was like, what's up? I was like, did he just walk past me? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, all right, whatever. He goes, no, let me introduce you. So they introduce us. He says, nice to meet you. I was like, nice to meet you. And he was like, congratulations on your win. I'm like, thanks. And then he turned his back on me. And I was like, this fool. I'm like, I'm out.
Who does he think he is?
Exactly. Yeah. And you have to remember, like, the Bay had so many champions, right? So many UFC guys there too. So it was like, oh, he's one of those guys. Okay. All right. I guess he turned around when I walked away and he was like, God, what a bitch. And we talk about it to this day. I'm like, what was I supposed to do? Sit there and wait like a dog? Like, sorry, no. And so, yeah, so our life has always been, it's always been a competition. We always try to one up each other. We go to the gym. We try to outwork each other. Everything we do has always been like this fun little game. But the one thing he can't argue is that he was the one to first say I love you. He was the one that wanted me to move in with him in a short time. He was the one that would drive across the San Mateo Bridge to see me every day.
Don't throw him out there like that. Don't throw him out there like that.
Yeah, there's somebody on this panel that has a San Mateo Bridge out there in the backyard. I can go look at it right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he was living on East 14th Street. So when he asked me to move in with him, I didn't know it was on East 14th Street. So that's when I got all the rules of, okay.
International Boulevard.
Yeah. He's like, you are not allowed to pump your gas at night. You are not allowed to open the door. Even if they say they're FedEx, like, leave it at the front door. And of course I didn't listen. I was, all of them like, what are you talking about? Because I lived in San Mateo Hills. So I'm like, what? We leave our garage door open. We leave the car unlocked and all that. So he's like,
the neighbors say hi.
Yeah, neighbors say hi. You've known them for years. I remember when he came visiting he dropped me off really late last night, for one night after a club. And then he's like, oh my God, there's a car accident. Someone had, ran into a parked car. And then the next morning he came back and he was like, oh, I stopped to talk to the policeman. And I was like, why? He goes, I just told him I saw the car there already crashed last night when I dropped you off. I go, okay, what'd he say? He goes, the weirdest thing. He said the person who crashed into the car left a note with their insurance information and their contact. And I was like, does that happen in Oakland? He's like, hell no, it doesn't.
Never. Yeah. And you're like, what is that's normal, right?
Yeah. I was like, this is an everyday thing. Like, so I mean, it's been fun to get used to, but I mean, we come from totally two different worlds. But it's worked. It's worked. He'll always tell you I don't have street smarts, but
and that's a great thing.
Sometimes that works. Sometimes it's a good thing. Yeah, it works out.
Go ahead, EJ. Salute EJ, what's going on, my brother?
Hey, what's up, right side? How you doing? First of all, let me start off with I'm a big fan of your husband, and I consider him one of the pound for pound greats. That being said, I do have a question. Since the last time that Nonito faced off against Inoue, we all know how that fight went. Has he absorbed all that information from that fight, and what kind of changes has he made that you think that will have a different outcome with the next time they meet? Has he made any drastic changes?
Yes.
She can't give the secrets away. Sorry,
Well, I
go
mean,
ahead.
like, if we just look at the last two fights, right? It was different. It was calculated. Even with Obali, with him being was a 3-1 underdog. The only reason I know the underdogs is because me and my dad play bet side, and Nonito doesn't ever know about it. So even like with someone like Ubali, we studied it a lot. We, made sure that he honestly, like, everybody sees it. Like, when he started falling in love with his power, he forgot how to box. And so we just practiced over and over. When COVID hit, it was honestly a blessing for Nonito, because first of all, you couldn't go anywhere. And so second, so you had the opportunity to work on yourself, to really sit down and look. And he didn't have a fight coming up because of COVID. So he had time to rest and then really, really look at all the tapes. And then with Inoue, because that was the path, we knew he wasn't going to give us a rematch. There should be no reason he would without us having a belt. So the Ubali fight was the one that Nonito wanted, and Richard made it happen because he had sparred with Ubali. Forgot who he was fighting, but he was in Vegas. Roy Jones called Nonito, asked him if he could spar Ubali southpaw, and Nonito sparred Ubali southpaw. And he was like, no. He's like, I can see what he's doing already. He's like, I can beat him in a fight. And I was like, all right, okay. So we went for that. But he's just overall, I think he forgot how to box along the way. He forgot a lot of his movement, and just working on that in the last two fights, I can see a drastic improvement on his reactions and how he's moving a lot more.
You know what? That was a sort of a microcosm to the question that you forgot. It was, what do you think he's improved on from the fighter you see today from that Rigo fight? That was the question.
Like I said, like the Rigo fight, like I felt he stood there. He was looking for that one punch knockout. He wasn't setting it up anymore. And I, and it didn't help that he just kept moving up in weight and then still having, good knockouts. So he felt like he was like, oh, apparently I can give one and I can take one and I can do this whole game back and forth. So as far as that, I just, like I said, I think he just forgot how to box. So remember, this is still the sweet science at the end of the day. And there is a basis and foundation that all these boxers learned. Whether or not they take it into the professionals because they had an amateur background is a different story. A lot of amateurs try to change their style as they come up into the pros. So I think it was just, like I said, I think it wasn't so much as that he changed. It was a huge reminder in the last couple fights that he needed to box.
And so, Rachel, we appreciate this insight that you're giving us. I saw a comment or a question in the chat for you, and they were asking, did you see any of the fights this weekend? And what were your thoughts on them, specifically the Garcia to go fight and the Lubin Fundora fight? What were your thoughts on those fights, if you saw them?
Honestly, I didn't. I've been working so much lately on long hours on some of the projects I've been working on. Where all of last week, I think I went to bed at 12:30 every night, woke up at 5. And had to hit the gym with him and then the kids and all that stuff and getting them ready for spring break. And then, like I said, now sparring's coming up more. He wants more sparring. and all this other stuff that I felt like I just needed a break. I don't think we've had a break since, the Ubali. If you look at it, it was like Rodriguez, right? He was supposed to fight Rodriguez at the end of 2020. That fell through. So that whole camp was wasted. And then we were supposed to fight Ubali in February. That fell all the way back to May. So we were in the gym still. And I say in the gym, not complete camp, but still sticking to a schedule of, okay, if we're not going to be boxing, then we're going to go run. We're going to go do this. We're going to do strength training. We're going to do, plyometrics, whatever. And then after Bali was we were planning for August, for Casemiro. And then Jesse was supposed to fight in October, September. That got pushed. So we were so basically what I'm saying is we haven't been out of the circuit for about almost going on 2 years. And I think this week I really hit a wall, and I literally just said time out. I was like, I don't want to talk about boxing. This is literally the first YouTube that I've listened to ever since my Friday to Sunday hiatus from the world. So no, I didn't watch it. No, Nito didn't watch it. We spent time together, which we're always together, but we haven't really spent time together.
Yeah.
So
Gotcha.
But I heard it's super exciting. I heard a lot of the fights were amazing. We saw highlights, but we like to watch the whole fight. So I'm sure it'll take us all week to get through all the fights this weekend.
So forgive me, I'm not. This is my first time hearing, and maybe I misinterpreted what you were saying about how you guys hooked up. But it sounds like you were a fighter yourself. Is that what I'm hearing?
I was so at the age of 8, I got into Taekwondo because of my dad, and at how old was I? At 12, I went to state championships, and from that point on, I won nationals every year until I got on, became of age to be on the national team. Then I was on the military U.S. team, and the collegiate U.S. team, and I made Philippine national team numerous times as well.
And I'm sorry, are they separated in weight classes? And if so, what division did you compete in?
I was in the 101, 97 to 101 pounders.
That's up.
So when I met Nonito, I was still fighting, and one thing that made it extremely clear, having 2 fighters in the household was never going to work. We would cut weight. We would go on dates to the sauna because we would have to cut weight, and he'd make a deal with me. Okay, we're gonna run. We're gonna hit the sauna. Lose 5 pounds. We'll go to dinner. I'm like, okay. Well, guess who loses 5 pounds and guess who doesn't? I might lose 2. And so I would cry, and he's like, why are you crying? I was like, I just want apple chimney cheesecake from Applebee's. That's all I want. And I'm like dying in the corner because I'm hungry, and I can't. He can lose 7 pounds in one workout. I can't.
Wow.
Yeah. So as with 2 warrior parents, are you guys trying to raise like scientists and politicians? Or is this like gladiator school at your house?
Let's see. I mean, both, really. My parents always raised me to have like such a plethora of different activities and have me choose. Jarrell, our eldest, if you've watched there's a YouTube video where he's punching. He's technically sound, but he walked into arena at a really early age, and it was unfair for him. He was in a Taekwondo tournament at the age of 5, and people found out he was there, and there was newscasts from Vegas that were in front of his face, and it was too much for him. And so he hasn't wanted to fight since, but he still trains with his dad. So I don't know how he'd be if he got like hit in the face. I knew how he fought in Taekwondo. He was amazing, but he wasn't upset or scared, but I still haven't seen him. Not that I want to see him get hit in the face, but they're competitive. Both of them are competitive. And I think that's really what if he wants to, he knows it's going to be hard. He sees how much we train. That's like kind of the best thing about COVID is they saw us training all the time. This week they'll be at the boxing gym with us. And it's, we instill in them, like, if whatever you pick, you just have to do it with all your heart, like not half. Don't tell me you want to be a champion and then you're TikToking all day. It's one or the other. You have to have priorities, and these boys know they have priorities. I'm extremely I set the bar high for them, and I give them a blueprint. They know that they're not supposed to come ask mom if they can have their iPad, and these are 6 and 8 year olds, okay? And that they can have their iPad on a weekday if their grades are not all up, and if their chores aren't done, meaning they have to vacuum the house already, clean the table, made sure the dogs are fed, set their book bags for tomorrow, all their homework's done, and blah, 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 blah. And they do it every day. They know what's expected. Jarrell cries if he gets something off on his test. He cried when he got 3rd place in a triathlon, and he trained 4 weeks for it when he was 6.
Wow. I got. What are your plans? What's Nonito's plans as far as once this fight is done and over with, and let's say your husband wins, hopefully, with all luck and all the skill that you win against Inoue. What's his plans after that? Does he plan on retiring, or is he going to stick around for a while longer? I mean, because looking at it realistically, and please don't take this the wrong way, he is getting up there in age. And do you feel for his well-being and him being able to go in these long drawn out battles? Because the last fight he had with Inoue was like, that was a banger for sure. How does that work? Is he planning on going out with a bang and hopefully leaving with a number of belts, or is he going to stay for a while?
He said that he's going to stay as long as he has the drive to wake up and train. And I respect that enough to know that he, with him finding why he's in boxing, with his passion about being in boxing and the science of it now, I know he'll tell me when it's time. Like when it becomes a job again, when it isn't as fun anymore. We're comfortable where he doesn't need to. Like I said, like the contracts I've been working on and stuff like that, and my projects, like it's never ending for me. So he doesn't need to, and he knows that I've had this talk with him. The only time that I will step in is when I see him doing stupid stuff, like the Darchinian rematch, the part 2, where he was taking shots that weren't needed. Of course, I told him, like, I have to deal with you. If anything happens to you, I have to deal with you, right? And that comes with any head damage as well. So, I mean, as far as like where the age goes, I'm not that concerned about it. I mean, I'm looking at these kids that we're going up against. I'm looking at kids that we're not even going up against, kids that are in the industry that can't focus on boxing. They're focusing on everything else. And I'm watching them age themselves. There's a reason why people age themselves, and it's a lot to do with the fact that they can't be disciplined enough to cut weight or to maintain a healthy weight and a healthy lifestyle, that all those factors age you. If you take their telomeres, it'll tell you that they're probably older than Nonito because of the alcohol abuse and the lack of self-discipline when it comes to gaining 50 pounds in between fights and then cutting it all in 3-4 weeks, dehydrating themselves and all this stuff. So I mean, it doesn't scare me until I see that he isn't performing. And I'll see that way before the fight. I'll see that in the gym. I'll see it at sparring. I'll see it in his body movement. I'll see it when he wakes up, if he's, gets out of bed and he's holding his back or he's limping. Like, I'll see all those signs way before that.
And so with Nonito being, I believe 39 now, correct?
Yes.
With him being, do you ever worry about overtraining? I know, especially when you have long layoffs and kind of like you were explaining before, there was a period of time. I know his last fight was, I believe, in December of last year, if I'm not mistaken. But do you ever worry about him overtraining or being too dedicated and loving that work? Because once again, like you said, as long as you love to get up and train and to spar and do those type of things, man, keep fighting. But do you ever worry about him overtraining?
No, because he has a watch that we track it. And so basically it tells you the exact amount of his heart rate, where his heart rate is, how fast it's dropping, what his training expenditure is. And when it tells you the training expenditure, it tells you how much rest hours you're supposed to have. So in a week, you're only supposed to have, the training expenditure is on a rate from 1 to 5. You should only have 5.0 days. That's at max. So 2 days a week, you're going at the max that your body can ever push. And usually it'll tell you that you need a 48-hour rest to properly recover. So I base it a lot off of science. And you can't argue data. So he does take rest days, and he listens. For example, the other day he wanted to go 8 rounds on his first sparring, and I told him to pull back. We still had 10 weeks. So when he listened, I was like, no, and his sparring partner listens too. It was Angelo Leo. I love Angelo Leo. I love his dad. They're so great people. But so when I said no, we're done, they're like, all right, coach, all right, okay, and they didn't push it.
So he once again, the chess master is in his corner. A beautiful thing. I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
You know what? As a chess master, I would like for you to, put your business, your blazer back on, and to borrow your term, plethora. There's a plethora of double-edged swords when it comes to the sport of boxing and the business of boxing. What is your, like, right now? Nonito is on PBC, and a lot of the American, at least the American viewing public, the way they consume boxing is through the PBC. But as a result of that, there's a lot of scrutiny being placed on the PBC and a lot of maybe ill will towards them. As a guy who's been on part of so many, great, like iconic fights and, broadcasts and promotional organizations, what is it that you really like about the PBC, and where do you think the sport is going to go? What do you see the future of this thing happening? Not just PBC, but just boxing promotion in general and fighters' place in it.
So it's interesting you're asking me about PBC, because Nonito's a Probellum fighter. Before he was a Probellum fighter, he was a Ring Star fighter. He's never been signed to PBC.
Excellent.
I do got a question for you, and it's not me trying to get into your finances, but more into the frustration factor as far as the differences in pay rate that the lighter weight fighters such as your husband and Chocolatitos and stuff like that. Does it frustrate you guys at any point where you guys have put the most entertaining fights, the most heartfelt fights, these fights that people will remember for the rest of their lives, these fights that are historic? Does it frustrate you to any degree that the money that is tallied out to you all is nowhere near the amount that, let's say, the more prestigious weights get? Does it bother you? Because I know, as a fan, not that I want to get into your pockets, but as a fan, it bothers me that they're not showing you guys enough appreciation. Does it also bother you?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I feel like sometimes, they're not getting appreciated for what they do, and I feel like that's the promoter's job, to be able to put them on the best platforms and to give them the money that they deserve, because they are bringing they're bringing eyeballs to the sport. Um, Unfortunately, where we are in this time is the squeakiest wheel is the one that's getting the oil. And as we know, Nonito isn't that one. He's not that one that's going to go out. And the same thing with Chocolatito. They're not the ones that are going to trash the sport. They're not the ones that are going to disrespect anyone and make a mockery of the sport. And unfortunately, because of that, you don't get that controversial eyeballs, right? You see a lot of these guys that they get on TMZ because they got in a street fight or whatever. But that the amount of traction that gets in comparison to where or another press conference where they get in fights, and then you get Nonito who's interpreting for his opponent, and that doesn't get traction. I mean, that just tells you that unfortunately, instead of being able or figuring out how to promote the younger the lighter weight fighters and the ones that aren't fitting that mold that you want them to do by getting into controversies, if you can't promote them, then you're not really doing your job right.
Rachel Rakesh, he wants to know, did Nonito Donaire go to the same middle school as Manny Pacquiao? Is that true?
No, Manny, I don't know if Manny was even in school, but I know his best friend Boo Boy was a student of his mom's because his mom was a teacher, and Boo Boy, his best friend, actually had to take Nonito to the bathroom and wipe his butt.
Okay, Rachel, Little Penny wants to know, he said when Manny Pacquiao and Nonito were in their primes in the early 2010s, why didn't Manny Pacquiao endorse Nonito, both in the Philippines and in America? He said, was it because Nonito didn't sign with Manny Pacquiao Promotions?
Manny Pacquiao Promotions wasn't established until 2012, I believe, the last time I checked their documentation. In the US, as far as a promotion. Then they continued their promotion in the Philippines, but it's no longer a operational corporation in the US. As far as that's concerned, the thing is that there's a lot of layers to not Manny Pacquiao himself, but his camp and the people that surround him. There's usually an entourage of about 50 to 75 people. All those people get free housing and board and per diem every day. And going there before, I remember when Nonito was contemplating it, we had came into, Nonito is a very simple type of person. You don't see him with a huge entourage. And if we go into an entourage and this guy is talking about that guy, who's talking about that guy, who's talking about that guy, and these all people have hands in your business, it really isn't something we wanted to be involved with, not out of disrespect, not disrespectful to Manny, but he is one portion of Manny Pacquiao Promotions, of MP Promotions, right? All these other people, their roles in the promotional are the people you're going to have to deal with. And if there's unrest between the employees or associates of it, it's only going to make things complicated for Nonito. So that's pretty much the reason why you don't see us like going to Manny's room or anything like that. First of all, Nonito doesn't like to go Manny's room because it's fight week. He doesn't need to go and bother him. That's how Nonito feels like. He doesn't want to be an irritation because he knows how many people, go and bother him. And then second, we didn't know who we could trust within that organization.
So let me ask you this, Rachel. Let me ask you this. the Gabal, and I know I mess names up on a regular basis, so I apologize. Gabalio. That's what I'm gonna call it. Gabalio. That was Gabai. Okay. When I first saw that fight, seeing that the young kid, he's a great fighter. He's a very great fighter, and it almost seemed like that fight was supposed to be a passing of the torch type fight. You know what I mean? And for Nonito to go out there and do what he did, for him to stop him, especially to the body, I believe. Yeah, I know it was a body shot, but I just thought it showed the greatness in Nonito. Can you speak on that fight and as far as how you guys looked at that fight versus kind of how it was portrayed to the public? Because like I said, when I first saw it, I think that the machines were pushing Gabalio, and I think that he was supposed to be in position to win that fight. But for Nonito to step up like he did, it was amazing. It was incredible. And can you speak to that? Can you speak to how you guys looked at that fight and what you guys' thoughts were?
Well, let me rewind it back to the Ubali fight then. When we were doing the what is it, the behind the scenes camera stuff and the interview questions for the Ubali fight, I remember that he was getting interviewed and I was pacing behind the camera, and finally, one of the corner guys, Tony, came up to me and goes, "What?" And I go, "I'm going to punch him in the face right now." And he's like, "What's wrong?" And I go, I was like, just stop the interview. So he went and stopped the interview. The producer came over, or the person who was asking the questions, and they're like, "I'm sorry, is there something wrong?" I'm like, "Yeah. Are we doing a retirement party? Or are you going to ask him questions about why he's fighting Ubali, what he sees about Ubali, what has he changed since the last fight that he's fought, et cetera, et cetera." I was like, "You have asked him everything about retirement." I was like, "So what are you trying to tell us?" I was like,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and that was the thing. The way that fight was being pushed, it just seemed like everybody was looking for the torch to be passed. Okay, we have this great legend, and now we got the next coming great legend, and we're looking for this individual to defeat Nonito. You know what I'm saying? That's what it seemed like as far as what the media was putting out there. And for him to go in, I believe it was a fifth. Was it a fifth round stoppage? I think it was a fifth round stoppage. And
the bio
fourth round. And for him to stop him to the butt like he did, I mean, man, it was very impressive. And I mean, I've been a fan of him, but it's hard for me to speak on exactly how I felt about it, because it seemed like everybody was kind of already saying, "You're done for. It's over. Your reign is over." And he went out there and was like, "No, I'm still active. I'm out here." And hey, man, salute to him for it, man. Much love for that, because I mean, he's standing on his square. And I know I was listening to an interview, and he was talking about how, hey, I feel as good as I've ever felt. And from what we've seen in the ring, man, he looks fantastic. So it just was interesting that it seemed like that was what the media was trying to push, was that passing of the torch. And it ended up being the complete opposite. The torch bearer said, "No, I'm still here, and I'm gonna keep rocking with, or I'm gonna keep rocking with this torch until y'all take it from me." Salute salute to Nonito for that, man. I love it.
Yeah, I think people they like to make their own narrative, and it's up to you if you want to buy into it or not. And he didn't, and I didn't. That's for damn sure. That's why when they did that interview, I was like, they're like, "So you want us to start the interview again? We already, took down the lights." I was like, "I can care less if you took down the lights." I was like, "Do it again." And I made it known to, their networks. I was like, "Not happy with whoever you sent. Don't ever send that person back here again." And it was a different person for the Gabalio fight. They didn't ask us those questions, but that story was still circulated. It's always going to be circulating, for whatever their reason, as far as about age and things like that. We've seen people do amazing things. We've seen someone like Tom Brady do amazing things in the sport. It's healthy. It's lifestyle. It's a lot of lifestyle. You can be an 80-year-old and in in bed and not walking anymore, or you could be that one that is still lifting weights and being active and amazing. There's ones that can't, that their brain is deteriorating at the age of 80, and then there's ones that I've known at 80 graduating law school, having his 5th degree in college because he's using his brain to stay young. So it's, people want to put you in a box. I've been put in a box more than once in boxing. I just don't believe the narrative. Their narrative's not mine.
And it's great to have somebody like y'all who goes against that narrative, and I know the narrative has taken over so many different narratives. Let me put it that way, have taken over the sport, but that's one where your husband stood there and was like, "No, I'm the torchbearer, and I'm holding this motherfucker until y'all tell me something otherwise." Salute, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think he said it best. He's like, "I'm not passing this torch to anyone. If they want it, they're gonna have to come and get it."
Damn straight. That's how it should be. No, I don't. I'm sorry if I ask a bunch of questions, but but how did you guys feel? First of all, if you had watched Chocolatito's last fight with Martinez, and in the degree to which the lesson he taught to a very good young fighter, and just being able to show the difference in skill levels after that fight. And it was being discussed, or from what I heard, it was being discussed that he might be going up to a different weight class, possibly to be able to fight Nonito or Inoue. I mean, first of all, I understand the difficulty, even though the weight level is not that much different to the smaller fighter like that. It's a huge thing. I understand that. But how did you guys take that information? How does that, I mean, because I have a great deal of respect. I also consider Chocolatito one of the pound for pound greats as well, along with your husband. How does that make you feel that that type of competition is willing to move up and wait just to fight the best of the best? And do you consider someone like a Chocolatito coming up from that weight a definite threat or not?
So I want to say that I feel like Chocolatito might have felt like he could go up in weight due to the fact that Martinez didn't even come in on weight, right? So being able to think about, like, if this guy was actually a pound heavier or so, like, we would have been in the 118s already, pretty much. Now whether or not that's why he thought that way, I don't know, but I think that might have something to do with it. With Chocolatito wanting to move up into the 118s, I don't. The problem with that is Nonito wants to fight at 115 because that's the division that he only got an interim in, and he didn't get the full belt. So I don't think it would be as, I mean, of course it would still be an amazing fight because of, they're both future Hall of Famers. They've both done amazing in their careers. But it's only pretty and sparkly to Nonito because of the belt in the 115.
Well, yeah, it's all about the belts and the Benjamins. But I appreciate. I just want to let you know this, and please pass this on to your husband. I appreciate the fact that these lighter weight champions, these lighter weight gladiators, and they are so willing to give the public and the boxing fans, the even the average boxing fans, the fights they want at these lighter weights. Why is it, in your opinion, and possibly your husband's opinion, that the more popular, quote unquote, weights don't put that much into it, like like your husband does, or like a Chocolatito or a Nue or any of these great fighters? Why is it that they don't do what you guys do? And you guys do it with such flair and class and with such grandeur. Why is it such a difficult thing, in your opinion, for these higher weights, for them to put that much heart and effort into it? Because I see your husband, and you can tell he puts his all into the fight. He leaves nothing. He there's no he. I see him leave it all right there. And do you have any opinion on that, or anything to say about that?
I don't know if it's the weight divisions per se. That I think it's a personality and what word am I looking for? It's based on personality type, and in addition to the fact of where their priorities are. Like I said before, a lot of these fighters these days have a lot of distractions, not distractions that they don't ask for, but distractions that they create themselves. If they want to be a boxer and they want to be a world champion, they have to, I feel like they should act like one. But in addition to, they have to put, the hours and attention to what they want. But we see a lot of distraction these days. We see a lot of partying and showing it off. We see a lot of purchasing stupid stuff for absolutely no reason. And we see a lot of more time spent on proving to people on social media that they have everything, that they're living their best life. But when it comes to the ring, there's numerous excuses of why they didn't show up, or why they weren't at camp the next day, or whatever it is. It literally just comes down to the person and how bad they want it. Because if they wanted it bad enough, who cares about TikTok?
Does it bother you at all, though, when you see some of these fighters act the way they do, and yet your husband acting the way he does, Chocolatito, and the group I'm talking about, compared to these other groups? Does it? What's the word I'm looking for? Does it concern you that it might leave what they're doing, these higher weight individuals, what they're doing is somehow putting a negative stamp or a foul taste to the sport of boxing? Because I had left boxing myself for about 20 years because I didn't like what was going on. You understand the question, I'm hoping.
No, yeah. I completely do. So it's kind of twofold for me. It doesn't bother me what they're doing now, only because, the people like Nonito and Chocolatito, their legacy is going to be cemented 20 to 30 years from now. Nobody's going to be talking about the clowns and what they're doing and what they were wearing, or what they did at the press conference and all that fun little hype that they were doing. Nobody's going to care. It's going to be drowned out. So in that retrospect, I'm not really worried about it. What does worry me is that the ones that had done it before, about 10 to 15 years ago, had influenced this new generation of boxers. And they're seeing that as a shortcut way to be noticed, and be noticed for the wrong reasons. So as far as, having two boys that are growing up in this generation and in this society, and having people spotlighted for and almost praised, right? And I say praised because their views go up, their followers go up, whether or not it's haters or actual fans, they still are getting the attention, and that attention is giving them more ammo to keep doing what they're doing. They're getting the worst positive, consequence for it's not a consequence, it's benefits. They're getting the worst benefits for bad action. And with that being said, and on that side of the game, yes, I don't like it. I think it's everyone now is trying to be like Floyd, and they're not Floyd. I'm sorry. Stop flashing stuff. I mean, it's just silly to me. Like it literally is. And then when I hear boxers that have an amazing career, and we know what they accomplished or what they've been making. And let's not even just say the $1 million paydays. Let's look at a $300 payday. Let's look at $100,000 payday. Okay, let's look at $100,000 payday. $100,000 payday twice a year is still $200,000. That's still a lot more than a lot of the average people make. Even if you did it three times a year, even more power to you. That's more than $500,000 a year. But they kill it based on buying stupid, flashy stuff that becomes liabilities more than it does investments. And then they wonder why they don't have any money in the bank, why there's nothing giving them a return on their investment, because they buy liabilities more than they buy investments.
God.
Yeah, and then when it's time for necessary surgeries, they don't have the money in the bank to get the surgery they need. I agree with everything you just said, Rachel. I gotta and I'm gonna ask this, and this is all tongue in cheek when I ask this question. Okay, so don't Nonito. One thing I love, I look at him as what we would say back in the old days. I'm not even that old, just to be honest, but we would call him a real champion. He's been in fights, he's lost fights, but he's always been able to rebound off of losses. You said something earlier where everybody wants to be Mayweather. One thing about Mayweather that I dislike is that that protecting that O has become so important in the sport of boxing when we're looking at the fighters we see today. Because they're trying to protect that O, we don't see the best fights. What is it in Nonito that it's a different, and it's that he has that old school mindset of, I'm not worried about losing, I just want to fight the best. That's what I get from him, you know what I mean? So what is it in him that we're not seeing in these modern day fighters? I think he's in a different era, just to be quite honest. I think he's a generation before what we're seeing today. And so what is it in him that gives him that mindset? And I don't know if you can answer this question or not, but that gives him that mindset of, man, forget losing. My name gonna stand because I fought the best. I always put on a great show. It wasn't about my wins and losses. It was me fighting the best. And I think that's one of the reasons he's definitely a Hall of Famer in my opinion. And so what do you think about that? And what is that mindset like, or being around somebody with that mindset?
Well, I mean, first of all, he already, right? His second pro fight, he lost. So he already got that out of the way. A lot of these guys are trying to protect that perfection. Problem in being in perfection is that you can't, how do you grow from perfection? If you believe you're perfection, how do you grow from it? And when you lose, you end up growing. You start to see what flaws you had to work on. Why did you lose? Could it have been avoided? You know, let's be honest, some of these fights, it couldn't have been avoided. The guy was that much better than you. And no matter how many rematches you have, you're not going to come on top. But even if that happens, are you better for losing for him because it brought you that drive and bringing you back to the gym to look at what you did wrong, that another person that you would have fought or the next person you're going to fight, you're even better to fight them, right? So I don't necessarily agree with, not having losses. Losses are what makes you. They're what grows you. You don't grow in perfection. And I think that's part of the reason why a lot of these guys are trying to protect it. A lot of it, and then again, a lot of it is trying to be like Floyd.
Yeah.
It really is.
And the thing I think is that trying to be like Floyd, that's all good and well. I'm not against it. Hey, go learn the sweet science and be the best you can be. I'm with it. But I do think that those guys that's protecting that and I look at a Teofimo Lopez. He lost, and then now it's hard for him to accept that loss. You know what I mean? From the different interviews and things we've been hearing from him, he hasn't accepted that loss. And if you don't accept it, then you can't grow from it. I hope that these guys fight each other, and there are losers, because even if you lose, we're not throwing you out the window. The greatest fighters in history outside of Floyd Mayweather have lost fights. They have all lost fights. And it's such a growing opportunity, but it seems that with this new day and age, I'd rather cherry pick and not fight the best to protect that O. And I'm not growing as much as I could be growing, going up against a fighter who does present challenges for me. Man, I hate to see it that way, but that's exactly what we're seeing. But
well, I think but part of that is right. Like, so there's another twofold, because with Teofimo's loss, when he was talking after the fight, it wasn't accepting it. It wasn't taking it with humility. It was, I won the fight. And, for whatever reason, he believed it. But does he believe it because he really believed it, or did his dad, and I'm not saying this in any disrespectful way, but was his dad telling him that? Because I remember in the corner, he was telling him that he was winning. So if someone else is telling you the narrative and you completely believe their narrative, then you're having an issue, right? Especially when the truth comes to play. No, you lost the fight, but you're not listening, and you're not trying to be humble and try to grow from this experience. He could have taken that loss and said, you know what, I had some health issues. It is what it is, but we'll meet again, and then go back to the drawing board. But because this is the second fold, is they're so built on social media hype. They are loving it when the fans give them the love, but when it turns on you, can you handle that weight? And a lot of these people can't.
Man, and
817. Before you go in, I actually have a question, because I'm gonna let you guys get back to it, but like Rachel so far tonight has given us like nothing but gold, nothing but fire. Like, as a I'm in 510, 415, all that stuff. Like, you put on, I was on East 14th earlier today, San Leandro side, but I'm just saying. I've seen the manager from you. I've seen the mother in you. I've seen the wife in you. I've seen all kinds of hats you've worn throughout the course of this discussion. And I would like to just have you put on the fighter hat one more time.
Okay.
In your opinion, as a fighter, what do you see are the flaws from Monster Inoue, to talk about this fight that Nonito has coming up? And one of the things that I think, is the biggest fight from the little guys in boxing.
Okay, well, I can't tell you what I've been seeing, but we've been breaking him down to the utmost detail. The only thing I can tell you is I think that his opposition coming all the way up to Nonito hasn't been he hasn't had very much hurdles and trials to have to face. He fought so many people that he knocked out because he was very confident. There isn't a reason he shouldn't be, but people had his opponents also bought into that hype. And when they did, they discredited themselves and didn't show up with their best self either. That being said, one of the things I think he does lack is experience in going 12 rounds, because he hasn't really experienced that lately. He forgot how it felt. In that, like I said, I'm taking down all the tapes. I've watched so many fights of him, and showed it to Nonito, and different clips and things like that. I can't go into it, but I think I'll write it down and timestamp it, so then after the fight I could be like, see, told you.
Yeah, that's
yeah, we don't want you to like to ruin it for yourselves. And I totally get I get what you're saying. Simple question, simple one. All right, the pause, good or bad for boxing in your opinion?
Business wise, I think they're good. Them bringing, Amanda Serrano and the Katie Taylor fight together is a huge help for women's boxing. I would rather them be almost an opener for for a actual boxing match, because it will bring different eyes to the sport of boxing. Now, do I feel like they should be in real boxing? I would ask them to have some integrity and keep the integrity of the sport. You want to be called a boxer, you want to say that you're a boxer and all this stuff, then make the weight, fight other guys that are actually boxers in the same weight division, and don't cherry pick football players, basketball players, or whatever, because that's complete BS. Like, if you want to be a boxer, you fight boxers, active boxers at the chosen weight division, and you make the weight, and you do every single thing that all the other boxers do.
Yeah,
not this shortcut.
Facts.
You need to scream that on a bullhorn.
Yeah, right. Clap sounds, air horns, all that. Like everything, 100%.
Rachel, though, when you just brought up something I really want your opinion on. So you brought up the Serrano Taylor fight, right? And I'm gonna bring up from what I'm hearing, the Clarissa Shield Marshall fight is gonna be made sometime in the summer. What do you think about those two fights? Who do you have in both of those fights? And what are your thoughts on those fights?
The Clarissa Shields Marshall fight, I'm gonna have to look at Marshall. I haven't watched her. I've watched Clarissa, of course. But to give a scientific explanation on why I think what, I can't give you that on that fight. But the Amanda Serrano versus Katie Taylor fight, as long as Katie boxes and doesn't get into a slugfest with Amanda, I think she stands a really, really good chance. I wasn't impressed with Amanda Serrano with her last fight. I think she took a lot of shots that she shouldn't have. She didn't show a sweet side. She showed a slugger, a real, it almost was like a street fight. I hit you, you hit me. I hit you, you hit me. And she did take those shots, but again, is that the point of the game? If that's the point of the game, I don't necessarily. I might as well just watch a sword fight at that point. But I didn't feel like she was slick. She was square against that girl, and she was lucky that girl didn't have power, because that girl was catching her with easy shots that she was just walking into, and that girl was supposed to be heavier, but
and in that fight, nothing but come forward. I mean, she came forward the entire time throwing punches. I agree. If there was any power behind any of those shots, she could have been in trouble. There was no power there. My apologies. Continue.
No, there was no power. And then, when Amanda was coming in, it wasn't set up in the proper way. She came in with a lot of short range shots because she was able to walk just in, right? The other girl's jab wasn't effective. It wasn't stopping her a lot of the time. So she would just come over with whether it was an overhand and then follow up with a hook, then a bunch of body shots, a lot of looping punches. And it wasn't what I'm used to, being, around Nonito, being around other boxers. It's, the jab is so underutilized, I feel like right now, because people want to get that knockout, that they forget that the key to everything is setting it up. And the first key is that jab. She wasn't using it. She just came in with bolo punches left and right, and for the worst of it, the other girl she didn't have enough power to take her out with those shots that she was landing cleanly.
And I agree. First off, the jab is the most important punch in boxing. That's I agree with that. In the Katie Taylor Serrano fight that's coming up, the one thing that makes me nervous about, I think Serrano is going to have a very similar game plan as far as coming forward and slugging. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think she's worried about Katie Taylor's power. And so if it ends up being a boxing match, then I can see Katie Taylor winning it. But I don't think it's going to end up being a boxing match. I think it's going to end up being a fight. And I like Serrano in the fight.
Well, and that's the thing. You have Madison Square Garden, the very first female, headliner in a major arena, right? And will she fall towards the crowd, right? Fall towards the hype of having to show up, because we all know if this becomes something that isn't buzzworthy, then the networks aren't going to be so keen to have it on. there's a lot of pressure on this fight for both fighters. Of course, a lot of money for it, but at the same time, it's a lot of pressure to be the first one to do this, to trailblaze this the way that she is, that they both are doing it. And some fighters fall into that, you know, that I want to go out with a bang. I want to show who I am, and the punch for punch is not going to be in Katie's best interest.
I agree.
You give an excellent like analysis, and I think you're top notch for it. But I would like to actually get a little bit more into your personal experience as a fighter. You know, we talked about Nonito Donaire. We've talked about, you know, other female boxers, but why it sounds like you had a lot of experience and success in your own right as a fighter. What was it that didn't, you know, bring you to the next level? Like you know, you're nationals, and I'm also a California Bear. I've also been to the nationals and a few different sports. So what is it that didn't, like, why didn't we see you on like the Olympic team kind of thing? You know, we all understand that there's tiers to it. Nonito, like for me, he's first ballot Hall of Fame, but that's whatever. That's him. For you, why didn't we see you, you know, whatever year you were competing in, why didn't we see you as part of the Olympic team?
So in 2000, which is the same year that Nonito was trying out for the Olympic team, I was also trying out for the Olympic team. That was when the Koreans really headed the sport in the United States, and there was a lot of politics. I had actually knocked out, so in the elimination, I knocked out the girl who went to the finals and became the alternate. I knocked her. She was the goddaughter of the grandmaster in the US, and I knocked her out. I misaligned her jaw, and instead they counted her to 8. And instead of saying 9-10, they called a medical timeout. And when they called the medical timeout, it was the last minute of the last round. She was up by 1. And my only way was to knock her out. They didn't give me the points for it, for the knockout, which would have been 3 plus 3. And they waved off the knockout. They didn't give it to me. And so she ran the last, minute, 30 seconds that was left in the fight. My dad tried to, you know, to protest it. Of course, it went nowhere. There was no video replay. We had it on tape in 2 different angles. I remember he took shots from his camera and posted it everywhere. And he got a good talking to, because my dad was also a master. You know, you don't do that in Taekwondo. So that kind of disheartened my dad and I. In 2004, after 2000 Olympics, I went to the Air Force, and I fought for the Air Force team, and then of course the military team for the US, and then collegiates. And then in 2004, we lost our spot for my weight division, which is actually 107. Taekwondo, when you fight in Taekwondo, when it comes to the Olympics, they actually combine the weight divisions from 8 divisions to 4. So I would actually have to gain weight to make 107, because those girls were really tall in the 107. But 107 didn't even make it. It was the next division, I believe, 126, and there was no way I can fight there. So that being said, they didn't play. We didn't play for 2004. 2008, rearing up to 2008, after winning state championships, I had met Nonito. Oh no, before that, the nationals before, I met Nonito. And then coming into state championships, my dad was telling me, he's like, I don't think you should go to nationals this year, because our wedding was planned the month after nationals, and he didn't think I was going to be focused. And then after that, I never came back. Nonito and I sat down, and it was really hard for both of us to be fighting. And MMA wasn't the biggest thing then, and he really didn't want me to go into MMA. So I stepped down, and I just said I'd support his career.
So I heard everything you said, but what stuck in my head was you knocked out the Korean. Like listen, I understand where Taekwondo comes from. So you're saying that the Korean grandmaster, you knocked her out and politics came involved. That's what I just heard from all of that, what you just said.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. And it's funny because when Nonito and I, if you ask him, he thinks that, you know, we were meant to meet when we met, because we had our life paths were exactly the same. I don't know if you remember, but in the amateurs for the 2000 Olympics, Nonito and Glenn had staged a protest because he believed there was no way that Brian Valoria had beaten him then. Consolation prize, they told him that he would get a scholarship to, I can't remember which East Coast university. Basically like, stop your protest and we'll give you a scholarship kind of thing. Get off the mat, right? Get off the ring. They ended up getting off the ring, but Nonito never took that scholarship. And then there's so many other times that we were in the same places at the same time because of fights. And we never met. It wasn't meant to be then either. So.
But it happened when it was supposed to happen.
Yeah.
And that's the beautiful thing about it. Smoke, keep going, bro. Uncle EJ, man, y'all ask the great questions, man. I don't want to hold the ship down.
I got plenty of questions. Trust me. And I'm sorry, and I hope you don't mind. But I'm hoping that you had got a chance to see the Flores Luna fight. Please say you saw that fight.
When was it?
Last week. Was it last week or the week before? I think it was last week.
No. See, that's the thing. That's the thing, is that once Nonito announced the Inoue fight, I've been stacked. I literally have been taking my weekends off because I don't think.
No, that's fine, because it's not so much about the fight itself. It's more about the ref. And I got a question about refs for you. Have you had issue, or do you have issue with any particular ref for interference?
Okay, as the lawyer of the group, I'm gonna stop you because she can't say if she has any.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. You know what?
Go ahead.
No, she doesn't need your help though. She'll tell you herself.
Yeah.
You know, I put her in hot water. She knows how that boy.
No, I'm gonna word it differently.
Listen, California don't play. She understands. All game dipped.
Well, we'll put it this way. I have seen in the past year some very shady calls, and I'll give one. Like, let's say what happened with the Big Bully. I think the last fight the Big Bully was in, and letting people continue to throw punches long after the bell rings, no disqualifications. Biting going on in the rings, no disqualifications. Points getting taken off. Really? I mean, stuff like this. Is this an issue with the refs? Do refs have more control than, are they letting people get away with way too much? Because I've seen some shady calls. Has that happened to you? Well, to Nonito, that you know of, where this is just ridiculous, and no matter what you do, you can't seem to get, on the right side of the call.
I don't believe we've ever had an issue with a ref. I mean, I think Nonito really tries to stay away from anything and everything to keep the ref out of it. He tries not to get cut, because refs are the last one that could or the first one that could actually stop the fight, right? There's a lot of calls that I don't necessarily agree with, because sometimes they let it go on too long, sometimes they don't cut it short enough. And sometimes they make calls that I think isn't their call. Like if it's a medical call, like for example, if the ringside medic says they can continue because of the cut, but he overrides it, I don't think that's okay either. I think with okay, I'm going to quote Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. I think that these people need to have a checks and balance in place, and have an explanation on why they're doing it, in addition to having continued training. I think a lot of them, you know, they start to veer off the path. You have a certain set of rules that can be perceived in a different way because all of us have different perceptions. I think when you have a certain, I guess, pass or fail kind of thing, licensing where they have to continuously undergo training, whether it be at an amateur event and then someone from the commission overseeing how they're reffing. I think keeps them on their toes and makes sure that they are still biting at their highest integrity during these matches, to know that they're being reviewed and that there are repercussions for the actions that they're taking.
All right, because I'll put it to you this way: when I saw the Flores Luna fight, and I thought it was an excellent fight, it really was, but I saw what I thought were some really shady calls from the rep and point deductions going on, where you have a vastly taller woman. And you got a tall woman and a short woman fighting in the same weight class, but you know what kind of trouble you're going to run into when you have that. Well, fuck, take the fight last night, but when you have such a difference in size, and the smaller person has to do whatever they can to get inside to be able to hit this person, and then you got a ref that's gonna constantly warn them for pushing. They gotta push through to get through to be able to hit, and then point deductions coming on, and then that same ref gives point deductions for headbutting the next round against the opposite person. I don't get how some of these calls are gotten away with. And who are checking and balancing these reps? And is it possible to have something that I would consider a bad call redacted or taken back? Is this a possibility? Because there's some shady fucking calls been made this past year. I'm not even joking.
I can't, like I said, I can't recall any time that Nonito has ever been in that position, but I do agree with you. I haven't seen that fight that you're particularly talking about, but I could recall other fights that I was like, okay, well, that doesn't make any sense, or that was stopped too early, or you let him stay too long in there, whatever. But I could tell you that within Taekwondo there was the same type of thing, and it was to the point where they ended up making the referees get licensed every year. They would have to go through a whole training thing, and there was commissions constantly that would watch the referees and what they're doing. Of course, that's an amateur sport and not a professional sport. So that being said, in the amateur sport, there's no money. It's all pure love. And we know that the referees get paid in boxing to come out and do what they do. Now, again, like I said, if it's going to be that this much responsibility falls on their shoulders, it should be a checks and balances. I don't believe that system is out there. I believe that there's a lot of holes in the system of boxing as it stands. There's so much stuff that we need to fix. And that is one of the problems, but it's one of those, which one do you fix first thing, right? Which one? And it goes back to the squeakiest wheel gets the oil. That's what's going to be fixed first. If anything's going to be fixed, to have anything fixed, there has to be someone that's going to stand in the front and whistle blow it, and for lack of a better word, and make a commotion out of it and say, listen, this is not regulated. It really isn't, and it needs to be changed. To do that, you really have to go into politics. You have to get the commissions. You have to have politicians to back you. You have to make it some sort of Congress where it becomes a set standard set of rules that everyone in the sport has to abide by. But again, is that the squeakiest wheel right now?
Yeah, Hawker Mustang asks, he says, ask her about instant replay. Is that a thing? In professional boxing, is that a thing?
I don't believe there is. I thought I heard something about replay, but I mean, we now have instant replay in Taekwondo, and I've watched like the US Opens is here in Las Vegas almost every year, so I go and watch, and it's the weirdest thing. It's weird because they go and review it. They have 3 cameras or 4 cameras on each corner to review the tapes from every single angle, and an independent referee actually looks at it, not the referee that's making the call in the middle, but it stops the game. It stops the momentum.
And that's the thing, real quick. I was just gonna say, to have that in boxing, like she said, it stops the momentum. Imagine we looking at a low blow and we want to go look at that on replay. That's a 3-minute process where the round is still going on. It stops everything. It's gonna be hard for that to happen. Go ahead. I apologize.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Good evening. Hello, panel and chat.
What's up,
And
Paulo?
Rachel, how are you doing?
Hi.
Hello, Rachel. Yeah, I just
Hello.
wanted to just like ask you about like Nonito's fight, obviously with the Inoue. How much are you taking into consideration the possible need, or if you feel you do or not, of needing like a knockout and against Inoue? And is it something that you may particularly prioritizing? And if you can get it, you can get it. I understand, but is it something you feel you might need, or would you feel comfortable that if it goes to points, that Nonito's seen enough from the previous fight that you could also get it on points, even a 7-5 away in Japan? How do you feel about that?
I think it's funny that you're asking me that after they asked me about the referee question. We don't like to leave anything up to the refs or the judges. So, we're not going to force a knockout. When you force a knockout, it doesn't come. It has to be patient and it has to show itself at the right time. So I believe that he can win based on points, but that's not exactly our preference.
It's not top priority or anything like.
No, because
it comes, but by you
and you
particularly
look at
training.
all the times that we've seen fights, and one of the weirdest things is, you see cards from the judges, and it's completely opposite of what the fans see, and the fans do see the best angles. They do. When I watch the fight in the corner, it's a totally different fight. Whatever you guys were watching on the Gaballo fight, I couldn't see it. I heard the crowd going crazy on the other side. I don't know if Nonito hit him or Gaballo hit Nonito. No idea. So it's, that being said, from a judge's perspective, and they see from what they see, barring the referee standing right in their way, I don't like having it go to the scorecards. But having his arsenal ready to, to build those rounds, just to not just to win the rounds, but also when you start building the rounds and you win the rounds, it starts giving an air of desperation for the other fighter. They know if they lost the round and how many times you touch them. So it, regardless of the judges or not, it's also a mental play when it comes into that.
Listen, once again, like, nothing but respect for you, and I want to put on your warrior hat one more time. Listen, like, understanding, like I said, understanding the significance of Taekwondo to Korea, birthplace of it, all that stuff. It's an aerial sport for the most part. When you knocked her out, was it an air attack, a ground attack? Was your game like, what were you like complete? Like, I would love to hear what you thought about your particular game and specifically how that knockout happened.
The knockout happened because I've watched her for years, and of course us coming up into the elimination together. I knew then you wouldn't get a point deduction for falling, so you'd do a high kick, a spinning high kick, and then you'd fall, and they wouldn't be able to counter you. So knowing her timing on her spin hook kick and the level she drops her head, the more that she dropped her head, the higher the kick was going to be. I cut the distance closer and basically football kicked her head because her that's how low she drops her head when she spins.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, when you say football kick, are you talking about a drop kick, a set kick? Which football are you talking about? Gridiron, American football? Like what? Like, I'm trying to hear this. Like, listen, we don't get often like fighters to talk about their crafts, and I'm hearing a fighter right now, and I'm trying to hear like whatever you guys think about what happened. I don't know what anybody on the panel or anybody in the chat, what level of competition they competed at, but for me, I understand what nationals mean. Like so, and I also understand what Taekwondo means to Korea. When you start talking about knocking out the Grandmaster's goddaughter, listen, it means something to me. So I'm trying to delve into this.
Smoke. She punted the shit on her head, bro. She punted the shit on her head.
Yeah, pretty much. Like if you think, if you were doing a field, the kick in American football just to get through the goal, that's pretty much what I did. Her head was going to be exactly where it's been every single time she threw that kick, and that's what I was aiming for. And literally because of science, you knew that if her body's here and her legs here, her head's going to be down there, and just fully kicked it.
Rachel, can I just say something that when you fought Ryan Burnett a few years ago, there's something unusual that I found quite interesting. That I believe prior to the fight or after, you and Burnett's partner went out for a meal, sort of like to reconcile his injury or something. I just thought it was a nice touch.
Actually,
I saw something like that on YouTube, something along those lines.
No,
Maybe you can clarify.
So Ryan had picked Nonito in the WBSS series. After he picked Nonito is when we invited them to come and have dinner with us. So as soon as he picked Nonito, we had dinner. After the fight, we didn't see Ryan until he did a fight in Belfast. We were going to Glasgow to go watch Inoue versus Rodriguez. So we made a stop to make sure that we were supporting Ryan, and also go say hi to Carl, because we had become really good friends with Carl as well. So we went out to go support Ryan on his comeback fight, and then after that, a couple years ago, he got married in Greece, and we sent him a bottle of champagne with a little note.
Yeah, I just remember something along those lines. I just remember at the time, I thought it's quite classy because it's good to see, boxers, especially bringing the wives in and, and sort of networking and getting along one way or the other. I just thought it was very classy. I remember that at the time. That's all.
Yeah, and Gaballo was another one that he came to Vegas after the fight, and we took him and his whole team out to dinner. Carl Frampton did the same thing in Belfast after we fought. I think we didn't see him until Monday or Tuesday, but we all went to lunch, and Christine's a crack up. I've always heard she was fiery, and Nonito asked Carl point blank, like, what did you see were my faults? And Christine stopped Carl, and she's like, don't tell him, because if we're going to fight again, I don't want you telling him. And Nonito told Christine, he's like, listen, he goes, I give you my word, I'm not going to fight Carl again.
Ooh, someone's having nasty feedback. Sorry.
Is it me?
No.
Oh. Yeah, so I mean, he's known to outside the ring, he is the most accommodating and patient person. Inside the ring, it's a totally different game. I mean, we're friends with RC as well. I don't know any of them. Nishioka, whenever we go to Japan, same thing. I don't know anyone else that it's in the sport that like genuinely hates Nonito.
And real quick, I just want to say, man, it's a beautiful thing, everything that you just spoke on, because just showing the level of respect that you guys have for your opponents, and the love that you show your opponents.
Yeah,
I think there are times where, as fans, You know what I mean? We become much more combative than the actual fighters are. And I appreciate the perspective you just brought there. I'm falling back. Go ahead. I'm falling back.
No, that was fucking so accurate what you just said.
If I can, you know, make it a little more of a humanitarian story to throw your mom hat back on. Who's more the disciplinarian in the family? Is it you or is it Nonito?
She is. Hold on, Rachel. Before you
And
answer,
now, but you're in the house. I'm not trying to hear your answer
I'm
to
not.
her
I
question.
know. All right, my bad. My bad, smoke. My bad, smoke. Go ahead. I can tell you why, but go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
understand. I just don't preempt it. I would love to hear her answer.
It's me. It's me. And it's not for anything other than, you know, he does put a lot of time and energy into boxing, and he isn't the one that really makes sure that the kids are showing up to life. During COVID, I'm the one that I had to basically home teach the kids, and you know, it was a great experience for me because I realized like I can do that if I wanted to. And the kids do listen. But dad's there as a playmate. He is. He does get mad at them, but literally it's usually he'll look at me and he's like, I don't, what do I do? Do I take away their iPad? Do I take away their Switch? What do I do? You know? So it's mostly the only times that the boys will come to me is I'm sick. That's the only times they want to be with mom. But most of the time, it's always dad because dad's the one that plays video games with them. He's the one that, you know, throws the ball with them. He teaches how to box and stuff like that.
Dad is the good guy.
Yep. Yep.
And smoke once again. I saw it coming. The reason I saw it coming.
I know, but just keep it pushing, bro.
My bad.
All right, so
I just wanted the answer. That's all.
We're gonna delve back into. All right, I'm pretty sure that you all have run into your fair share of journeymen that Nonito must have boxed in near the beginning of his career, and you possibly running into them at some events. But how do you feel about this? What was it? What was it? I think was it $2.3 billion injection into? Was it the zone that got the injection, or was it?
It was just boxing in general. 2018, 2019.
No, this happened this year. Where was it the zone or was it PBC? They had just recently got an injection of money of something like $2.3 billion. All right, and not even 2-3 weeks after that, we get Canelo getting $160 million for 3 fights, for a 3-fight deal. You got all this money going out, yet you got journeymen and lower tier fighters that are barely able to make a living. Do you have any words on that?
Well, I mean, I think, you know, what would have happened with DAZN and, you know, Canelo's money is it created a bid war, right? And with DAZN and even Triller being the newest of the new, it's what they had to do was make a big splash. They don't want to invest too much on the journeyman because they feel like the return on investment isn't going to be as much. Where this is a fully made product. Canelo is a fully made product, has a built-in fan base. So the return on investment will be a lot higher. Now, do I think that that's right? No. I think you always have to invest in your grassroots because you're looking at tomorrow. And when Canelo decides to put up his gloves, or if something, God forbid, happens to Canelo outside of the ring, then you didn't put the investment into the other fighters and spreading the putting those seeds in different places to grow them, that if something happens to your top star, then it's okay. You still have a fan following and followership from all these other guys that had put their blood on your network, on your promotion.
does it bother you to see such disparity? There, like, I don't expect a journeyman to make $1 million, but to make a living, I fully expect that. And anyone that knows me, and these people here know me, I'm one of those people that I'm what's right is right, and you take care of yours. And I see so much. What's the word I'm looking for? I see so much injustice going on to either the new boxers that are coming up that are not getting any decent contract, to the journeymen that aren't even making enough for to make their rent. On certain fights, I read stories on this, and it breaks my heart to see stuff like that, read stuff like that, and yet no one addresses it. And if they could, the big companies, the big promotion companies would just sweep it under the rug. That needs to be exposed. That needs to be pulled out from under the rug and put in everybody's face, because it's not right, in my opinion. I was just wondering how you felt about it, and have you heard of anyone doing something about it, or is there some sort of system in play that would protect the boxers, the journeymen, the new fighters coming in?
So I don't know if you watched this 4-hour interview I did with Punch Drunk Boxing. It was probably about a good 2 months ago now. But I did a 4-hour breakdown of, basically pulled everybody's contracts that I've ever seen, and broke down line by line what these journeymen should be looking for, what each boxer should be looking for in a management and promotional agreement. I think part of it is they have to remember that without them, there is no fight to promote. A lot of these boxers don't value themselves enough to or talk down to. So their confidence level in asking the right questions or negotiating the contract isn't there. They feel like they don't have any other choice. But they do. And again, it goes all the way back to which wheel are we going to give the oil to? I do believe that wheel should be given to the boxers and the fighters. I think there needs to be more of a checks and balances. I know we had the Muhammad Ali Act, but it needs to be reformed. It's too old. There's things that people had seen that were loopholes and are using those loopholes to exploit boxers. But I mean, in that live, if you go back to it, I talked about one, like a promotional agreement that was a 3-year term. And in that, if he becomes a mandatory or has a number one position, there's an added year. And if he wins the world championship after that, there's a +5 fights. And it keeps going. And they're like, well, it's only, the expiration based on the state or the max it can be is, with these +5 and +1s is 7 years. 7 years in a boxer's life, or in anyone's life really, is a long, long, long time, especially if it's mishandled. So I think there needs to be some accountability and some regulation that allows for a minimum and allows for a maximum amount of years, in addition to what the scope of a manager can do. I have seen I've seen management contracts that give full legal rights to the manager, and they're allowed to sign on their behalf and take payments on the boxer's behalf, when a boxer is not going to fully question that contract because they feel like they're being given an opportunity. I don't think when you're given an opportunity, you need to sign over your life or your rights to your life. But these things are in boxing contracts. It's appalling. I think there should be a kind of, I don't know what you would call it, but basically a legal counsel that is offered for free to look over and explain in layman's terms what each line means. Because in the very beginning, a lot of these boxers do not have legal advice. But guess what? On those contracts, you signed off that you sought the advice of a lawyer to sign the contract. So I think there just needs to be more regulation around boxing. And I've been trying to expose the things that I have seen. And, you know, without naming names, without saying what fighter it is or what promotional company. It's funny because I actually had a couple boxers the other day that came to the gym, and he said that he had watched it in four different segments, 1 hour each. And he said, he goes, you know, it's funny because I had a promoter that I asked for the contract a month before the fight, and he said, yeah. He's like, why? He's like, because I'm going to give it to my lawyer. And that promoter refused to give it to him until the weigh-ins. He goes, no, we'll just give it to you at the weigh-ins. And the fighter pulled out. He's like, no. He was like, if you're not going to give me the contract now, I can't tell if you're going to change the money on me. I can't tell if you're going to change the weight division or the opponent. You have nothing in writing to protect you. But there are boxers that will take that fight.
You know, it's so beautiful, everything you just talked about. And one thing I always tell anybody I ever talk to, I love talking about the boxing politicians. That's what I call them, the politicians, because EJ, you done heard me say this before. I call them boxing politicians just because they do exactly what American politicians do. They can talk, they talk great in your face, and then they do other things behind the scene. You know what I'm saying? But what Miss Daenerys, excuse me, what she just explained was right on point. It was right on point. And so I'm gonna ask the question. You know, I'm gonna ask it, and you elaborated on a lot of it in your previous comment, but I'm still gonna ask the boxing politicians today, right? Those promotional brands that are in control, the sanctioning bodies, those individuals in control, right? How much, from your perspective, how much control do they really have of the sport of boxing? I have an opinion on it, but I want to hear your opinion on it.
Do the boxing promoters and the commissions and the sanctioning bodies have control?
How much control do they have?
Oh, they have all the control.
I was just gonna say, we know they have control, but in your opinion, do the fighters really have any control? Do those fighters any real control?
No.
At that level?
No.
And that's the problem with boxing. That's the problem with boxing.
I think. Listen, first of all, I expect the commission. I expect the boxing commission and the different like the WBA, WBC, IBF. I expect them to have control. That's not the problem. What I don't expect to have as much control as they do is the promotional companies. There's where I have issue.
Those are the politicians.
They
are part of the politician brand, bro.
I think I would call them special interests. I would call them more like special interests.
But the problem, we want to look at them as special. No, they are in control between the promotional brands, between the sanctioning bodies. Those politicians, they're in control. They're in the same way we want to say that Joe Biden right now, the president, is in control. No, Congress, those individuals behind the scenes, those are the individuals in control, the politicians. And it's the same thing in boxing. That's the saddest part about boxing. And I love the sport, but it's sad to see what we see because they have so much control. Everything is in their favor. Everything is in their favor. And
I am not trying to put any extra weight on to Ms. Donier's shoulder. My question is this. We'll make it real simple. Do the promotional companies have too much power If so, what can be done about it?
I think they have too much power because they have too much money to be putting into legal where they are fully protected and ironclad on their side. Most of the attorneys have very complicated language that, either A cancels out or B redirects one of their lines to a different line. And when you start going back and forth and referencing different lines, it already confuses boxers. With that being said, they do have exclusive contracts with the TV networks. A boxer, if they don't already have a name, which most of the time these journeymen don't, will not have a network TV deal that they can walk into a promoter and say, these dates are reserved for me and nobody else. That being said, the promoters it's up to their will and whim who they want to put on the fight, who they want to put on the undercard. They can easily tell you that they can't put you on a fight because they don't have any money. Do we believe these promoters don't have any money to put someone on the card? No. They've already, and they have relationships with certain arenas. If you haven't noticed, there's a reason why these promoters continue to go back to the same arenas. Most of the time, they have a long-standing deal. You do this many events, the third event's free, or we do this, and that. They sweeten the deal so much that they have control over the event venue and the TV stations. So what does that offer? What options does a boxer have if they're already locked into a 7-year marriage?
None whatsoever. And then the contract, if they don't want to abide by the contract, what happens? They get frozen out and they don't get no fights. Either way, the boxers are screwed. I hate that about boxing. I hate that.
Well, I mean, there's all sorts of outs about that thing, but to keep it so we don't waste Rachel's time, from what I've heard, you are really a dream girl, right? So like boxing is predominantly like a male sport. It's driven by a bunch of testosterone. Can you tell all these people how do they not only get a woman of your caliber, but keep her? As long as Nonito and you have been together, how do you make the adjustments? What do you have? What advice do you give to all of these young and old men who doesn't have like you in their corner? How do they get a person like you, and how do they keep you?
I guess you don't want to. The question is, do you want a hype man or do you want to have someone that helps you grow? There's it's a difference in finding someone that is just there and along for the ride, and someone who's actually willing to get down in the dirt with you. If Nonito's in a hole, I'll jump right in there with him. When he's at camp, when he's at fight week, you don't see me going shopping. You barely see me in cute outfits. Let's just put it that way. I'm always in usually combat boots, black pants, and a black tank top. The reason why that is because I expect blood during the fight and I'm going to get dirty. So if you're not willing to get dirty, then how much support are you really giving?
Yeah, I found one of those smoke. Yeah, I married one. She sounds like my wife. Yeah, they're
Rachel,
rare.
Rachel,
not everybody, not everybody's blessed. So I'm trying to give as much knowledge to the community as possible. She's dropping dimes on you people. Like, listen, Golden Bear game all up in your ear. That's all I'm saying.
Hey,
Rachel,
Smoke.
what belt do you value the most in boxing? There's 5 sanctioned
Good
bodies, 5 titles. What belt do you feel is like, if you were fighting, or what does Nonito value the most? Is it the lineal? Is it the ringside? Is it the WBC, the IBO? What is it? And another question, what do you think would be the suitable amount of sanctioning bodies and belts in the sport? I personally wish it was 1, but that's asking too much, and it wouldn't, they wouldn't be able to make as much money. I understand that, because they all want a slice of the cake. But what do you think would be the suitable amount, and what title do you value the most?
So before I answer that question, I'm gonna let you guys know that my phone's dying, so this will probably be my last question, and it's 12:45, and Nonito's probably gonna kill me if he finds that I'm still up. As far as the belt sanctioning bodies, I've met all the presidents, and they're all wonderful people. They all come from different backgrounds. And the one that, whether or not anyone agrees with it, who has been very vocal, and of course, we don't always agree on the direction that they're doing, because we're just a champion of the belt and not a part of the organization itself that's running it and making decisions. So I do believe that the WBC is standing out. The reason I say that is we've had the other belts before, and I see a constant outreach program for the WBC. A lot of the grassroots programs, they try to take a step in the right direction with the WBC clean. Now, whether that's enough because of how much SWATA is and how many people they want to test, of course, it's never going to be enough. People are going to say you're not doing a good enough job, but at least I see him trying to do something that's different. And to do something different takes money. VADA takes money to do for the WBC clean. So, that being said, we've gone to Mexico numerous times. Actually, this last time that we went to Cabo, he reaches out and he asks if we can visit a local boxing gym that has kids that aren't exactly in their best situations. He always invites Nonito to come and talk at the ones in Las Vegas. When he visits the hospitals there. These are things that I feel like beyond boxing are really a staple to the community itself. It doesn't just talk about what they need, what the WBC needs. It's really about community for them. So I like that humanitarian aspect that they try to do. As far as the belts, I believe, yes, there should only be one. I think it's easier for the ranking system. I believe that when you have more belts, it discredits who is the world champion, and it also confuses people on who is the world champion in that belt division.
Yeah, it's kind of and what about, just quickly, also about, for instance, like having a limit of time that you can hold the belt and you'd have to fight. So say if you haven't fought in 8 months with a justifiable reason, injury, whatever it may be, then it next in line, I'm afraid. Because there's like dudes hanging on to belts for 1.5 years, sometimes 2 years, and we're trying to keep things moving, aren't we? And it stagnates the game. I think there should be a limit, a limit sort of thing. What do you think?
Yeah, I know with the WBC they do have what is it called? They don't call you retired. They call you they did it to Ubali. Ubali when he got COVID.
Emeritus?
No, it wasn't emeritus. It was recess. They put him in recess.
Okay.
And then they brought him back. And so with that, I like that better. And then if and when you come back, then you have to challenge the one that's next. I don't like guys holding on to belts for a year and not fighting.
Number one contender. That's been the number one contender has been sort of not devalued, but he gets side kicked a bit. I don't know. He doesn't. Yeah, but that's another story.
What I think what should happen is if there's a champion recess due to a surgery or injury, which usually for something like that is a surgery for that long of a time, then you have a certain date that you have to come back by, and the number one in that division gets to fight for the full title, and he's the title holder until you come back. And when you come back, that's going to be your first fight.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes complete sense. God forbid they do something that makes sense. Listen, I would like to, number one, thank you so much for A, putting up with all my stupid questions, and B, spending so much of your time, because this has been very, very educational and very enlightening. This is the first time I get a chance to talk to you, and it's been a ball. I appreciate your candor and the candidness. Thank you so much for answering all these questions you must be tired of hearing.
No, it's actually really refreshing. Like the reason why I listen to you guys and YB and a couple of these other YouTubers is because like you guys really are passionate about boxing, and please don't feel like, if I come up to the panel, you guys have to be so prim and proper or anything like that. Like trust, like
It's the
yeah,
word
there's
on
a
the
little,
these
like don't cuss at me, but
these
we're good,
the word on the street. These
One-
channels.
The thing is, man, the way you present yourself, the way you come up here, I can be an ass, I can be an asshole, not cussing at you. I just talking about myself, but I appreciate everything you've brought to the panel, man. It's been fantastic, and I look at you as a real insider. No offense, that could be negative, taken the wrong way, but man, you have so much knowledge, and you teaching, and we love
Give it
we
back to
so good at
boxing.
it, man.
Listen, I'm not trying to cause any drama between you and Nonito, but I got another question, even though you're trying to be out. As a mom, homeschool, private school, public school, what's up?
like what are they in right now?
No,
Or what
I'm
is my
saying like
preference?
what's it? Yeah. What's your preference?
Honestly, I want to homeschool them. I do, and Nonito does too. The reason for that is my boys were in a private school ever since they were born. When COVID hit, freaking $30,000 tuition, and they couldn't adjust to online learning. And for me, I was like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "How much do we pay you? You don't know how to." They were having my kids sit there for like 9 hours. I was getting pissed. We pulled them out. And then I homeschooled them, and then online we took them out and put them into a charter. And that charter school, when they brought them into to online learning again for the next semester, my eldest, who was supposed to be in second grade, was going into his second grade, tested or was getting bored, and they tested him and they tested him up, so he actually advanced a grade, and he's still getting straight A's. I felt like me really putting my time in one-on-one learning was a huge factor for them. Second, I believe that now that they're back at school, I don't really like the things I hear, or how they're saying like things are happening in school, or the things they're learning from other kids. Like it's especially with Jarrell being the youngest of the class, he's hearing things that he shouldn't be hearing, and he hears a lot. I mean, we cuss at the house all the time. He watches horror movies, whatever. But it's an attitude. Like there's a different aura when he's around his friends, and I don't super agree with it. I want him to have a really good foundation where he knows who he is, and he has confidence in that, instead of hey, what's your Facebook? What's your Instagram? All that. He asked me about that. I was like, you're not getting a freaking Facebook. You're 8. So I don't feel the scope of things and the mental health of where these kids are at right now, because coming back from quarantine is good at this point.
Rachel, I gotta vibe with you on this a little bit. I'm a single dad. I got a 7-year-old. Matter of fact, my son's birthday was today. And
happy birthday.
Yeah, it was just my bad. Now it's past, it's 3:00 where I'm at. So it was yesterday. But I vibe with you on it because I listened to some of the things he's talking about, some of the things he's doing at school. He's in public school, you know what I mean? So man, it's crazy just because I hear it. I understand you want to be cool. I understand you want to be in the midst of things. I wanted to be in the midst of things, but at the same time, some of this stuff, man, I just can't agree. And it's a line that I'm working on. I'm working on it myself right now, and it's tough to figure it out. It's really tough.
It is, because of what society is right now. And I raised the boys to be really headstrong, and I raised them to be confident. I tell them not to back down. And I remember the first fight that Jarrell had gotten into. I call it a fight, but it wasn't a fight. Basically, I guess the kid kept pushing Jarrell in the back, and he told him to stop. He didn't. He turned around and stalked him, and they brought him to the principal's office. They were going to suspend Jarrell, and I was like, who started it? And Jarrell told me, and I was like, he put his hands on my son's first.
Yep.
And she's like, Mrs. Donaire, we don't teach that here. I was like, I don't care what you teach. I was like, where was the teacher? And they were like, she was on the playground. And I was like, Jarrell, did you ask for a teacher? He goes, yeah, I tried to get her attention. She didn't hear me. And so, we got home. Jarrell thought he was in trouble. I was like, what did we learn? He goes, to just call the adult for help. I was like, I was like, you did amazing. You did a good job. I was like, don't listen to what she said. You listen to me. Someone puts their hands on you, you have every right to put your hands back.
Yeah.
And he was like, okay. So that was one. The second one was just the other private school that he went to after that. I didn't like the people. And I can see it. I remember I went to a social, and I don't know who this girl thought I was, or why I was there. But after a couple of drinks, she's like, oh, I understand your kids don't go to this school. And I kind of looked at her sideways. I'm like, why does this girl think I'm here if she doesn't think my son goes to school? And she's like, but I really do think you should bring them to this school because it's so amazing. And, I get you probably can't afford it. Oh my God, I almost killed her.
See?
Hey, hold up a second. One last thing. I never I engage you in all the hats that you wear and enough respect, but I feel like I haven't given enough deference to your Filipina comment. Right. So right now, my question: balut or not balut? And I know where. And a follow up question: what's your Now I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that alone. Like actually, I just want to know what's your thoughts on balut.
I like it. It tastes good. Just don't eat it with the lights on.
I just wanted. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I know that you have to go, but I would love to pick your brain and be able to ask you more questions. So I'm going to leave my link in the private chat to my channel. I hope you don't mind H Money, because I would really love to.
I don't mean to. I don't mean to cut you off, Jed, but I am actually going to have a follow up question. What's your lumpia recipe on the Filipina thing? Do you have a special lumpia thing? Do you have it from your mom? Do you have it from your grandma? Do you not? Do you even have a lumpia recipe?
I don't have a lumpia recipe. I'm the type that actually grew up really, really. Nonito calls it strange because I eat food as fuel and not for the taste of it. So I was always the one that was always at family parties that would probably take one or two. My mom was an amazing cook. I know how she cooks, but here in this house, we try to stay away from any fried foods. Even rice is not a staple in this house. It's cauliflower rice because of the boys' intolerance to rice. Well, actually, a lot of people have food intolerances and they don't know, but we actually tested the entire family to see. Nonito is intolerable to peas. He's also intolerable to rice and wheat and all these other things. So cooking in this house it's not exactly for delectables, I guess.
Rachel, I found about the home tutoring. I found that when I was bringing my two sons up in sport, I found that the dudes that were at the top, the sport they were doing, like snooker and soccer, but in particular snooker, that the majority of them were home tutored. I suppose with the home tutoring, they were also having more time to practice their skills, if you get me, because obviously my boys were in school and they went through the whole thing, the whole mill. And obviously these dudes are being home tutored and you can get all the work done in a few hours instead of being at school for 8-9 hours. And then go and practice your talent and your skill. So I suppose, the home tutoring benefits in both ways. Do your sons also have a skill or a talent they do, i.e. boxing or whatever, skateboarding, whatever it may be? Do they?
Well,
Do they
right
feel
now they're into coding. They're into racing on the treadmill, so they have sticky notes on what their last mile time is, and they're always trying to beat that. And then Jarrell plays the piano, and they both box and do taekwondo. So I do agree with you. That's one of the biggest things that I liked was we, in a classroom setting, you have to slow down the pace
Yeah,
for
fall
this.
behind, step in line on you, be in line with others. I understand that. You got
Yeah,
more you time, haven't you? More,
yeah, exactly.
yeah.
And that's the thing is Jarrell will knock out homework as fast as he can. The fact that he has straight A's right now and he skipped a grade, I'm questioning it because I can't skip him again on maturity level. I don't want to do that to him, but he's not getting challenged. If he's literally, I ask him all the time, I'm like, hey, how'd your test go? He's like, easy. How'd your math test go? Easy. How'd this go? Easy. Like it, I'm like, okay, so he's not getting challenged enough. And I can't, like, if he was homeschooled, I can move him to the next module without having to wait for a class, right? I don't have to see if my friend had figured out the math equation and I have to wait for him to figure it out. No, I figured it out, time to move on. Let me get through this worksheet real quick and then I'm done instead of waiting an hour.
Yeah, without commenting on the power dynamic in your household, if Nonino gives you any sort of problems for why you've been on for so long tonight, tell him watch the replay.
Yeah,
Watch the replay.
yeah.
That's it.
He won't, as long as I show up, he knows I do. That's the best thing about us is we're best friends and stuff like that. Now, if tomorrow I don't wake up, but the boys don't have school tomorrow, if it was a school day and I didn't get up because I was prioritizing my connection with you guys instead of I have to sleep in my priority for the boys tomorrow, then there would be an issue. But they don't have school tomorrow, so.
Well, we appreciate it. So, like, listen, you're doing a lot of heavy lifting for Nonito. So, yeah, just so you understand, we love Nonito because of the work you're putting in right now.
I appreciate that.
Really, it's been a total pleasure. My first time talking to you, and it's been an actual pleasure talking to you. I appreciate the time you spent with us. It's very, very enlightening. And don't mind smoke too much. You just sometimes you just gotta like.
and Miss Donette, man, like everybody else has said, it's a pleasure. You give us great insight, and we just appreciate you connecting with us like you are. Thank you for everything that you bring to the sport and to the YouTube community because you provide a whole nother level that a lot of people aren't able to provide. So thank you so much.
To a person who understands those, those California vistas, those views, the King's Gym. What's up, old man? Grow, raise kids. I'm feeling you, and I'm very excited about the Nonito Monster rematch because of what the work you put in and the time you put in with us tonight.
I'm looking forward to that. I really, really am.
What's funny to me is that, well, first of all, thank you for letting me up. But the other part of it is I feel like I've talked to you guys before because I listen to you guys. When like I'll put on you guys' YouTube and then I'll listen while I'm cooking or cleaning or whatever when I have downtime. And it's funny that you're saying I've never talked to you, but I'm like, God, I've listened to them like so many times. Have I not come up yet? And I don't know if I have or not.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to talking to you again. And yeah, I know I sounded annoying tonight, but I got a lot of questions.
You didn't sound annoying. A lot of people that, like I said, like if you don't know about the boxing industry, it's hard to, you're trying to understand. And the only way for you to understand is to ask questions. And most of the people that are in it are in a spot where if they say something the wrong way, then they could get slighted. Nonito's in the spot in his career where, you know, we're protected by Parabellum. Richard is an amazing guy, and he's an amazing promoter, and he's an amazing friend. And that being said, he'll protect us from anyone that, you know, tries to play a game. But we're not those journeymen that have to tiptoe around. We've already been through this sport.
Yeah.
And you know, that's the most beautiful thing about it. You know, Nito is a legend. They don't understand that this man is going to be a legend. You know what I mean? Because of what he's accomplished in the sport.
Hall of Famer, future Hall of Famers, definitely.
And that's the thing. He's a Hall of Famer easily, but he's a legend, bro. Like,
yeah, definitely.
I always say that legends trump Hall of Famers, bro. If you're a legend and you never were a Hall of Famer, that there's a legendary status, and that's what he's gonna be in. Or he's definitely in that category. And for you to get on here and speak the way you do, man, it excites me. It just
it's
so
nice. It's nice that you're giving back to boxing.
Yes.
Yeah, no, legendary.
You're giving back. You love it. You feel it. Definitely do to be giving it back like this.
Well, and I think that's the beauty of it, is because of where Nonito is and what he's going to leave behind. Like, we're in the stage of like, okay, well, what is the legacy that we want to leave behind? Is this sport where it should be? And if we're going to ruffle a couple feathers on our way out, then so be it. I mean, I think I've done enough like ruffling in the sport. It still needs to be ruffled a lot more, you know. And I think with the fact that, you know, there are women breaking into boxing and being headliners now, and this and that, and the spotlight being shown a little bit more, it's like, all right, well, now you guys are going to hear us. And right. No one's, like I said, there's, if you ask a lot of these managers or promoters the questions you guys ask me, it's always going to be a very safe answer. I won't give out names, you know, I won't point out people, but at the same time, I'm going to call a spade a spade. So, you know, it is what it is. Like, I have no shame in my game. I had no problem calling out Sean Gibbons when he came. I was like, oh, okay, you want to tell me that you guys know what happened with that, right?
I don't know everything that happened with it. I don't
know everything, but if you got time,
I'm listening.
Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna find my charger. Hold on, okay?
Here we go.
Okay.
Yes. And so it's amazing that as versed she's as versed as she is, and then for her to be in
very passionate
in the combat sports herself physically.
And this the other thing. The thing is, you know, we get on here, we talk about it all the time, right? For somebody to be as qualified and established as she is, to get on here and talk with us, bro, it's a beautiful thing. This happens in no other sport.
I don't think she realizes what kind of animals we are.
Zero game. There's no game that she does not understand. What we just what we just witnessed is 360-degree game. Before you go into what she doesn't realize, check yourself.
Yeah,
well, you know what I mean. Goddamn, we argue so much. What I'm talking about is that we argue so much, and she actually listens to us argue and then get.
Yeah, but at the same time, she'll still like that. They don't want it to be boring. I mean, a little bit, but respectfully. It's just when you start mentioning mothers and whatever, that's different.
Right.
A nice heated debate.
But we didn't ask, we didn't ask the real thing between a man and woman. But I'm pretty sure her answers would have been just as fire. Like what we understood from, if you understand game, if you understand what it means to have a bunch of yesterdays and looking forward to a bunch of tomorrows, we just heard a real one.
Hey, Smoke, you know what's so crazy? I don't understand that yet, right? But I know listening to her talk and how she can relate to everything. Man, I just real people talk, bro. Like,
Very articulate. She's very
It was-
articulate.
I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like for real, bro. Like I'm gonna tell you like something like straight about me. Like you know, my life's work is about a few different things, but I'm gonna have a call with Matt Damon in a few hours. It's the same kind of fucking game. What I'm trying to explain to you, fucking guy, with my questions and her answers, that is the fucking real one we just heard.
No, I rock with her. I rock with her. And the thing is she's so real. She can rock on what I would call the regular level. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no. It just it's good. It's good boxing talk. That's what it was. I respect that.
It's comfortable with speaking with every single level of the whole thing. And
Yeah.
she went from International Boulevard where the hoes and the pimps live to all the way to understand, like telling you guys what your misconception about what the boxing game is. Like listen, I'm trying to tell you, hats off to Rachel the Queen. This is excellent. H Money, I've been rocking with you before, you know, all this whole stuff.
She sounds
Much
like
respect,
a
bro.
wonderful person.
Much respect.
She sounds like a wonderful person, grounded in reality, and that's the type of shit I appreciate. And the fact,
No, she's just real. She real.
yeah, and she reminds me. Look, the way she talks about her husband reminds me of the way that Katie, my wife, talks about me, and you can tell she adores her husband. She cares about her husband, and I feel that because I know what it's like to have someone talk about me that way. You know,
Bro, the only question she didn't ask, she gave you the reason why she didn't answer.
Yes.
The only question she didn't answer was she gave you the reasons why she didn't answer those questions, and it's a real one. Like you can't give your secrets away before the fight.
Of course not.
Listen, bro. All I heard, what I saw was an A++ performance. 100% excellent questions and answers.
But guess what the problem is, Smoke? Guess what the problem is, Smoke? It wasn't even a performance. It was just her being her. It wasn't no performance, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I done heard her.
Yeah, listen. As a guy, I'm Bay born and bred, and there's no level of game in the Bay that I have not experienced. And for her to talk about, like we're talking about, her husband going into a fight with a pound for pound guy with the again in a rematch against the
monster,
against maybe I think on a bunch of people's level, a bunch of people's list was
he's in my 5.
It was fight of the year. I think it won a fight of the year on you know whatever metrics.
He's in my top 5 pound for pound.
But beyond that, I'm talking about fight of the year. Regardless, like she demurred to the question, but we all know that Donaire is getting in first ballot Hall of Famer. But whatever, she didn't even go there. I'm just saying we're looking at a rematch for maybe the winner of 2019 Fight of the Year, and in a field of some fierce competition, including Spence versus Porter. Sorry, I'm just saying. When it all comes down to it, what we just witnessed is a real one, a real one. I appreciate everything she had to say. She didn't duck no smoke that didn't that wasn't reasonable. Smoke to duck. You don't give your secrets away.
You can't show your cards.
You don't give your secrets away. And no matter what angle people came at her with, she understood. You don't.
Real quick. I believe she said she was going to get a charger. So I believe Miss Donaire is still online with us. So hey, I'm just saying.
Yeah, to take all that heat and to give all that, Nonito, that's what's up. Thank you. I rep for the Bay, and I'm not even gonna give you my resume because it don't fucking matter. That is a Hall of Famer, and that's why. That's why the Bay is what it is. That's why Nonito is what he is. Yo, Rachel, that's what's up. 2 W's. If I had 2 more hands, you'd have 4 W's.
I mean, it was a beautiful conversation, and I appreciate her blessing us with her presence.
Yeah, I had it. I mean, yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed that conversation, 100%. That was fun to ask all those questions. And thank you, H Money, for arranging this, brother. Dude, kudos to you for arranging for her to be up here. H Money, get your ass on here, man. At least say something. There you go.
Hey, man, appreciate you guys. Great job. Hey, yesterday was a great night of boxing, man. And to me, EJ, Sebastian Fundora is a fucking monster. He's a fucking monster, bro. Hey, right side, you was right about him, right side. I gotta give you that, man. I mean, I liked him too before that, but I thought Lubin was better, and Fundora proved that, you know, he's a fucking dog. He destroyed in there. And shout outs to Lubin, because Lubin showed a lot of heart. And you know,
Lubin took it.
But Fundora was the better man. And you know, if Lubin was, you know, such a good fighter, and Fundora destroyed him and knocked him out like that, you got to give Fundora the credit. He's only 24 years old, man.
But what I told you, H, I told you what's going to happen in the fight.
Fundora, I think
he matched him in the inside.
He's the man, bro.
But this is the thing.
He matched him with.
But before we get into the fight, I done heard a lot of people come out here with the whole there was no drug testing Fundora, he's juicing, all this. I done heard that. And man, let's give these fighters their credit, man. Let's not pull no bullshit where we trying to call fighters out saying because of whatever happened. If it happened one way, it happened the other way. Let's not do that, man. I hate that. I done heard a lot of people talking about Fundora gloves, and man, I don't want to hear none of that, man. The man went out and fought a good fight. You know what I'm saying? Lubin fought a good fight. It was the wrong fight, but he showed heart in it. But let's just, man, I hate to see a fighter win a fight and then niggas start talking, oh, well, what was he on? What are you talking about, bro? What proof do you have he was on?
At the end of the day, I was saying Fundora is all wrong for Lubin. He could match him on the inside. He was too big. It's just, and that's what it proved. He got beat up on the inside with the uppercuts.
I think Fundora gonna take over 154. I don't see nobody beating that guy. He's too good. He's only getting better and better.
Whoa!
He's gonna
I don't think anybody.
You're tripping.
The best ever. Right now, he's the best that we've been.
Nah, you're tripping.
Hey, she's back, y'all.
Hold on.
Oh, welcome back.
Hold on, real quick. I gotta ask the question. I know you. Hold on. So you like Fundora?
Let her speak first. Let her speak. Why is she back? Let her speak first.
My bad.
I thought we were gonna talk mess about Sean Gibbons.
Yes. We were waiting for you to come back, so we started another conversation until you came back.
Oh, sorry.
You like? I was about to go off, but I'm gonna be respectful because you here. I'm gonna be respectful.
What? To me? What did I do?
No. Respectful to you. These other guys on the chat, they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know nothing about. They don't know nothing about Fundora and Lubin. And I told them what was, and they told me I was wrong. And what I told them was going to happen. That's what happened. I told them that, but they don't believe me. Okay, go ahead. I apologize.
No, you're fine. You're fine. That's funny because someone had told me that somebody Saturday had told me they're like, no, bet Fundora. And I was like, I'm not, dude, I literally on Saturdays, I don't have time to go to the bookie, but they're like, bet Fundora. He's like, I'm telling you now. And I was like, okay, but you should have told me like last week. So I didn't end up betting. And then I heard about it. But
I told him Fundora.
It was nice cheese, very nice cheese. That was Fundora.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I put money on him. Too bloody right.
What was the odds on it?
He was the underdog. It was over. He got more than you put down. So I put 100. I got 220 back.
Oh, that's nice.
Excellent odds.
Yeah.
He was all wrong for Lubin. All wrong. or wrong, and it proved so.
Hold up a second. Hold up a second. You said you don't know that. Oh, sorry. You said Nonito doesn't know that you put like you lay money aside on these bets. Do you guys talk about the odds and the betting and stuff in your household, or do you keep that to the side on some like the woman of the house has to make sure that the everything's taken care of? You guys talk about this stuff? You
The
guys talk about
betting,
odds and all this stuff?
he doesn't want to know about betting. My dad and I play. And so he doesn't want to know. He doesn't want to feel that. He'll tell you to bet, like that one freaking the Montiel fight. My dad was working head of security. He told my mom to bet on the second round because Nonito told him to. Then Nonito knocked out Montiel, and my dad looked at my mom, and my mom's like, "I forgot," and he was so pissed.
Oh,
Yeah.
that
But we
hurt.
had a guy at the gym who bet 1,000 on the second round, and he won 18 back.
Wow.
So it
Jeez.
was a pretty night for him. But yeah, no, the betting, he doesn't ask me. I don't tell him anything about it until after. And then he tries to go on a search hunt for where the money is in the house. It's pretty funny.
Quick question, before other people take it over.
Mm.
Is it only boxing that you bet on, or do you bet on whatever?
No, I only bet on boxing. I mean, I'll play craps here and there because that's like my dad's thing. We'll play slots on my grandmother's birthday who passed. Like we'll, like in celebration for her because she was like a high roller in freaking slots. But me and my dad, we play just to spend time together, really. And then it's mostly boxing. The thing is that, um, with Vegas being a hotbed of the fighters, like a lot of the stuff that goes on in the camp. We knew about Teofimo stuff, not the health condition, but about his thing with his wife as well. We heard he was having problems with weight. You hear a lot of these things in Vegas, so you kind of get like inside knowledge on the camps, and you set up the odds of how they're acting based on that. I don't like betting usually until fight week, because I like to see how camp goes, and I like to hear, like I said, like they say girls talk. Trust me, the guys talk a lot more because that's where I know everything.
And the
And
weigh-ins and the weigh-in. What about the weigh-in? I also wait for the
yes,
weigh-in, to be honest.
yeah, the weigh-in's a huge one. To see how drained they are, how dry they are.
Yeah, I won't bet until the weigh-in. I won't make a bet until I see the weigh-in.
Yeah. So So I don't usually even Nonito's fights. I bet like right before I leave. We normally go out depending, sometimes 7 days before, sometimes 5. And when you cross, state lines, Nevada to California, you can't bet anymore. But normally my brother-in-law is still here, or someone's still here, in Vegas until at least weigh-in. So if I need to up my bet or place a bet, I just have them put it in for me before they leave Nevada.
Yeah, I haven't been able to make a bet because the last bet I made, of course I had to ask my wife's permission, but the last bet I made, I lost Teofimo. Anyway, it's like, I no longer make bets unless me and my wife, we actually discuss it in depth, and she has to see who's fighting too. I actually got my wife into boxing. She's now an avid fan, and she's doing research on boxers. Like I said, what? I turned her into a monster. She's like enjoying stuff a lot, man.
So, as an insider, Rachel, do you wait for weigh-ins? Do you have like inside information before? So at what point do you really make your? Do you really put your pick in? Do you wait for the last minute where the odds are the best, or you waiting for weigh-ins, or you just understand as soon as the fight is made who's gonna win?
It depends on the fight. Like if I know like a lot about the fighter and the styles, then I'll bet early. Usually those are when the odds are the best. The only times the weigh-ins changes is the weigh-ins changes the odds is if, they look really, really, really drained, then all of a sudden the odds change. And the problem with betting after the weigh-ins is that's where the big money comes in, right? So a lot of the bigger players start betting on Friday, and then the odds change. I remember when we bet for Nonito against Ryan Burnett, it was a 6-1 odds, and Betfred took our bets, and we put so much money in, but they capped us, and then we went to a different sports better, and it went down to 5-1, which still wasn't bad, but it's, you have to think of those things, especially when you're doing separate bets. Like if I put in a big bet before my dad does, then most likely the odds will change for him. So it's almost better to pull it
It's
together.
like the fight out there that's the odds have changed a lot is the Shakur Valdez. Shakur was like a 3-1 on, and he's like 6-1 on. So loads of people have taken that early price on Shakur, if you get me.
No, Paolo, what she's saying is like the bookies understand who's making the bet and who they're betting for.
Oh yeah, I know. It fluctuates accordingly.
Yeah, and the bigger money that goes in, then they change the odds.
That's what's happened to the Shakur fight. He's a huge favorite now. He's 6-1 favorite when he was a 3-1 only when he opened. If you see
Well, this is the most important question that we can ask. And Rachel, once again, we looking at you just because you smarter than all of us. So who do you like in two fights? In the EJ versus Ugas fight, and then the Shakur versus Valdez fight. Who do you like in those fights? And I'm sure you probably answered this before, but I may not have been on the panel that day.
Well, see, so Ugas was the one that I picked. I didn't pick him over Manny per se, but I said that he stood the best chance. The reason why I said that was because of what happened before. So, okay. So first of all, Ugas is he knows how to hit at the same time, which is what a lot of people are afraid to do with Canelo and with Manny. They don't want to hit with them because they're afraid of getting hit. But there's a pause in between when they punch. And if you can time it correctly, evade the first two onslaughts and then time it correctly to hit, then get the hell out before they reset. If they reset, then you should be fine. The other second thing that happened with Ugas with Manny is that Sean Gibbons decided that he wanted to go after the WBA. That's you go after a sanctioning body, an organization, and the judges are from that organization, you're already going to have the card stacked against you. He basically said, like, the belt's trash. We don't need it. Forget it. Even if we win it, we'll throw it away. You say those kind of things in the boxing industry, they have a very long-term memory. You don't do that. You don't do that. Just because it didn't go your way, you just don't do that. So those were the two things that was sitting in the back of my mind when they were reading the scorecard. Before they read the scorecards, Noni was like, "What do you think?" They're like, he's like, "Do you think they take it from Manny?" He's like, like this is a mainly Manny crowd, and Ugas didn't bring on a lot of people. I was like, I know. I go, but I was like, these are the judges that they said they didn't care about. I was like, so, and he's like, so you think they'll give it to Ugas? And I was like, yeah. Sure enough, they gave it to Ugas.
Wow.
Not saying that it wasn't deserved, but would it be easier to stroke that pen to the other side? Yeah. If they got slighted. Like I said, like this is all perspective. All the boxing, like, yeah, you're gonna say, well, who dominated and well, you get a judge that wants more boxing and not, power punches, right? You want more ring generalship, or what's the thing that the judge is looking at? There's some states where the judges are more towards boxers than they are the big power punchers. So they're going to count every single jab, every single punch.
boxing is a subjective sport.
That's the
And
word I was looking for. Yeah.
and that's one of the most dangerous things about it. It's so subjective. It I hate
Now,
to
when
say
you
it this
knock
way,
a
but
dude out,
it
it ain't
create
though.
it creates confusion because of the subjective. It's so subjective, it creates confusion. I hate to say that, but
Now, when you
it
knock
is
a
what it
dude
is.
out, it ain't.
See, like
Yes.
Agree with that. Agreed.
this is I call these my notes, but I actually score my fights, right? And now I score them with the actual scores per round and everything like that. But your husband's name in here like 2 or 3 times because I got 6 books like this. What I usually when I score a fight, when I score it, and I'm no judge, but like when I score a fight, I thought the rules were it's this part of the glove. You can only hit the front part of the torso. You don't get points for hitting the arms, the hands, the elbows. You don't get points for that, even if you're blocking the shots of the head. So I don't get points for that, but I'll give the point for a glancing blow because it's touching flesh. When you got judges in there that are only looking for power shots, you mean that they can disregard all that and just go for the solid rib shot and count that as a point? And they'll put
No.
one of those above like 10 glancing blows or something like that?
If their perception of the match was that they dominated by those power shots, yes.
Hey, so EJ, since you say you don't count hits to the arms, what happens if a dude hit a dude on his arm so hard it hurts him? You gonna
Like
count that?
Canelo hitting Colin. Yeah, I know.
On a different note, but besides what EJ is saying, to get back to what Rachel is saying, do you understand as a manager that different judges have different predilections and different preferences when it comes to their scoring? And so when you see your husband and your fighter going into a fight and seeing certain judges' names on the ledger,
Yeah.
do you understand what his what his advantages are and also what his obstacles are?
I haven't made a running list of who does what. I know Cameron Duncan was extremely good at that. He knew what judges how they scored what. And I'm just guessing that's from experience of knowing how they scored past fights. I haven't really lent my time to doing so, mainly because there's again Nonito's so bent on I don't want to give it in their hands, so I'm going to take it away from them. And he believes that it's not going to go 12. Whether that's a fault of his own is a matter of perspective. But he believes that he just has to continue dominating in both realms now, not just huge power punches, but also boxing. It is supposed to be a combination of the two. It's just that some fighters forget one of them and they sacrifice the other.
Right. Yeah. No, I get that. See, if it were me and I were more involved, I would have a running tally on every damn judge because that's some information I would want to know for damn sure. But it's kind of surprising from what you're saying that the views can be so varied because I'm pretty sure you've seen it. We've seen it in the past week where how did this one judge have such a different score from the other judge? And I just watched the same fight. How is it so different from mine? So, and when you run into stuff like that, are there checks and balances for them? Or is there any way for them to be penalized? Is there any type of retribution that they see for like bad scoring?
Well, as far as I know, some of the sanctioning bodies, when there is a controversial scorecards or when they do pull in those 3 judges and they rewatch the fight and explain their scorecards to them. I honestly think with where we are today, I don't understand why we are still taking paper scoring. I feel like there should be an electronic system where you have enough time to put your score down, type it in, and then send it to the I quote unquote head table, right? The one that's tallying everything. So it's like boom, 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 boom. Now, okay, we have a minute. I have a minute to explain to you my score. I'm giving it 10 round because of this. This is my summarization of my score. Boom, 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 boom. Type it in, send. And then now the head table would have it. And when he's looking at it coming in as an active tally, because we are in a technology world that it can come really very quickly, almost instantaneously within that 1 minute, then we go to the next round. And they don't have to tally it. They don't have to do numbers. They don't I don't understand why we're still in paper scoring. But I feel like in the moment, like when you're trying to look back and remember a 12-round fight and why you scored it in round 2, you're not going to. You might probably just make every excuse in the book why you thought it was supposed to be that way based on, what. But if you're requiring them to give an active analysis right then and there why they're making that decision in the very short-handed possible, I'm not talking about an AP style, an AP press style wording. Shorthand, red one because of this. This is why I scored it this way. And then pass that off. The judges, I believe, wouldn't have it in front of them who's winning the round based on their scorecards, and they wouldn't be able to, and they would be able to explain as it's happening real hand why they scored it that way. And then we could look back and be like, okay, so this judge scored it because of this. This judge scored it because of that. This judge scored it. Even if we, Jesus, I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. Even if you had to have them click a checkbox, it's because red boxed more, or red threw more power punches, or red had more ring generalship, whatever it is, right? Something that explains their scorecard. But there is nothing. We're not asking them to be accountable for why they're giving those scorecards.
Now, Rachel, I got to ask this question, and don't answer it if you can't. So, would you saying that they need to be able to send the judges need to send something in immediately, round by round, electronically, right? Do you think there are times where they may go back and say, or reevaluate their cards and score certain rounds for other individuals or individuals they're more favorable to? Do you think that's a possibility of something that may be going on in the sport of boxing?
I mean, I don't put it past anybody. I mean, I'm not going to say that I trust everybody in the sport 100%. I'm also not going to say that there's a bunch of people that are crooks. I think that we're prone to human error. And if you favor a fighter, you will favor a fighter, no matter what they say. There are, I mean, judges, refs, promoters, managers, everybody likes who they like for whatever reason they do. And does that lends to the whole perspective of who you feel won the round. It's not a blind item. These guys aren't shadows that we don't know who's fighting who. They're names
These judges also know how to play the narratives. In other words, they know where the bread is buttered. I mean, if they pull a wrong one, they might not come back again, so to speak.
But
I think a lot of them, they'll play to the
just
narrative, to the cash cow, to the house fighter.
Before we give our own interpretation of everything, I have a question as a manager. All right. So as a person who is personally, also professionally interested in the outcome of the fight and making sure the playing field is level. What do you think about sending guys or sending a person, forget guys, sending a person into the other person's room to check the wraps, to check the gloves? Is that something that you do personally? Do you have somebody on staff that understands all the different nuances and loopholes that maybe would give your husband, your fighters an unfair advantage to make sure that doesn't happen? Do you think that like we should have, and not only that, not only your internal protocols that you make sure that it's fair, and your your husband and your fighter isn't facing a guy with a horseshoe in his gloves, like something to protect the sport of boxing? Do you think that we should have maybe like video cameras throughout the whole thing? Like, what do you do personally, and what do you think the sport should do to make sure that we're dealing with a level playing field?
Well, so yeah, we do have one of our guys. It's either usually our cutman Mike Basil, or his father, or one of the other guys that go over and watch the reps. Basil has been around for so long, and he's now he has a name in the sport. It's crazy, because he started off as our cutman and now he's everywhere. Everyone's fighting over him. So he is very attention to detailed, and watches like a hawk. I think having somebody from the opposite camp come over and watch you keeps the integrity of the sport. And I mean, I think if you were doing something, you would be able to, the other side would be able to see it just in hand gestures, and body language. It keeps everybody on a level playing field. I think everything should be transparent. Now, whether cameras should be in the locker room, I think, yeah, but the thing is that literally, unless you have the camera really, really close, like I mean, you really can't have a 360 camera room, and the level of quality on the video won't show what we really need to see it. So, I mean, that being said, like I think human eyes are always the best. Commission is there, but I find it for my own peace of mind to have someone from my own camp in there. That makes me feel better.
I want to, before I lose my train of thought, but here's the thing: when you were talking about the judges being able to account for, why they scored a round, ideally, you were talking about ideally, every fight that I've scored, in between the rounds, I put down on that round reasoning for giving that round. I can explain every round of every fight that I've scored that's just in this book, which goes back to I think December. Yeah, every round.
It goes back to 1986. Man.
No. Just back to back to December. All right, just back to December. I only got so much room, but I put little shorthand notes on why I gave this round. Like if it's a basic round and he's obviously won the round, I don't have to put no notes. But if I got a close round or something like that, I put an asterisk on it, and I know why I gave that round. Why aren't they doing that?
They're going to tell you that they don't have enough time.
That's bullshit. If I can do it.
Agreed.
No, like straight up, like respect, and like enough respect to Nonito. All that doesn't matter in his fights. Like, you understand who the hell won in his fights. There's no like controversy in who the winner is and who the loser is in a Nonito Donaire fight.
But that's okay. But that's a special circumstance. We're talking about Nonito, all right. And we're talking about like Anui. We're talking about Tito. But
that's my conclusion. Actually, a different question is, hey, Rachel, do you think there's any controversy in a Nonito Donaire fight? Do you feel like he was on the wrong side of a decision that he got, or a right side of the decision that he got?
No, not in that retrospect. But I have questioned scorecards before. One of them mainly being Wilfredo Vasquez, and I think it was San Antonio. I can't remember, but that was a split decision, and I honestly don't know how they got that. So that one was a little bit questionable too. That one stood out in my mind because I remember standing there with Cameron, and he said, he's like, I wish he would have knocked him out. And I was like, well, of course we wish he would have knocked him out, but he didn't. But this shouldn't be an issue. And he goes, no, I think they're going to try to take it from him.
So
and that split
in your
decision
understanding of
card.
vantage point, even when you see a fight go the other way, you don't think maybe the ref was in the way of a particular judge at a particular moment in a fight.
No, I mean, not with Nonito, if that's what you're saying. There are
No, I'm
fights
just
that
saying the fight that you're even talking about. Whenever it is that you think, hey, you know what? Maybe I scored the fight differently than the judges had it. You don't take into account maybe the ref was in the way or a particular vantage point for one judge.
No, I totally do.
Judge.
I totally do. And that's why I think like when fans score the matches, I can't really say that that's an accurate of what the judge was saying. Like I said, like seeing it ringside and seeing it at the level that they are it's not at the highest vantage point. You're not seeing the clean shots. There's a ref standing there. Sometimes he's standing in the way. Sometimes on the angle, it looks like it connected, but it actually didn't. It wasn't clean. That glove, the top of that glove did not touch him, but it looked like it did from the angle of the ref, right? So, I mean, the angle of the judge. So that's why I'm saying, like, it's when you score it on TV, know that you are pretty much in the ring. You have a ringside view, not even a ringside, in-ring view of what's going on in the cleanest angles as possible. And sometimes we don't even like in the live play, they can't even get the right angles and we think it hit. And when they do after the fight, when they do replays on different angles, you're like, oh, actually that didn't look anything like I saw it from the other angle. So if we're already getting that from 3 different camera angle perspectives, I could only imagine the handicap that these judges have when they only have one perspective of the ring.
Rachel, do you think that with fights, especially televised ones, they should incorporate or involve the fans in scoring the fight, not necessarily in the outcome of it, no, but like through apps nowadays, and people watch it on apps and what have you, like of voting round by round, so you'd have sort of like at the end, the cumulative fans voted on these rounds, and this was the outcome, just as a little. Say 1,000 fans voted and the highest votes went to those rounds, etc., etc. So you'd have an overall, so they would feel part of it. I know it would be showing up the real result perhaps, but maybe they could involve fans somehow in some way in scoring fights. Not necessarily the outcome, but they should, involve it sort of in the broadcast. I just think it would be a sort of like a fun way to see how things were.
The only thing that might be a down, like I completely agree, and where fan interaction brings in viewerships and clicks. The only downfall of that is that you will have people, unfortunately, a lot of people who are not knowledgeable in the sport of boxing and will tilt that scorecard absolutely crazy just because they think Ryan Garcia is hot. How about that? And all of his fans, and let's just bring it to the Paul brothers. The Paul brothers do that, and you're gonna have a bunch of Paul fans that are crazy for the Paul brothers, and they're gonna click that he's winning all rounds, and then so then now you have someone like Terrell, my 8-year-old, who walks into this, and they're seeing the live scorecard of the fans. And they're like, oh, I guess he's winning. I don't really understand this, but I guess he's winning because this is what the fans are saying. He doesn't know what the intelligence level of the fans are. He just knows that that's what everyone in the world is saying and that should be influenced as such. And then the real scorecard comes out and he's dumbfounded how they're so different. How do we explain that?
Yeah, that's true.
I would feel involving the fans like that would be like disastrous. Just for
not
for what she said.
Not in the outcome, certainly not in the outcome. But I mean, I suppose like Puro's just put in the chat, you can do. There is mediums now to sort of have an overall anyway, but.
But I see what he's saying though, like having it. People For example, this YouTube channel, people comment, so then they get noticed, they get seen, they get heard. And when fans go into a voting pool and they feel like they're getting heard because their vote's getting counted, then that's what draws them in to be interactive with the event. It's just, I would almost rather have it where if they wanted to put up the stream of comments of random of fans, and and it shows both sides, and oh look, Roy Jones is commenting, this is what he thinks, or we got H Money said he thinks this way because of that. That makes it more of a conversation. But doing a voting poll where you kind of you almost try to influence how other people are watching the match, when you don't know if these influencers even have any knowledge on boxing,
Right.
starts to confuse the sport.
Yeah, it would be like the Eurovision contest. I don't know if you've
No, it would be like fans
if you're aware of
deciding that like a person deserves a quarter point off on a figure skater or like a high diver. Like literally, it's professionals that make these determinations. But in boxing, it seems like the average fan who's looking for a knockout makes these determinations, and then we still hear a whole bunch of noise about who should have won a fight and how it should have gone, and all this stuff about scoring. That maybe the person making this assessment doesn't even understand the sport of boxing.
Correct.
But not only that, but they can also like try to influence. Like I'll give you a great example. Remember that what was it? That talent show way back when in the day that they kept voting in this one awful fucking singer. I mean, holy fuck, how did he keep winning type of singer? And it was just the fans trolling it and forcing this guy to. I could just see some shit like that going through. It's like that. Yeah, no, please. I would hate for something like that to happen. I mean, you understand what I'm talking about, right? I don't know if you remember. I can't remember what talent show it was, but it happened. And it's one of those where you call in, and everyone voted on the winner. And as a troll thing, they were voting on the worst possible singer, and then he kept getting boosted up to the semifinals and everything like that. I could see something like that happening. Yeah, you can't have the fans that much in control. That would be disastrous.
Yeah, and then just the money that actually they accumulate from doing that. I mean, whenever you message on that stuff, it's messaging. There's a totally different messaging rate that applies. So, I mean, you talk about like how many, 10 millions of people watching a voice show, and fans and trolls alike voting, and how much they're making off of percentage of those messages of you just clicking a stupid bubble circle is crazy. All of it is a marketing tool to make you feel that you're included.
100%, and that's why I understand. Listen, I love the game. Like when somebody was saying that they, trying to present themselves as a lawyer for you, like you are game dipped. Like like the Casamayor, like the way that you guys handled that entire situation, let me understand that you understood the PR part, the actual the fan sentiment versus the boxing media versus who you actually are in the sport. At a certain point in this whole thing, yeah, it is, it's subjective, it's fan driven, and it's sanctioning body driven, but you guys still have a say, and you still can stand in your own square as to who you are as fighters and as a brand and as individuals, that you say that this is what you're willing to accept and what you're not willing to accept. And I really appreciate the way that you guys express your own power given all of the different market forces.
So, I mean, it's funny because you're talking about Casemiro. I'll tell you what happened. So, Casemiro was supposed to fight Rigondeaux. Nonito wanted to step in after the Ubali fight because he felt good. He didn't feel like he was injured. So he wanted to fight. And We were working out everything, and they announced that we had seen Casemiro. He didn't say anything. Apparently we had met him before. And they were at, was it the Inoue fight? I think it was Inoue's fight against Dos Martinez. So we were all there. They took pictures. The next day, I guess there was some rattle about stuff that Casemiro was talking mess about Nonito. And we let it go. And then Nonito's like, what the hell is this coming out of left field? And I was like, what are you talking about? So he showed it to me and he's like, this didn't happen, that didn't happen, this didn't happen. I was like, okay. And he was like, just handle it. I was like, all right. So one of them was like, he said that we denied him to be a sparring partner. I flat out said, no, we didn't. And I can say that because I'm his manager and I've never talked to you in my damn life. So I don't know who you talked to that you thought they had authorization to approve that. I was like, but no. The other two I can't really remember off the top of my head. But at the end of the day, I was like, you know what? It was like, just sign the damn VADA paperwork and we'll be done with this. And at that point, one of Sean's guys then, his name's, they call him SV, Silver Voice. And he said, well, we're not going to pay for VADA. We already told you. So I said, I'll put my money out. I'll pay for VADA. What's your excuse now? Then it's like, oh, I don't know. We have to ask Sean Givens. So I'm pinging Sean. I'm like, what the hell is going on with the VADA paperwork? Quiet, radio silence, will not answer my call, won't answer my text. But he'll make memes about me on Twitter, right? And I'm like, all right, this is starting to become a joke. And so at that point, I was like, you just answer the questions. Just, you're not even in WBC clean. And so they were trying to hide behind WBC clean instead of doing VADA 24/7. So I go, okay, Mauricio, is he in WBC clean? And he sends out a message on email and says, I can't contact him. I do not know where he is. Can't find his whereabouts for him, and we don't know how to find him. And I go, here you go. Here's Sean Givens' email address and phone number. So they tracked him down. Took about 24, 48 hours for him to return the whereabouts. And then Sean goes on Twitter and is like, 24/7 VADA, come anytime, this, and that. I respond, WBC clean is not 24/7 VADA. Sign the damn paperwork. He keeps saying he doesn't have the paperwork. So I send him the link to VADA where there's downloadable forms. Anyway, we go back and forth about this for about a week. In this time, there's been so much talk on Twitter, and I never disrespected them. I never pointed out anything to them. I didn't make any low blows or personal memes or anything stupid. I just kept it as I need the paperwork. And it came to a point where Nonito's like, cancel the fight. Like he's a joke. We're not playing this game. And I was like, okay. I was like, let's see. I was like, he's supposed to get it to me tomorrow night. And he said, if he doesn't give it to you or if he plays any more games, pull out. I was like, okay. So that Saturday morning, Sean at 7:00 in the morning posts the picture of VADA paperwork. He's like, VADA application submitted. Come by anytime. Like, stop talking your shit, Rachel. And I'm like, okay. So I email Margaret Goodman. Do we have the VADA paperwork, and how much is my bill that I have to pay for both Casemiro and Nonito Donaire? She says, I have not received anything from Sean Givens. So at that point, at 8:00 in the morning, I text Richard. Richard calls me immediately. I said, pull the fight. Of course, Richard asked if we would consider, like, calm down and go out to dinner and make sure. He goes, we'll support you if you decide to. We understand. But can you think about it? So, we go out to dinner. We have a nice dinner. I go on live IG. Lo and behold, here comes SV, who is Sean Givens' guy, and starts confronting Nonito and me. And that's where I think you might have seen Nonito all of a sudden turned a different character that no one's ever seen. And basically like, you disrespect my wife, you do this, you think You think you guys know anything? He goes, do you even know how much you're getting paid? And that statement, I will get back to. Just remember Nonito said that. After that, Nonito told Richard, he's like, nope, we're done. He's like, if they would have just left me alone, I might have changed my mind. But he's like, they have to come over and like talk. He's like, it was Rachel's live on her Instagram, and he decided he wanted to come up and talk mess. So I put them in their place, and they don't think that I can cancel the fight. So cancel the damn fight. They were holding their breath for another week. They thought I couldn't. Of course, Sean was like, people will come after you, people will make you fight, all this stuff. I'm like, you can keep talking whatever you want. It's not happening.
Wow.
So basically, California State Commission told him, he's like, it's not happening. The fight's not happening. And they were not pleased with the way that Sean spoke to me. And so from that point on, we stopped talking, and he had to go on with the Rigondeaux fight. Now, after the Rigondeaux fight, what was interesting is that Casimiro ran back to the Philippines, and we were working on the December 11th Nonito versus Casimiro. And according to Sean, everything was good. That's what he said to Richard and Tom Brown. It was the fight was supposed to be signed, but Casimiro's in quarantine for 14 days or whatever in the Philippines, and he can't get out. So they're like, okay, fine, we'll wait another 2 weeks. 2 weeks goes by, we still don't get anything. Then Casimiro starts saying he's fighting Inoue December 11th, which I already knew was BS. Long story short, they did a face-off on a YouTube channel, and Casimiro says he doesn't always see his contracts. Because we asked him, we're like, don't you have the fight contract? And he's like, I don't always see my fight contract, but if you just send it to me. And that's where like I noticed, I was like, you have absolutely no idea how this works. I'm like, we don't have your fight contract. The promoter has your fight contract. Who gave it to Sean Gibbons? You have to get it from Sean. And he's like, he doesn't always give me my fight contracts. I haven't seen my fight contracts. And from that point on,
I'm lost, but is that a
then
fighter saying that? Excuse me,
Sean, yeah,
interrupting.
Casimiro. John
Damn.
Real Casimiro, the
That sound like some Don
WBO.
King stuff. Man.
Yeah, said he's never seen his fight contracts. So after that, we started talking to John Real, and he said, I don't have a contract with Sean Gibbons. I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, I've never signed anything. And I'm like, okay, well, I can't get involved in this. You guys have to fight this out. And he's like, I was like, ask him. I was like, ask for the contracts. And he's like, I have. He won't give me any of the contracts. I haven't signed them. And he's like, I don't even know how much I make half the time, or if that's what I was supposed to make. And so now this is a long drawn out process because of the fact that John Real asked for the contract when Nonito back then said, do you even know how much you make? So he put it in John Real's head that there might be something fishy going on. If you can answer that question, then you don't have an issue. But if you can't tell me that you know how much you make, then you have an issue. So it came back this last December that John Real said that he got an endorsement, that Brendan, Sean's son, had taken the $10,000 for the endorsement and only gave him $2,500. Then and then he's been making trouble for John Real ever since. He put out a fake, his guy SV and his team in the Philippines put out a fake news in the Philippines that TGB had revoked John Real's visa, which was not true. It was completely fake. They just photoshopped it, I guess. I don't know. But it created a commotion. I believe his team also walked an alleged minor to the police department saying that he had inappropriately touched her. And Sean Gibbons is funding the alleged victim's pursuit. God, I don't even know what else there is at this point, but there's been a lot of little games that have been played to the reason why I believe he was trying to get that alleged victim to press a charge, was because the WBO stated that if he does not show up to the next fight for any reason, it doesn't matter if he's sick, if he has surgery, it doesn't matter. If he does not show up, he will be stripped. Well, if they take away his passport because he has an active investigation, he can't make the fight, can he? Oh, wait. Asterisk, side note. Ask me whose fighter is the replacement for the Casimiro Butler fight.
Oh, I want to hear this. Who?
Jonas Sultan, Sean Gibbons' other fighter.
So the politicians are
corruption.
Hey, the politicians are heavy at work right now, is what you're telling me. They heavy at work right now.
What do you mean you smell corruption? That's the epitome of corruption.
They can't
So-
no.
Yeah, so when Sean's guys came for me in the Philippines and they started blasting me on social media, then I was like, I'll play your game. I was like, do you want to play? And they're like, I'll show all your text messages. And I'm like, go ahead. I was like, please do. I was like, what are you going to do? Show that I was talking crap about John Real Casimiro? He knows that. I called him fat. I don't care. I was like, but just remember what you showed me in those text messages and what secrets are in there. So please share them. Just make sure you include everything. And then they shut up. So what I did is I posted the finding of the licensing of Sean Gibbons and MP Promotions, that they don't hold a license in Nevada, California, or New York as a matchmaker, promoter, or a manager. So how is he taking money?
It's a bit.
This is crazy.
Nope. This is exactly what I want to hear right here. This is the behind the scenes. This is the politicians at work. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's the chess game that's being played. And we love the fighters. We love the fights. But just think everything Rachel is talking about right now. Just see how much more is going on behind the scenes than just the fights.
Okay, so do you guys want me to have you have like a aha moment?
Oh, yeah.
I'm on mute. I'm listening.
Who? Okay. Rolly Rolando. What happened with him? He got pulled out, right? Because 12 women said that he had done something to them.
Yeah, that was dodgy straight
was
away
some
from the
BS
start.
too.
Hold on. Keep going, Rachel. Keep going. Hold on. I want to hear this. I'm ready. I got thoughts about it. Go ahead, Rachel. Go ahead.
That was the
That was
red
rhetorical.
flag.
We don't need to hear you.
That
What do you
was
have to
the
say about
red
it?
flag
Hey,
straight
cook, Rachel.
away. That one.
Yes, stop talking, Paolo. Cook, Rachel.
Who was the replacement fighter and who manages him?
It's red flag. Red flag.
So you're going to tell me that just magically John Real Casimiro has the exact same allegation in the Philippines? And the replacement fighter is also Sean Gibbons' fighter?
Somebody getting paid. Somebody getting paid right now. What you telling me?
I mean, if you're gonna be gangster about it, maybe don't use the same blueprint.
But it is gangster. That is gangster moves.
No, that's the gangster part about it. Using the same blueprint and nobody can't do nothing about it.
Yeah, just the way it is. It's just the way it is. And Rolly just took it. He knows, look, you're gonna get paid in the end. Don't worry. At the minute, just step aside and
Hold on. Pitbull Cruz is whose fighter?
Sean Gibbons.
Sean Gibbons.
Really? Man.
He's MP Promotions. You didn't know that?
Rolly didn't even seem that gutted when that stuff came.
So Rachel, what you telling me? They moving like the mob out here. They moving straight like the mob, bro.
Of course they do. They pimp. The fighters are their assets. And they move them. That's all it is. It's a pimp game. Pardon my language, but it is. That's what they are. They can't pass it.
I
and the
love the sport
fighters.
of boxing, bro, but that shit sad as fuck.
You know. So that at the start, certainly at the start, you pimped. That's the way it is until you get your ground. When you get your ground, then you can have your say. But until then, it's the pimp show. It's just
I
the
mean,
way it
literally,
is.
wasn't
Hold
there
on, man.
eight or
It's
12? There
fine.
was 8 or 12 girls. I can't remember. 8 or 12 girls on Rolly Rolando.
Yeah, out of
One or
nowhere.
three. Yeah, 1 or 3 reported, and then it disappeared.
And nobody, and
How
that,
much
that
you
was
think they get
the
paid to do
wildest
stuff
thing.
like
No
that?
charges pressed.
Hey,
No
Rachel, how much
charges
you
were
think they get
pressed.
paid to do stuff like that?
I'm sorry.
How much you think they get paid to do stuff like that?
Get the
Who?
rent paid for the year or something like that.
The
Or
girls that are doing this?
Yeah.
or get a
Oh, I
house.
think they're getting a lot of money. I think they're getting a lot of money. I mean, the problem with this girl, um, huh, I found a lot already. So, I mean, it's a joke, that whole thing. And the thing is if you're going to do something like block Casemiro from leaving, or or do all these things, maybe when you tell your vlogger guys that are back in the Philippines, not to tell them that you're funding the damn girl and get caught on camera saying her name and asking her if she withdrew the money.
Ooh, we knew that was shady right at the start. It was, yeah. 12 girls. Come on.
Hey, you know what's so? But this is what's so crazy about it. Pitbull Cruz went into that fight, lost the fight against Tank, right? But because he didn't get knocked out, it propelled him to stardom.
Nah, it won't because he didn't get knocked out. He put up a good ass fight. He almost
Oh no, no,
lost though. It
well,
won't like you. The way you sound like he did some Tagoo stuff.
no,
Like
no, no,
nah,
no.
for no.
I'm not saying nothing
Tagoo.
like that.
I mean, honestly, I felt like he won the fight, but
Tank injured
that's
his hand
another
anyway in the
topic of
6th round.
conversation.
Bro. Okay. I'm not trying to argue about the fight. Tank won the fight. Even with an injured hand, Tank won the fight. Even regardless if it was close or not, Tank won the fight. That's not that's not the discussion right now. The discussion is how a fighter was able to be elevated off of salacious allegations, right? And now with him making that fight close, talking about Pitbull Cruz, this man is being propelled into stardom. He find Gamboa. If he beat Gamboa, he's in line to put himself, or he's there to put himself in line for a championship fight. That's the conversation.
Hey, God works in
And I don't
mysterious
think that any of
ways.
this should be. Let me just say, I don't think any of this should ever be blamed on the boxer. Most
No.
of the time, no, I'm just saying it just to say it because I mean, like, I think Isaac Cruz is an amazing boxer. I think he's so has so much heart, and he's just has so much determination. I think he also looks like a pit bull. But I mean, these boxers are getting put into situations that
They don't
they don't have,
understand.
they don't have any idea. They don't know anything. I mean, Jonas Sultan is the replacement. He's a sweet boxer. Great, very respectful. Also doesn't speak English as well. And what has Sean Gibbons been doing? He's been doing YouTube videos and having it circulate, and having Jonas Sultan wear Casemiro's old robe and mocking John Real Casemiro. And Sultan, for the best of him, I want to say, doesn't know what Sean is saying or doing. And it's going to create a bad blood between Casemiro and Sultan. And they used to be friends. I don't know if they are now, but I mean, I told Nonito about this 2 days ago when I saw it. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I was like, Sean has no boundary, does he? He was like, no. I was like, see, if it was me, and I understand he doesn't know what's going on, but I'd be like, dude, like, how much are you gonna let this guy use you? Like, he's destroying like our community and your name by using it against Casemiro. If he doesn't have his own gun, then he shouldn't be able to use you. And Nonito's like, yeah, but you have to understand, he doesn't speak English that much, and he's not gonna say anything to Sean. He's not gonna say no. And I'm like, all right, well, I would just say it like, don't be used like that. You're ruining your own reputation because people think you're in this.
You know what? I have
Someone
a
like
question. I
Hey
have a
Rachel,
question. Just
hey
real
Rachel,
quick.
you ever
Just
thought
real
about
fast.
starting like a union for fighters? Like, you know,
But before we get into the
like
the macro about fighting, I have a very specific question about her and Nonito, and it sort of dovetails in what you're saying about the macro of boxing, and that's this: as a manager, as a as a spouse, as a fighter, as a celebrity, right? Like, where do you gauge Nonito's celebrity? Like, for me, I think he's a first ballot Hall of Fame. I don't know what you think. Do you think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer? And do you think he gets the proper respect as a Hall of Famer? And is he, as Nonito, as a human being, does he expect people to know who he is? Or does he think he's just like a regular guy and is surprised when people know who he is?
I believe he is a first ballot Hall of Famer. I believe that the accomplishments he's done, the champions he's beat, the O's he's taken from people, and to be able to rise from the adversity he has done in such a grace and fashion is something to be touted and something that should go down in history. Whether or not he believes it, I don't think he focuses on it, because his story is still being written. You don't say, well, I think this is a great book if it hasn't been done, it hasn't been finished yet. So I don't think he's looking at that, because of the fact that that comes at the end of your career plus 5 years, right? They wait till you're retired for 5 years before they even consider you. So that being said, I think when he starts to think about that, that's when, the downfall starts to happen. That's when most boxers, when they come into a match and they say, I was going to retire, win or lose. You already knew you were going to retire. You already were waiting for that last bell. And maybe that's why your heart wasn't in this last fight, right? So, in that respect, I believe he knows what he's done, but he doesn't put too much emphasis on it because it's still not a done story. I know the only two people that he wants to impress is his 8-year-old self and his 80-year-old self. 8-year-old self is someone to look up to, and his 80-year-old self is the one that says, I lived my life with no regrets and I wouldn't change anything because I did everything I could with the time that I had. So I forgot your other question. You asked me like 5 in one.
Hey, just
It doesn't matter.
and
Perfect answer.
hey, real quick, and he ain't ducking no smoke. That's the greatest part about it. The man ain't ducking no smoke whatsoever, regardless. And I'm yeah. Go ahead. My bad. I just
hey, but can I
appreciate.
ask a quick question though?
Okay.
Like the stuff you're telling me, have you ever thought about like starting a union for the fighters, like to give them a voice that they are scared to use or don't use about the politics of boxing?
Yes. It's only been recently that I've been talking, right? And it really had, I mean, I guess I should just thank Sean Givens, because I was at a point already. I've been managing No Needle for so long, and I've always gotten, side eye looks, different comments like stay in the kitchen, raise your kids kind of crap. And it was always, they never saw what I did. Our team does. They know exactly what I do and how much I do it. And I'm the one that loses sleep over the logistic movements of my entire team. But I felt like in this sport, I was never going to be heard. I was never going to get the respect, and I didn't have a platform. So I think everything comes when it's supposed to come. I think, when I went head to head with Bob Arum, there was a lot of those misogynistic comments that stuck with me for a
You
long
say you
time.
went head to head with Bob Arum?
Yeah.
Oh, you a G. You a real gangster.
That was after the Montiel fight, when I refused to allow Nonito to fight for Top Rank, because there was problems with the next paycheck, and he instead of, I don't know why this is, but I know that I'm getting to someone when they start to personally attack me instead of answer the question. When he had said something about the way that I dressed, in comparison to Jinky, I knew I was pissing him off. But when we finally sat down months and months and months later, he apologized, worked it out, and decided to move forward. But if considering what he said, if that was said now, it would have been a totally different game. But I think then it wasn't enough. I think where women are now in not just boxing, but in the entire world, they're being heard. So I feel like, the Sean Gibbons thing, when Nonito was like, "What are you gonna do?" I was like, "I'm coming after him," and he was like, "Are you sure?" I was like, "Yeah." And I started looking into him. I found that he didn't have a license. I found that MP Promotions isn't an operating corporation in the United States. I'm finding out that his boxers don't have contracts. Casemiro isn't the only one that said it. The other one, there was another boxer that actually said they do not have a running contract with MP Promotions. But they're happy, weirdly, that they don't have a contract. So, it is what it is. But I feel like where Nonito is, like I said before, in his career, where we get to choose, and how we're going to leave this legacy, is the right timing for me to be able to stand up and be like, I know what the hell I'm talking about. And I thank Punch Drunk for actually, he had connected with Nonito on a YouTube channel, and Punch was asking Nonito about contracts, and Nonito was looking at me from the side of his eye. He goes, "Listen," he goes, "dude, I don't do contracts. You have to talk to her." He's like, "Well, let's schedule it." He gave me 4 days. I took screenshots of all the contracts that I've run across because other boxers have shown them to me, and I took all the names out. And we did a 4-hour interview on managers and promoters and what they need to look out for, and we weren't done. We went line by line of how these boxers get screwed. The things about they're like, "Oh, you get $1,000 a month stipend and advancement for your fight," and the boxer completely looks over that it was an advance. It's not a gift. You pay for it when your purse gets in. Those limos that they send to you gets taken out based on the contract. Any and all of those stuff is free game.
I have that's kind of an interesting thing what you just said in my mind, because to me, we got Imelda Marcos, and now we got Manny maybe possibly running for president, and you're being compared to Jinky. In the Philippines, what do you feel like your stature stands? Do you feel like you're like one of the most powerful women in Filipino history, or you're just like trying to make sure your family is taken for and your fighter is looking out? You do your best job for your fighter, or do you actually see that you have a whole country looking at your moves and that you have to like represent for an entire country and a culture?
I think my truth in boxing and what I do is only adopted by people who my truth serves for. So what I say by that is, if I'm saying the truth about boxing and it works for your fighter, then you'll say that I'm the best thing that's ever come to boxing. But if you're the person that's being corrupt, then I'm your worst nightmare. That being said, I work with a lot of the women's empowerment groups in the Philippines that work to change laws that are there. I'm not the most vocal one because of the fact that I don't hold a political office. I don't want to. But I know that my support and my voice will be heard, and in helping look at these old laws. For example, one of the laws that are still intact, I don't know if we removed it yet, but one of them is if you rape a woman, as long as you propose marriage to her, you will not get charged. That's still on the books, fighting to get it off. Of course, there is no divorce in the Philippines. That's another one. So an abusive relationship, they cannot leave. And they can't start a new life without their husband, abusive or not. There's, and it doesn't have to be the Philippines. I think that I can lend my voice to anybody and all that needs my help. The thing about the Philippines is it's still a little bit about that I'm supposed to be making babies and that's it. I'm not supposed to be this vocal. So you will get those kind of old school mentality, the older generation that isn't so keen for a woman to speak up and tell the truth, no matter who it pisses off. That's the kind of the problem. I don't have really a filter. If it hurt you too bad, then you probably shouldn't have done it.
I've been sitting here listening to all of this, and I am still in the type of thing. And I'm gonna tell you right now, you are quite the woman, and you're an excellent representative of not only the Philippines, but of also of the female gender in general. I'm glad to have met you tonight. Seriously, it's amazing the stuff you know, that you comprehend, that you deal with, and the number of bodies you have collected. I am appreciating it more and more the more you speak. I'm still having a hard time grasping the whole like Rolly Romero thing, the no contract thing, these poor guys don't even have a clue, and this is the type of stuff that I was talking to you about earlier. That it's shenanigans like this that go on that don't let the little guy get paid. And it's people like that constantly stuff in their pockets full of money. And
well, that's the scary part is that I mean, a management agreement that gives the manager a full right to not just negotiate but sign on behalf of. Most fighters miss that, and when they miss that, that means you don't have to see your fight contract. Because you gave your manager all full legal authority to do so on your behalf, to sign on your behalf. It's fine to negotiate on your behalf, but to sign and to take payment for, now you're stepping into signing your life over. You might as well just be, like they're treating these fighters like they're dogs, and this is a dog fight. They don't have rights, and they can't because they accidentally or whatever signed over their rights, not thinking it was going to hurt them in the end.
See, that makes you kind of think. It makes me think. And look, Prime Boxing made a perfect statement there. I never want to hear about ducking again. How many boxers are in the situation they have no say who they're fighting or who they can fight or who they can't fight because they signed a certain type of contract?
Well, it's not just that. It's also in the fact that let's just look at Golden Boy and Abner Mares. Nonito was supposed to fight Abner Mares. We tried. Aram said that we were fighting Rigondeaux, and Nonito's like, I want to fight Mares. And they said, the offer was crap. Now it came to light in the press release, in the press, that Golden Boy had said that we turned down a $3 million offer. Here's the funny part. I'm watching it play out again. I believe it was Isaac Cruz versus Ryan Garcia, that Golden Boy said that they had put on the table X amount of dollars for Isaac Cruz, his highest earning payday, right? And that they turned it down. So my question to that is, if it was $1 million and MP Promotions was going to get 20% of that, was that not enough for MP Promotions to pass along that contract? Second, how is Isaac Cruz supposed to know what the money is? When these offers come in, quote unquote, it's not like it is a offer on a house where you put in a contract, you sign it, and then the person signs it that they received it and they either reject it or do a counter offer. There is nothing that the fighter has to sign that they even knew about your fight. We didn't know about if the $3 million that Golden Boy was offering against Abner Mars was real or not. How do you make it real? You put it on paper. You have people sign it. You have the person receiving it sign it. And you have them put in writing if they're agreeing it to or not. But we don't know what's real. All these numbers that are going around, how do you know what's real? These offers, quote unquote, they're never written.
And then all the hidden charges on top of that, these boxers get charged. You know, I've heard the horror stories about $20,000 towels. I was trying to tell H Money. I said on H Money's channel and a few of the channels that a boxer's worst enemy, for the better part, for the lack of a better word, is promoters, because promoters have one job, is to put more money in their own pockets. They are supposed to come up with they're supposed to come up with the money for the match. They're supposed to come up with everything that involves the food and all that stuff. And the less the boxer makes, the more they make. And if you look it up, that's exactly their job. The only person that's supposed to look out for the boxer is the management. You, which you're doing a fabulous job. And people don't get it. These Ooh.
I get your frustration with the promoters, but I do want to take it back down into a personal level. I think the first problem starts with the boxer himself. If he's not going to be willing to bet on himself, if he's not going to be willing to ask out for help, then you shouldn't be signing any damn contracts at all. Because the fact is, you're 18. You can sign off a house and you can still get off in the wrong, a car and sign the wrong contract with the worst interest fees and late fees and whatever, right? It's a matter of negotiation, and it's a matter if you're looking at your best interest. The only person that's going to look at your best interest is yourself. Some of these boxers are their own worst enemy in A, thinking they know everything, or B, not caring. And they have to pick a lane and take those consequences with it. If they think if they are too cocky to think that they don't need a lawyer because they know everything, well, yeah, that's going to be your downfall, because the lawyer went to school for what they're doing. And even some lawyers still don't know what the hell they're doing. Okay. But for damn sure, the average person off the street does not know how to read a 20-page promotional contract. That's one. Two, then you have boxers that are just like, just help me. I'll give you everything and anything. I'll, put my life on the line for you to make me a professional boxer. Okay, well, now you're making a deal with the devil. You didn't price yourself high enough. You didn't have your self-worth that you were going to give yourself out.
So what do you do if you're a young boxer coming into the game? Let's say you're coming out of the amateurs, right? Let's say you're coming out of the amateurs. Let's say you're coming off of an Olympic team. Yeah, you'll have some people looking out for you, hopefully looking for your best interest. But what do you do if you're a young prospect like that? Who do you look towards? Is there a mechanism? Is there a system in place to help them out like that, to help them make these choices?
No, and I honestly think, I know they were talking about unions for boxers, but especially if they're coming out of the Olympics, I think there should be something, and I don't know how this would work because, of course, the Olympics has talent from all different countries. But in the U.S. specifically, I think that if you're an amateur boxer that's going into the professional rankings, with the money that the Olympic Training Center has and the endorsements that they have, they should have a legal counsel that is on their payroll that can look over at least the very first contract, before they start making money. Very first contract that's going to sign them and put them into the professionals. I think that kind of pro bono services should be offered, whatever the trade for endorsement would be for that, whether it's a patch on your trunks for 3 years since I'm giving you free legal advice, whatever it is. I think that the amateur program should have something built in that protects these guys when they go into the professionals.
They should. They should, and I don't know why they don't. Well,
it takes people to make waves to actually make a change.
So this is going to get really deep into the weeds. What we're talking about right now, and as a manager, and I'm gonna just deal with you as a manager. So promoters deal with sanctioning bodies, and sanctioning bodies deal with the associated rules of boxing, like all the sanctioning bodies and what they come up with themselves. How much sway does an individual fighter have with the associated rules of boxing? Like, how much can they actually make their the smiles and frowns known to the sport, so we can get so we can get like better rules and a better situation for future boxers?
Because it's such an individualized sport, what they would have to do is all come together and really make a ruckus about something. They would have to pick one thing at first, or maybe three at the very max, three things that they want to see changed in the rules and the regulations of boxing. By doing so, then they can align themselves with someone who, whether it is a like human rights or activist lawyer, that will push the agenda, and not just the local arena, but also within the state, the commission, and then the ABC, all the way to Congress and things like that. But the thing is that boxers have to have a common goal. They're so individualized that each and every one of them have different goals, different priorities. If they can come together and have one voice and fight against it, and use their social media platforms, and have backing in it, then that's when it's going to change. But I mean, let me ask you, how many boxers really care? Or do they feel like this is just never going to change?
So I understand, like, you have a unique position as a manager where your family priorities are, as they're taken into account with your managerial, priorities and your responsibilities. But let's say you have let's not even look at other fighters and other people's circumstances. Do you, as a manager, are you all up into fight facts where different sanctioning bodies have to take their rankings from? Are you, like, as part of your due diligence, are you also looking at fight facts so you can see where the rankings are and where your fighter / husband is?
Yes. I look at all the different sanctioning bodies, all the every single, even all the rankings that are out there. I look at the past, who they fought, and the outcomes when they fought them, all the way down to who were their first fights, where were they all just padded, those 3 wins and 20 losses kind of guys that they were winning against, and they're 10-0 now. I look at the top 5, where they are and how my husband is ranked against them. Like I said, like all the rankings in itself, like it moves in such a, again, another perspective type of way. Unless you have those ones that 2 and 3 fight off to get that number 1 spot, which, if you do pursue that, it's something where you have to position the fighter to be able to get those fights, to put them there, and then get it sanctioned by the sanctioning body.
I wish there was a way to
Yeah,
help.
I didn't. Sorry, like I said, I got into the weeds, and maybe we went over some people's heads. But just for some people who may not understand what the question was, Fight Facts is the source that sanctioning bodies have to use to get their rankings from. And then also like these guys who are matchmakers within a specific sanctioning bodies or within specific not within the sanctioning body but within specific promotional organization. These fight makers, that's what they're looking at. So when I asked Rachel what her perspective is from a manager, that's what I meant. Was like, is she also looking at this whole thing from a matchmaker standpoint? Not like what level is her interest when it comes to and not only just interest but responsibility when it comes to being a manager of a fighter, regardless of who it is. Like even like like Rachel, I feel like you are in a unique position as a manager, not just because of your relationship with your fighter, but also your own personal experience when it comes to being a combatant in life specifically, but just you understand what it is to look at. You understand what it is to compete against another combatant, and a lot of managers don't have that experience.
No, yeah. I mean, I think what I saw why Cameron Duncan had stepped aside is because it wasn't just I was doing above and beyond what he's ever seen any other manager do. He would do the he'd try to schedule the optometrist and all the stuff, but I'd be ahead of him. I'm like, okay, I already scheduled that. It's on this day, blah, blah, blah. Contacted everybody down to the logistics of when Nonito's going, when his team's going, where they're staying, what they're supposed to eat. Oh no, what time the eating times are, what time downtime is, what time training is, what time the press conferences, and what their attire is supposed to be, what they're supposed to bring. Like everything is down to a complete logistical science where Cameron at that point had decided he's like, you got this. I'll always be here to help you if you need anything on contracts and stuff like that. He's like, but Nonito, you're fine. Nonito doesn't need me anymore. And so that's when he gave me full management control.
Your husband, very lucky man. But when I do get the chance to talk to you again, you just add on about 30 or 40 more questions. But I'm the type of individual that I like looking out for the underdog, and I love justice. I love what's right. What's right is what's right, and I might possibly want to hit you up for how I could actually help somebody or help some of these guys if it was at all possible, with whether letting people in the public know what's going on, in whatever way you can, at least on this platform, to any other physical ways, because these type of things concern me. To see injustices happen, and to see the fact that people might be ignorant. Ignorance is the bad word.
They assume they know what's going on.
Yeah, for those people that might be ill-informed,
inexperienced,
ill-informed, and taken advantage of. I'm all for helping those type of people, as long as they pay it forward.
If you want to say something to that's cool. I would like to ask another question. Maybe you can add, combine your responses. A name like Rachel, you talked about your relationship with your father. I'm assuming that that you guys have that you come from a spiritual family, and I'm wondering about like that process, the way that you manage your own household and your fighter and all that thing. What value, what priority do you put on spirituality?
Spirituality is a huge thing with when I was growing up, but in addition to this household, we believe that everything that you ask for is given to you when you ask for it, and that the focus and energy that you create in following where you want to go is hugely important. Um, that being said, like the boys, and Nonito, when you talk to him, he'll tell you he's huge in meditation, huge in meditation. That's part of the reason why he can control himself in almost all situations. With the boys, we've taught them the same thing. They are grateful for every single moment that they breathe and every single thing that they have. They also are grateful for the things that are coming, and they state it as fact. And they thank God and everything around them, the angels that protect them, um, for the life that they live and the life that they're going to live, because they know and believe that the the love and the kindness that they're showing in the world, and the amount of putting their foot in the right, the putting their foot forward correctly, that they will be rewarded, whether it's in more love or other things. So I think that's why the boys are the way they are. As far as with my dad, he was the exact same way. He believed there was no impossibility, and he instilled it into me of a really young age. And he taught me to fight for whatever I wanted. He treated me like a tomboy. I was, I dressed up like a girly girl, but trust me, I love wearing tennis shoes and sweats all the time. And he always was extremely, extremely thankful for everything that God has given him. And it's interesting to me because his father wasn't there for him when he was, growing up. Just because of work, he didn't go to his, games and things like that. So he imprinted on my life because he was always there. There was never a point he was not there. And I want to be there for my boys, physically, mentally, spiritually, everything. I think that's why our family is so close. Um, we're always there, like literally. And we take the time to be thankful for what we do and what we have and what's coming.
Rachel, how long do you go? How early do you go to Japan for the fight, for
So
acclimatization and logistics and all that sort of stuff?
So for this one, we're kind of unsure. The last fight, we were in the Philippines for a month before the Nue fight. This time, we are thinking about doing it again. I've been in contact with Tekken Promotions regarding the quarantine status. If you come from the Philippines, right now there is no difference between Philippines and US, as long as there is no quarantine status, but it's only allowed for business travelers, business visas, which is fine because we'll have one. The only thing that would change us from going to the Philippines, which is only 5-hour flight, but only a 1-hour time difference, is if they declare that Philippines is a hotbed for COVID, and whoever comes from the Philippines will have to quarantine. If that is the case, then that would stop us from going there a month before, and we would just go to Japan 2 weeks before the fight.
Do you think you need like a month is sort of what you'd ideally need, so to speak, for full sort of preparations, or that wouldn't matter too much? Because it's just
No, I don't think so. Like I
no,
mean, 2 weeks before the fight in Japan would be enough. We
yeah.
would do our last round of 2 days of sparring in Japan, and it would take about 48 hours, 72 hours to get over the jet lag and stuff like that. Only thing with Japan is it's not as humid as somewhere like the Philippines. So it helps us. I mean, Philippines would help us, of course, cut weight a lot easier. But I think that much time, two weeks in Japan would be fine. Um, the other thing with Japan is it's a lot different from our home in the Philippines where we can cook and stuff like that. and where we know where everything is and everything's open. Japan, I know we try to get into a Gold's Gym where we can train 24 hours, and it like I guess they wanted like a full 1 year membership, and we're only here for 2 weeks. So we were stuck to the hotel gym, which comprised of 1 treadmill, 1 bike, and the boxing gym. And we had
If
to
you go,
do with what we had.
if you went for a month to Japan, are you able to have your family there? You know, obviously, say you have 2 young children and stuff, or do you leave it with other family, or do you incorporate them, or is it just you and your husband?
With
If you get,
Japan, I
if you
don't
went
know
to,
because they're if they're saying that we need a business visa to get into Japan, then the boys can't go.
it's strictly
Um,
business. Yeah.
yeah, it'd be strictly business. But even during fight week, my mom usually, my sister, um, usually come. They were at the Ubali fight. No, sorry, they were at the Gabayo fight. And my mom watched them the entire week. They don't stay with us. They get to see him, but like I tell my mom, I'm like, don't bring them here, or do bring them. And it's on No Needle's call if he wants to see them or not, and they understand. But I do have my family to help me out with the boys. And they're really the boys are really understanding of like this is work, and
Do your
we're at work
sons?
right now.
Do your
You're putting
sons
on for the
see?
culture. Real question, Paul. Fast question. How's your Tagalog?
How's mine? Oh,
Yeah.
it sucks. It sucks. I can understand it completely, but it sucks when I talk it.
So have your sons watched their father fight live, or do they like watching it, or is it how does that work?
So Jarrell, my eldest, was actually the one that was yelling body shot before before Gabayo got knocked down.
That's interesting. So he's got
Yeah.
a knife, or he's got an eye
He
then.
it's an eye for, and in addition to, when my mom can't watch them or they don't have school, um they'll be at the gym. They're in the gym. Everybody knows the boys. And they practice before Papa spars, but when Papa's sparring, they're quiet. They know Papa doesn't play music and he doesn't want to hear noise when he's sparring. Um, so they when we were sparring with Tomoki Kameda and Angela Leo for the Gabayo fight, they constantly heard me say, "Work on the body, work on the body, work on the body." And I mean, we've never had a discussion with Jarrell like, "Hey, so this is what we're working on," but he's very keen on watching what we're doing.
Yeah, that's good. That is.
So, guys, I really gotta go. I have a conference call in like 4.5 hours that I have to be awake for, and that's if they don't ping me earlier. Um,
Well, thank you for answering my questions, and all the best in the future. And definitely
I think
with
I think
the
one of these guys here is someone's mic muted? Whose mic's muted?
That's me. I'm over here
Oh,
talking like this.
I saw your. Yeah.
I just
No,
want
I
to.
appreciate having me, guys. It was fun.
It has been a pleasure, and I wish you, your family, and all your loved ones nothing but the best, and nothing but good luck in all your future endeavors. Honestly, you're a good woman. The head
Amazing
of a
woman,
good
fam. Where the
Yeah.
household.
hell do you find
Respect
one
to
of you?
408. That's what's up.
The fuck, man? Where do you find you, man? It's
one in
like
a
finding a
million,
needle in
one
a
in a
haystack.
million, if that, 1 in a million.
Thank
Needle in
you.
a needle in a haystack.
Trust me, fam. Them women, they are special. You can't find that. You can't find them women just like that.
It's
Well,
rare.
guys, if you guys want to hit me up, or like if there's like a channel that you guys wanted me to go to, just and you can't find me because sometimes Instagram's weird, ping me on Twitter, tag me on Twitter, and then PM me on Twitter. It's easier.
Well,
I
yeah,
don't.
if you put your Twitter in a private chat, I threw my email down there because
Oh,
it's in the private chat.
okay.
And you could just give me that info. I'll follow you on Twitter, Instagram, wherever you're at, because, like I said, this has been very informative. It's been eye opening for sure. but very pleasurable. It's been a joy talking to you tonight.
You guys too. I hope I dropped some inside knowledge that maybe you guys didn't know before.
Oh, most certainly.
Oh yeah, hey,
Taekwondo
definitely did.
queen, like for real. Yo, like for real, like come on, bro. Like if you like for any MMA, like any person who understands combat, if you tell me that you knocked out the Taekwondo goddaughter of the master, stop playing.
Okay, I'll leave you with this trivia. What was on my black belt besides my name? Like eventually after you became a black belt, you can personalize it. What was on my black belt?
Miss Flash.
Nope.
I didn't know you did Taekwondo until tonight. So you have to you have to school us.
Game over.
Yo. Is that your nickname then? Was it? Oh,
No, it was just fun to put on my one side of my black belt on the other belt, so it said game over when it hung.
all right, all right.
When I was younger, they used to call me Lady Savage, and then I got older and I started knocking people out. Then it was the Knockout Queen. That's how it came. I tried to get my name on Twitter, but someone stole it and put Jen Mosley's picture on it. So I don't know. I guess all Asians look alike. I have no idea. But
That's a knockout name. That is game over.
all right. Good night, gentlemen. I'll talk to you
Good
guys
night,
later.
and
Take it easy. Thank you for your
great
time.
day. Take it easy.
Thanks. Bye.
Rachel Donnell.
That is a hell of a woman. Very, very knowledgeable. God, very knowledgeable. Good Lord.
I'll trade her for like 1,000 of these dusty women nowadays. Where I'll trade her right now.
Yeah, it gives me a different perspective and a different outlook on some of these boxers and some of the phrases I've been using that I think I will refrain from using anymore.
She knows more than half of these crusty guys out here, man. She knows way more, and she's more in tune and plugged in with half of these guys, man.
Like for real, like just straight up. Like I hear a lot of like talk about fighters being bitches, fighters being hoes, fighters being all this stuff. All these people saying this stuff about fighters, I think Rachel beats the shit out of them.
Yeah. And I gotta admit, I'm guilty of saying that.
Yeah, Mother 2 will slap the shit out of you.
There's definitely some phrases that I'm going to refrain from using because of this conversation tonight. But honestly, it's sad to hear that some of these boxers, as naive as they are, thinking they know everything and they screwing themselves over, and that is why we have something like the Muhammad Ali Act, which needs to be reformed desperately. But yeah, man, it's sad. It's really sad. And I am dead dog tired. I got a doctor's appointment. I'm in a lot of pain. I'm going to tell you gentlemen good night. H Money, thank you very much for letting me be up on the panel. Thanks. And man, great guest. This is the first time I got the chance to talk to her. And man, good woman there. Thank you, H Money. I appreciate it, brother. And to the rest of you, man, good night, guys. I'm
Electro Jet, man.
Peace, man, and treat.
Say no more Jet, man.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah,
Jedi.
Yeah, salt and pepper beer. Like, yeah,
Jedi.
Leave my beer alone.
Yeah, no, you're the OG, bro. Like I'm not I'm not trying to poke fun. I'm saying you're the elder statesman. Bow down to the old head.
I'll see you guys later.
What do you like to say about blood, man? Jet, man.
Yeah. Hey H, bro. Hard work, dedication. We've been through a lot together, you and me. But yo, this is what it takes. This is what being real to the craft is all about, and being dedicated to the sport is all about. It doesn't matter.
Hey, absolutely, Smoke. And hey, Smoke, I love having you on the show, man. You are one of the best. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely, bro. Like you said, we've been through a lot. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to get better every day, you know, and improve and take this boxing, take it serious. I really love boxing. You know, I want to master boxing. I want to learn every day about boxing and different fighters, you know, and you got a lot of experience, a lot, brother. And you bring a lot to the table. Even Bill Haney told me that. He said, H Money, you need to get Smoke on the show. You know, and to have you, brother, thank you so much, brother. That's what I want to say. And everybody else, everybody that comes to the show. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is like, to me, bro, like for real, whatever the hell we've been through before, like this is one of the best experiences I've ever had. In
Facts. Salute to everybody. By the way, this faggot said Filipinos eat dogs.
Hey, we just chilling, rapping. We chilling.
But I'm gonna keep it real. This guy's a whole lying scumbag. It's funny. He's right here on the panel with Rachel Daener, and he's Filipinos eat dogs.
Hey, bro,
you're a liar.
Come on,
you're a scumbag. You're a liar and a scumbag. You said Filipinos eat dogs.
Yeah, we chilling, bro. I'm about to end the show, then, bro. You know what I mean?
But he said it, H-Money. I'm not gonna let him be a clown like that.
Yeah, prove it.
I'm gonna say something else. Bill Haney's still a scumbag.
I'm gonna end the show. Thank you, brother. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt, brother.